Yo, yo, yo. I am back. I am back. OMG. Finally, finally, finally. And I've got some wonderful news. Oh, y'all, Twitch. What the freaky? Anonymous. What the heck? What the heck, Anonymous? Bro, what? Anonymous, when I catch you freaking Ricky, what the heck? Anon coming in with the whoa! Yo, chill! What is happening? Anonymous, thank you so much for the 20 freaking gifted subs. And Grindel, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Yo. Holy moly, dude. What a welcome back, honestly. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. I've got some amazing news. I missed y'all too. Like I can't even begin to like explain. Like I was so grateful to be at TwitchCon, but y'all, it felt like I was there for a week. It felt like I was there for a week. It really did. So I'm really glad to be home. I'm really glad to be able to talk to y'all. I missed y'all. Like there's nothing like missing your chat. I'm so for real. Like I missed y'all bad. Again, thank you Anonymous for such a warm welcome back. Thank you Grindel for the warm welcome back. Hopefully today's stream and today's news will y'all will like that. Let's get everything set up. So I'll be announcing this all throughout the stream. Y'all, bingo is open. Make sure y'all get y'all's bingo cards because I got a huge announcement. Lalina, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 5 months of support. I appreciate you, love. Thank you for supporting the stream. Yes, we're playing bingo. Okay. Because I feel like people were complaining things were too easy or too hard. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. So I've been in the talks with Riot. Okay. Anonymous, thank you so much for the gifted sub. What the heck? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anonymous Fatty, send one more. Exclamation point bingo in chat if you would like to play bingo. Exclamation point bingo in chat. Get you a bingo card. Okay, huge announcement. I've been in talks with Riot over the weekend. They have decided that they want to sponsor Miss Chim Chim World's 25 bingo. Okay. So we're working on getting RP situated because I realized like I want to do more winners per night and it was starting to get expensive. So we're working with Riot to get that situated. So I was just watching the World's broadcast, making sure we weren't in game. They're showing like old footage. If you have won bingo previously, do not worry. I haven't forgotten you. I've gotten all of the list of winners. I will be sending out prizing whenever Riot is ready for that. Okay. 2, y'all remember this? I don't know if y'all remember the World's 2025 box that Riot Games sent me. Well, they said if somebody get blackout, they gonna get their own World's 2025 box. So that's what I've been working on with Riot over the weekend. Very excited for that. Super huge. So blackout bingo is now officially in effect. If you square off every single last square on your bingo board, you will be getting a World's 2025 unlocked box automatically confirmed by Riot Games. Now, they did say it won't be shipping out until after Worlds is over, but they have confirmed the World's 2025 box. Yes, I got the World's 2024 box. It was huge. Now, I'm going to make a video on what's inside the World's 2025 box. But if you don't remember, there's a World's 2025 Scuttle Crab. There's like wind up minions. There's a free mouse pad, pin set. The box talks to you. Like it's huge. So exclamation point bingo in chat if you want to get your own bingo board. Make sure you get your bingo board. I'm a little bit late on waking up tonight, so I was supposed to start stream a couple of hours ago. Baby, that sleep was hitting after TwitchCon, y'all. I had no energy. Bingo should work on mobile. Yes. I bought a Worlds box, still waiting on it to be shipped from Riot. Yeah, I think there's a lot of orders, and that's what they told me as well. They were like, it won't ship until after Worlds is over. And if you've won bingo previously, do not worry. I have not forgotten about you. I'm just getting prizing situated with Riot. That's all I'm waiting for. You haven't been forgotten. You still gonna win your $10 RP, I promise. So looking at my bingo board, it has some things that aren't possible for tonight. I went through and changed all of the bingo things. Everything should be possible tonight. Which ones are you not are you concerned about not happening tonight? Until after Worlds is over, but you still get it. When do I say bingo? When you have a full row, column, or diagonal completed. Arion Faker, hold on, let me see. I went through and I changed all of them. Let me see. Arion Faker. Control F. Oh, okay. You're right. I think that's the one that I left. I'll just do Ari pick. White lies. So if you have Faker Ari, if Ari gets picked, you can cross that off. Okay. That's all that is. If you have Ari gets picked, or if you have Faker on Ari, if Ari gets picked, you can cross that off. The way that some things will slip, because I went through and I deleted all of the like Doran brushes off his shoulders. Like I tried to really make sure that everything was doable for tonight. What about we go to game 5? Isn't it best of 3 tonight? Oh. We go to game 3. Yes. Tis indeed. Tis indeed. That's a new one I added tonight as well. So if we go to game 3, you can mark that off. Any other ones? Any other questions or concerns? Make sure y'all get y'all's bingo boards. Official Riot prizing. If you get blackout, you will receive a Worlds 2025 box confirmed by Riot Games. Any other questions or concerns? Is the bingo just for tonight? No, we're playing bingo every single night. Every single night that Worlds is up, we playing bingo. I have a concern. What's your concern, Pookie? What is your concern? I'm curious. How are you, babes? I am great. It has been the most insane past week of my life. I had a very fun time. Can't believe some of the stuff that happened. Like, when I tell you I am so blessed and highly favored, like it is unreal. And I am so grateful to y'all for that. Like, y'all, when I was walking through TwitchCon, I had companies recognizing me. Like I'm so for real. Like major companies being like, yo, are you Miss Chim Chim? We need to work together. Like that's out of this world. Out of this world. So thank you guys so much. I am so grateful to y'all. And hopefully with Christmas and Black Friday coming up, I'm trying to get some things in the works for y'all. I really am. Like, I'm always trying to give back to y'all. I'm always trying to get free stuff for y'all. Just know, like, I'm always on the back end fighting for y'all. I really am. I really am. So I'm really excited. Some big things could be coming, man. Some huge things could be coming. Yes, I added an extra column because people were saying that it was too easy. So I added an extra column. I was going to add 2 extra columns so it could be bingo ho, but I just kept it at bingo. I have a piece on my board about Chovy. Yes, I do anticipate that Chovy will get mentioned tonight. I do anticipate that the broadcast will mention Chovy. There are still a couple of like Faker mentioned, Chovy mentioned. They get glazed by broadcast 100% of the time. I do expect that their name will get dropped at some point. I do. Music has stopped. It's Chronicler. I think this is Chronicler's last worlds. I think he has moved from Korea. Like he's not going to be doing casting anymore. He's hot. Oh. Oh, okay. Dude, I should have put something in there about Zeus. I forgot about Zeus. Oh. Who is Chovy? Chovy is the mid laner for Genji. I respect that. Don't need an ego on nobody. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm so glad to be home with y'all. I'm so glad to be home with y'all. Again, if you guys haven't gotten your bingo boards, get your bingo boards. Get your bingo boards right now. Riot Games has officially announced that they will be partnering with me for prizing. So if you get Blackout Bingo, you will receive a Worlds 2025 unlocked box, okay? They will be sending you a bunch of free goodies. If you have previously won bingo, do not worry. I am getting prizing straightened out with Riot, and then I'll be sending everything out. Who is winning Worlds this year realistically? So everyone thinks that it was going to be Genji. I feel like a lot of people still believe it'll be Genji. I won't be closing bingo until we get into a game. So you can still get your bingo board if you would like to get your bingo board. Two winners of regular bingo. If you get Blackout Bingo, you get a Worlds 2025 unlocked box. At this point, anyone's legend, I think, is like the forefront runner because they did beat Genji, but it was only a best of 1. So I do think a lot of people still think that Genji will win. Oh, Green Dove, thank you so much for being here, love. Is the stream in the background muted? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, guys.
Which was owner, the very early invade, and we see Humble Life also taking.
Can you hear it now?
That Kiana banned away from Jinja.
Well, Aurora, Azir, both very powerful mid laners open with the Rise.
Everything good now?
But we do know that CFO do have a tendency to lean more towards this Aurora,
Okay,
especially
perfect.
with some of the
Thank you guys for
from Hongqiu, Yunara,
letting me know.
another big one. I feel like if CFO don't prioritize it, this is something that Viper will happily take off the board.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't really spoken about, which is a little bit more of an overarching thing, is the fact that we had 2 days off. And so developments could actually exist here in this draft.
Everybody get your bingo boards. Everybody get your bingo boards.
Priority for quite some time. I imagine that the Yunara Azir is looking like a pretty comfy lock.
Also wonder
Yunara Azir. How am I already hungry, y'all? Like real talk.
I do think the combo with Orianna specifically does really hold up to scrutiny. This pick for Viper would be no surprise. And
what do you think about T1? So sad that they're 1-2. Very sad, actually. I mean, the Gen G loss is kind of understandable. The Flying Oyster loss, concerning. I'm not gonna lie to you. So it's either T1 advances or 100 Thieves advances when they play on, I think it's Friday. Never been sadder in my life. Because whoever loses goes home, and I really want to root for 100 Thieves, but I don't want a Worlds without T1. Girl, can you yawn real quick so I can have an easy bingo square? Don't you worry. It's gonna happen at some point during like tonight.
And then there was a large period where he could kind of play everything. And then this year,
can we use the same bingo board on multiple days, or is this one just for today? This one is just for today, due to the fact that like different teams are playing on different days, so I have to change the bingo squares. So if you notice that today, you probably have a square that's like Hongqiu solo kills quad or something. Hongqiu solo kills Zeka, I think is what it's supposed to be. That can't happen tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to change that to Chovy solo kills. I forget who the mid laner for top esports is, but you see what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't even be possible. I have a faker Ari, that's not a problem. If Ari gets picked, you can mark off that square. Seb, there should be a square that says like Kim says she's hungry. That one would be appropriate, but like I would have to say like I'm craving XYZ.
Into what CFO already have, and they do still have the ability to pick an AD carry that isn't bothered. That for me is always one of the big tests. If you're playing something like Sivir, that will be something where you do really struggle playing into that.
Super excited to announce that Riot Games said that they want to sponsor bingo, so we've got prizes coming.
Second round of bans. We'll see where CFO's
I think that's freaking huge. The fact that they even want to do that, the fact that they're supporting the stream. Does bingo start on minion spawn? It's gonna start once we get into game. Since I did start stream a little bit later. Normally I like to open bingo an hour before the game start, but I was asleep. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you. So I am going to close. But bingo has officially started. You can start marking stuff off, but I will lock bingo once we get into game. So if you want to get your bingo board, you need to get it now, because if you do not get it, you won't be able to play. So make sure y'all get y'all's bingo boards. Exclamation point bingo in chat. 2 regular winners for bingo. 2 regular winners for bingo tonight. $10 RP gift cards. If you get blackout, which means all of your board is crossed off, you're gonna win a Worlds 2025 box. Dude, I am so tired of Jarvan the Fourth. I am going to I think I'm going to put on bingo for tomorrow, like Jarvan loses a game.
it's going to be the Rumble locked in though for Zeus. No real surprises.
What I love that we're
there,
in
but not
now is
necessarily
the best
something
of
we say
threes. There's
checkmate
no
as
longer
far as
best
top
of
lane
ones, so
is concerned.
we will be getting
Doggo's
some
Draven was pretty
variety
good.
from these
Last
games.
time we saw it.
Against a Jarvan, that would surprise me. Jarvan Rumble seems
Oh,
like
wait. Anybody got Draven pick?
No, I'm with you.
ambitious dating.
Anybody got Draven pick?
Are we going to see the lane
Dude,
swap
it's
come
so
in
weird.
again,
I had a
though?
dream
That's
about
true,
Doggo.
because he's already taken out
It's
the
so
T1
crazy.
top laner of now in a solo kill. Maybe
You
he's
might
going
get
to
your
do the
Draven
one
pick.
previously as well.
No way
Never
he
mind.
locks
No,
in
no, that's not
Ezreal.
Opportunity. I do think
No
I'm with
way
you,
he
Benny. I
locks
think
in
the Draven
Ezreal.
was a really big risk. Even in that game, I think the Draven.
All right, everybody boo. Everybody boo Doggo. Boo. No, truly, Cupcake. Ryan, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the Mother Redacted Channel Squad. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. He really played in not only y'all's face, my face, everyone's face.
Oh, no.
Anybody got
That was-
Enchanter pick?
Oh, thank goodness.
Anybody
Okay.
got Enchanter pick?
And this is a bit of a special
We're getting a
one, right?
Nami. I know I put Enchanter pick on there because I just typed that in. If you have Enchanter pick on your board, you can cross that off. Nami just got picked.
Looking to engage on your backline.
And it's
Hello,
actually really
hello,
interesting,
hello,
right? Because
Jamal.
one of the
Are
old
any of
players
these
on this team,
unconventional picks?
Delight, when he was
No,
a pro,
unfortunately.
was an incredible Nami
None
player.
of
He was
them
known
are
as playing Enchanters.
unconventional.
We'd see him now as like engage,
All pretty
engage.
standard.
But that's what he developed himself as alongside Hannah.
And while you mentioned, bro, Delight got.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Another one,
This
thank
was back in
you.
like 2022.
All right,
when Bro
guys,
wasn't
we
really
are about
much
the
of a
once
threat.
I see
On this
green,
recon
once I see
specifically,
Summoner's Rift, I
looking at the
am
composition for Hana, I think
locking
it's very cohesive.
bingo.
Obviously plays
Please
very
make
well,
sure you
very far
type
forward.
exclamation
I do think they
point
can struggle, with
bingo
the lack of front
in
line if they end up
chat
getting
if you
into, like,
want to
these
get
kind of
your
classic
bingo
front-to-backs.
board.
And the early skirmishing has
Exclamation
been the
point
biggest thing in
bingo
this tournament.
in
And I do
chat.
think that Zeka's laning phase in
I
particular
will
have
be
to good
locking the
here
bingo
to buy Peanuts the
boards.
space to go for these early plays.
Yeah, I mean, what I
Let's
think is
go,
interesting is HLE have a lot
Zeus.
of
Yes,
damaged threats, but their engage is
crazy.
very
Yes.
quick. Jarvan and Rakan are very
We are playing
fast
bingo
ability to
tonight.
dive onto the
Riot
back line,
Games
and
has
Rumble can
officially,
immediately follow
over the
that up with his
weekend,
ulti,
I was
with
talking to
both Viper and
Riot.
Zeka kind of doing
They
what
said
can
they
to
want to
hit whatever
sponsor
target
bingo,
becomes the
so they
closest.
will be
Whereas I
giving
feel for
prizing.
CFO, while I think it's a little bit
If you
easier
get
for them to gain
blackout
space, because
bingo,
what's Cassante afraid of?
they
You
said
know,
they
when
will
that
be
track is being started
providing
by
a
HLE,
Worlds
he can walk up,
2025
he can acquire some
Unlocked
space for them.
box.
He's got that Orianna, he's
Bunch
got
of
that
goodies
Nami
in
behind
there,
him,
so
but their
make sure you get
engage
your
is not
bingo
the easiest
board.
to pull off. You've got a Xin Zhao that can dive in. Cassante doesn't have the easiest way to start off the fight, and I think that as long as HLE play
Oh my
with
gosh,
their
Jamal,
range,
that night I
it's
was
much easier for them to
so
kind of get advantage in
tired.
teamfights,
How do we share our
leverage the
bingo
poke.
cards with
And I
you?
think in the 5v5,
Aluna,
I do give
once
the
you
edge to
get
HLE.
bingo,
Yeah, it's feeling very
you just tell me
committal
what
on the
name
side
you
of
typed
CFO,
in
but that is exactly what CFO
for your
do.
bingo card,
They
because it makes you
uncommit to
type in your
fights
name.
all game
I look it
long,
up and I'll
we're
confirm
gonna
it with
see
you on
whether they'll
stream.
do it again here in game number 1 as we get onto the Rift for this best of
All
3.
right.
Don't worry, guys. We are just
I
gonna
am
be
now
promoting a team to our top
locking
8
bingo.
rather than saying goodbye to anyone in this best of 3. Still a chance
As soon
for
as I
either of
find
these
where to
teams
lock
if they
it.
don't make it through this one. But then it's do or die as the Gyos do come through.
You know, those power rankings that we just saw at the top. I know, obviously, these power rankings,
Okay.
the statistics that come in behind them is Ginger looks
Lock
a bit of a
game.
revision.
No one will be allowed to join your
You know, there's
game or
always a lot of
create
conversation
new
that happens
cards
around them,
while
right?
this is
Arguing,
enabled.
is HLE actually the second best in the world right now? Is CFO number 5? Like, you can debate for
Is
days.
KT the best team in the world right now?
Excellent question.
Yeah, it's a very good question.
Yes.
That's
This
why I
is
love
now
wrestling with you.
locked.
Good call, Max.
What I love about it, and what I think it really
Ooh, Sky,
demonstrates
my
is
weekend was
the
insane. Holy
unbelievable
moly.
amount of
Y'all,
growth that
I
we've
was
been seeing from CFO
followed
throughout the year. The fact that they
by
have consistently
two
challenged
strange
these top
men
teams, but unfortunately have
at
always just
night.
fallen short
Was
of being able
terrified.
to beat them. Just shows
Was
the level of which they've
terrified.
risen to, but
I
also
have
shows
so
just the
many stories to
potential
tell
that
y'all. Like,
exists
it's
in this
not
roster.
even
To upset HLE today, I
funny.
think would
Do
be
you hear me?
monumental for them
It's
and
not
the
even
league.
funny.
Yep. Having a look here.
No,
at,
like,
the year
Bree.
that CFO,
When I tell y'all I
they have
was
been just
terrified,
kicking
but
goals
luckily
all
my
over the
hotel had
place, and
security.
The other side of the coin isn't the same
It
story,
was-
right?
it
And I
was
actually love
scary.
this as a
It was
barometer
scary.
for how HLE is going to look, and
Not
to
all men,
measure
but it's
the
always a
performance of
man.
CFO and how much they've
So,
improved. Already, you can see
I
that this lane
was
matchup, not
going
exactly the most
home
fun for
or
Zach.
going to my hotel. Does emoting on a player mean the dance emote spams, or do emojis count? Dance emote or emojis, like when you, like if they thumbs up or something in game, yeah, that's what counts.
That's not an easy thing.
That is not
people
an easy thing.
are
known hard thing actually to
very
get
weird.
going
I hope they
consistently.
play
As
Jinx.
looking at both junglers currently
Hope they play
have
Jinx,
towards the
honestly.
outside of the map. We also have actual just normal lanes,
Should have
which
called
are
me.
low.
I would have aired
We're
that
also seeing
place
this
out.
early
Nah,
game, just
truly.
pressure from CFO all
Insane
across the map.
work.
Honku playing
Insane,
hyper-aggressive in the
insane
mid
work.
lane, making
So,
sure that he
I was out at a
leverages the
party
strength of Orianna.
with
The
my
bot lane 2 versus 2, the
agency
additional sustain
and
that Kyle can bring
Electro.
on the Nami means that he can help
If
the
y'all
Ashe
know
get better early
Dylan or
push. And on
Electro,
the top side of the map,
I was
Rumble
walking
doesn't
home
have
with
the same
him,
threat that he will later on into the
and
game. So
so
CFO playing the
appreciative
three
of
pushing
Electro
lanes
because he
now.
walked
I'm
with
very
me
curious as to
there
what
and
Chim Chim
back.
will do with that pressure, because
So,
when it comes to star power,
we're just
he is
walking,
kind of the shining star
and
of
you
this
know,
team,
you know how
and it makes a lot of
sometimes
magic
you're
happen
just
for
like
CFO.
passively
And Peanut has
nice.
been one of
So
the
like
biggest
I'm
early
walking, and
instigators
this guy
in the
that we're
entire
walking
Arcade. He
past
loves to
is
flush
like,
over
hey,
balls early on,
and I'm
trying to go
like,
for these really
hey,
aggressive
and I
level
just
3
keep
games.
walking, right?
We're not gonna
You
see
know,
any of
like,
that
you know
this
how
time
you
around.
just
The both players
passively
have just decided to go
say
for a
hello?
full clear.
That's what I
He was
did.
gonna cross 'cause obviously he
Should
wants to
not have
try
done
and
that.
pull away
I
from
now
the bot lane, but is
realize
so
you
heavily pushed
cannot
in.
passively
He
say
should
hello
still
to
be
people.
able to get his crab there.
So
Yep, going for a little bit
he's
of a
like,
wrap
hey,
here. We'll see
and I'm
whether
like,
he is
hey,
actually looking for
keep
Honku.
walking. And then he's
Instead,
like,
going to be a little
where you
distracted
going?
by
How you doing
You
tonight?
need that crab.
And
Gotta
at
get
this
crab
point,
first. But
I'm
then he
like,
might
no,
head into this mid lane to try
I'm
and
not doing
punish,
this.
a bit of the
So I
shot
just
as
keep walking. I don't say nothing,
Gonna
right?
finish off his clear as,
And
the
then
Marcian
he
junglers are
says,
going to be mirroring each other on opposite sides of the map. And you can see here,
oh, you
Zeus,
being
level
bougie
4,
tonight.
feeling a whole lot more
I
comfortable
like
in
that.
this matchup.
And I'm like,
Speaking of matchups, things actually are.
let's just keep walking.
Noticed is that Honku on a
Let's
champion is
just
pretty
keep
comfortable on,
walking.
guys.
I'm just
11-2
not.
His whole career on this champion.
I'm just not
That
gonna
is a
do
lot
this.
of games for someone
So
so young.
I keep walking, right?
Not only that, I want to highlight again the contrast.
Oh,
in
we're getting a little engaged. Doggo in a little bit of a pickle. I love that Viper is fighting back. I love that. I love that.
The contrast
So,
coming into the series
we
compared
just
to
keep
where the beginning
walking.
of the year where Zeka was
This
picking
man
Yone
is now
and Zed
following
and
us.
actually did have like really flashy performances.
This man
on it.
is
He's
now
known for
following
being the
us.
champions for the longest time.
And
But
so
coming into this series, I
I'm
think that
like,
we've seen
you know,
Zeka
every
still
now
kind
and
of
then
struggle
looking
with
back,
the
this man
issues
is
he
like
had domestically, where he's just not
trying
able
to keep
really
up with
perform
us.
to his
And now
highest
he's
level.
like
And that might be an
yelling
opportunity that
stuff
CFO are going
at
to be looking
us.
for.
And he wasn't a homeless man. I think he was just drunk. But like that doesn't make it okay, right? So we're just walking. Me and my agent and Electro are talking. We're just yip yapping. And then we pass by another man. Scary X2. Okay, we passed by another man. And this man is like, dang.
Certainly was.
And then the guy who is following us is like, I know, right?
I'm really looking forward to when
And
you
they
come to the Aussie
both
next year.
are now talking to each other as they are
Oh, sorry,
both
Betty.
following
I
me.
need to say it like lots of times.
They are collectively
I mean, it's obviously Andy.
following, discussing, and saying things about me as if I can't hear them
Taking a bit of damage here.
as I'm trying to get back to my hotel.
Right. The pressure from Honku is
That is
just massive.
That is
And you can see it
crazy
is
work,
being
bro.
demonstrated in that 10
They
CS
were
gap.
not
He's
friends.
gonna move on
They
over here. His
didn't
control is
know
going to
each
meet
other.
Banana Brush.
Like we
This dragon
had
will be
walked
going over to
2
jungle
blocks
without
at this
too much
point.
of a
So
contest
this was a
by
new
HLE
man.
just trying to get the information that they're looking for.
Crazy work.
Humble Life already swapping
Crazy
away, not
work.
looking to contest this one.
So at this point, now that we have 2 men following, luckily I am also walking with 2 men,
You think they want to kill Honku?
so they can't think
Well,
that
they're
like,
gonna go for it here as Empress Divide
oh,
will pick him up. We'll see whether he can get himself out of that.
Hong Q is gonna give first blood over to HLE. Who got the kill? Okay, so Zeka got the kill. That's good scaling for Azir.
Delight was there, Zeka was there, Pino was there,
They
and Zeus
bonded
were there.
over it.
Doggo
13.
trying to get a bit of chip damage down onto Zeus, but he's going to walk that one off. But it is first blood over to HLE.
So none of the men you were with didn't call out his cat calling, so we were all scared. But my agent was like, no thank you, and we just kept walking once the second guy joined in. So now both of these guys are following us, yelling things, talking amongst themselves about me, and we're just trying to walk. So you know how like when you're walking in a city and there's like a stoplight, like you're not supposed to walk? We blasted through those, okay? We did not want to be on the same block as these individuals, okay? We were jaywalking, we were indeed. I was praying so bad that we didn't get hit by a car, but luckily again it's at nighttime, so so like there's not as much traffic. No, like, is that not crazy, Jamal? Is that not crazy? So we're now walking, and like I think we have probably about 5 more blocks until we're at my hotel. So what we do is we try to shake this guy from following us. So instead of walking straight for another 5 blocks, we take a left turn to get off the same street as him, and then we continue walking straight. This man runs through the intersection to keep up with us. Runs through the intersection to keep up with us. At this point, I'm terrified, y'all. The fact that he tried to catch us like diagonally, like I've never, I don't think I've ever been so scared, like low key, like on the lowest of keys. But then luckily a third man started yelling. Luckily a third man started yelling. Oh, Doggo just killed Viper. Holy moly.
So Doggo, he's got loads of tempo vibes.
Absolutely. There we go. Shockwave gonna come through as
whoa, wait, they really trying to get these kills. Hold on, story will resume. Are they gonna get both of them? Are they gonna get both of them?
Both under full health. And Cataclysm does put Doggo
oh my gosh, Doggo
is able to help pick that one up. Is that going to be Feats of Warfare? There it is. As the Orianna collects it now, Zeka finds a
oh, is Viper getting a triple here?
And Viper's made his way back to the fight. Kaiwing will be the
okay,
first one to go
Zeka
down
gets
in this
another
next
kill.
Team fight is on cue. No mana and not a lot of a chance to get himself
okay,
out.
flash.
But he is going to be able to flash. Still, Zeka able to pick it up. A double for
okay, so even though 3 kills were gotten for CFO, 3 kills are on Zeka, who is going to scale. That man's going to be hurting. Both of these kills. They weren't crackheads. I just think they were drunk. Well, at least I think one of them was drunk. So yeah, a third man starts yelling, but luckily the third man does not start following. So the man who was trying to keep up with us the most, who like crossed in the middle of the intersection to keep up with us, they started yelling at each other, luckily. So I did make it home to my hotel safely. Luckily, my hotel did have security posted up at the door. So if said man made it to my hotel, security would have handled that. In addition to, driver, are you good?
And now the all-out does have to be employed. Can Driver do the funny
He's
business?
just dead.
He uses the flash to try and
there's no way he survives this.
Options. Does eat that CC very nicely, and oh no! He just gets himself out.
Driver said, I'm sorry.
I thought that when he used the W.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Here, I think.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, my agent in Electro made sure to walk me home and that I was safe and sound in my hotel. God bless them. Scary times.
Kaiwing as he gets aggro underneath the tower. The EQ doesn't really result.
A baddie like you bringing the world together. Yeah, just
with the arrival of Zeka, I love this
men can
3-man ultimate to set up for Viper to come
discuss and objectify me. Love that.
He's got items. And he does enough damage to work with Zeka after CFO have already used all that.
He probably had about 300 HP. So if you notice Shadow on health bars, there are little ticks. They're little ticks. The ticks, the smaller ticks represent 100 HP. When you see a full line,
there is the tidal wave
that
comes on through, but Honkyu's already dead. Cataclysm will be avoided.
Oh my gosh.
He's out of the fight. He's out of the pit, and there is no hope.
It's 2 for none.
This time. It is a
but they got the dragon. CFO did get the dragon, but HLE got 3 kills. So is that worth? I just don't know.
On the Azir, 5-0.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous.
But also Zeka is the one with all of the kills. Viper has assists.
And now he's hit 2
but
fantastic shuffles here in this game, just trying to ramp himself up perhaps As right now, might be eating my words, have done that already this game, so do need to be a little careful, but we are going to be saved by the replay of the Dragon Fight.
And the target focus from Zeka is
But yeah,
fantastic.
if you look at Zeka's HP bar, like that gap in his HP bar is 1000 HP.
Quickly connects onto them. Doggo has to escape to safety. As they're able to find that
I'm a
kill onto the
therapist. If you need to
Orianna.
talk, I
This
got
is
you.
the
So
thing,
sorry that
Orianna
happened.
is a
It's
very strong
crazy.
champion
I'm
in the
good.
current meta. When you don't have
That was just
flash,
crazy.
you're a very
So my
vulnerable
friend
champion,
group wanted to go
especially
out
with the amount of
to like
mobility that
a
HLE
party
has
after that, and I was
access
like,
to.
you
And
know,
we talked about it earlier, right? Speed.
I think I'm gonna
HLE's
stay
composition
in.
is fast,
I
and I feel like that CFO are being punished in the setup for some of these objectives.
I think I'm gonna stay. I think I'm gonna stay in. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm very glad I was safe. It has me thinking like maybe I should carry something on me. Not that I would ever walk home alone at night by myself, but like, what if that man was like even more deranged and like really walked up on us? Like, I do think I should have something on me.
Yeah, going all out here as the equalizer goes down. It just puts a wall between himself and Driver. There's the knockup and the punishment to come in. I'll hold it until he's actually dead, and there he does finally go down. Some revenge here.
Get that blicky on you. Call you Fortune, because Fortune for fools.
Feels very omnipresent right now. It's probably because we just came out of a replay where
Are you talking about TwitchCon? I am indeed.
The man is covering exactly where he
am
needs to at
indeed.
just the right times. As Zeka.
Yeah, looking for Honkyu here as the quickness comes in, and Delight will just hold him in position. Emperor's Divide, perfect position, but he's not dead just yet, and Ginger is making his way down. HLE, a little bit of a split decision, but Zeka decides he wants to get the kill as there is the tower going down.
I should probably get something to keep in my purse.
Shutdown will go to Ginger. That's a small moment of respite for CFO.
Yeah, you gotta stay. Either stay with a man, because like, you know, a man might counteract a creepy man's creepiness, you know? They're like, oh, she's with a man,
Yeah, Viper taking so much
not by
damage.
herself,
That
you know?
has been finished. The knockup from
Viper!
downtown. As Barrier
Does he
is
have
trying
ult?
to keep Viper
He doesn't
alive.
have ult.
Meanwhile, here
He's
on the
fine.
bottom side of the map, Ginger is in trouble as Zayas is down here as well. That's a great ulti, and Ginger is going to be able to keep
Yeah,
himself
CFO
safe.
is struggling in this here early game. They have the objectives, but
And as you can see here,
I think Zeka is a little bit too strong right now.
Zeka with a whole lot of extra money against the biggest powerhouse of this
I just
team.
this KDA Ari on Saturday and had a ton of weirdos. It's crazy. It's crazy out here.
HLE, I mean, I just took a quick glimpse.
The
of
only
minimap, but
reason
it's
why
just
I'm
red
scared of
wards
pepper
littered
spray is because,
everywhere.
like, if the
Some of that
wind
deep vision that
blows,
HLE had gotten on the
doesn't the
bottom side
pepper
is now
spray
wearing
come
off,
back
but
and, like,
they have such great
get
information
you?
on CFO's movements, and they're already ahead of the play. Peanut has been there.
The
ready
thing
to
is,
set up
there's no
these
way I could
objectives,
have been
and
able
more
to,
CFO
like,
have been able to steal
carry
few of
a
them away,
knife
given
on
they are
me
sitting at 2 dragons right now.
because
This arrow
I was at
Duncan, I mean,
TwitchCon.
why do I say it's Duncan? Of
So it
course
would
they
have
will
have
challenge
to,
CFO.
it would have had to have been like pepper spray or a taser.
Zayas just going to be able to steal it away. Feats of strength come in as well, but there's a great equalizer from Zayas. Cataclysm comes down, and there is the quickness as well for the charm. Ginger is immediately going to get punished, and they may not be able to get the eye, but at least they have some cool shoes.
I love that Ginger is just
Also, a knife is
exquisite
scary.
at winding HLE up. He is diving in solo. The fight doesn't go their way, but they steal away the objective once again. And CFO showing their aggression as Doggo.
Another arcane shift forward as Peanut.
Okay, honestly, I love how scrappy they are. I hope T1 doesn't get eliminated. Ash, I am so terrified for that 100 Thieves T1 game. Because it's either NA gets eliminated or T1 does. And I don't like those. I don't like that either or. You can also use an alarm in case of the R word and ends with an E. It can be placed on a keychain. Yeah, and it's like very loud.
You can see when they need to regain control of an area, it's quite hard.
I also think, like, have y'all ever seen like Brass Knuckles or something?
Yeah, can't watch the replay in this one.
I also had a lot of stuff in my purse, so I could have whacked somebody.
He does flash. He himself out of the way. Wind becomes lightning, goes the wrong direction, but there's the shot.
Nice ulti from Honkyu. Okay, they're getting their little, they're getting their little lickbacks.
As he has been the target from HLE throughout this game.
Girl, we all know full well T1 gets eliminated. You know, maybe 100 Thieves surprises us. I don't know.
and Infernal Soul is a big deal at the same time. Honky this time in
I do think I'm ready to say goodbye to BLG though. I'm not gonna lie to
Still
y'all.
waiting for this Rumble to come back up again, and right now CFO do have control of the area. 50% on that health bar. Zeka gonna need to find a fantastic shuffle if they want to win this fight. Orb does come down. Honky still with no mana in this fight. Great double knock up in the back line, and there is the flag and drag. At the same time, exhaust onto Doggo. He's put in the Cataclysm. Zeka takes down Kaiwing, and HLE have found
Zeka just free firing. Oh, Viper going in, but he might have got too much dip on his chip.
Disengaged with that blast going, but they will be able to get themselves the dragon. Honky burning, but Zeus will not be able to find that kill, and my goodness, that could have been way worse for CFO.
And that was the light that set it all up. He went for a flash charm into two.
At least Fly doesn't have to worry about PSG this year. Isn't that crazy, Munchie, that they got eliminated? Holy moly.
Honky doesn't have a lot of mana, doesn't have a lot of health, and no ultimate, so really this feels like a 4.5 versus 4. But the engagers from Hanwha this game
now I want
so
chips and dip. Ooh, some guacamole does sound good. I made some meatloaf, so I might go grab some of that.
Back and forth over the wall. Doggo playing at the very edge of life and death, as he's able to almost take out Viper, who heavily committed.
Yeah, that is like one of 100 insane stories from this past weekend. As more come to my mind, I will tell y'all. I don't even. I know this happened at TwitchCon, like I was in San Diego, but it did not happen at the con. I think these were like San Diego natives, and they were just
at the point
weird
in the game. So I don't blame him for that one, but still gonna have to get themselves together if they're gonna win some of these team fights. CFO not out of this one.
Can
yet,
the casters curse on World's stream? They're not supposed to, but I have heard like a couple of explicatives.
The fact that they've contested every single objective, and they've stolen most of them, and the fact that they still commit to these fights, even if these fights don't look optimal, sometimes it backfires, but other times they find ways to
they're not supposed to.
It's important to realize that right now it is HLE
sometimes you know stuff slips.
A lot of it is sitting on the important carries of Zeka and Viper.
Question: if it says the same ADC is picked in both series, means a good AC means an ADC from these 3 games is picked in the next 3 games, right? Correct. So, if Yanara, who is currently in this game, is picked in the next series of G2 versus FlyQuest, then you can check that square off.
Peanut's gonna look for an exit kill here.
A little bit of an angle perhaps.
HLE kind of letting their gold lead dwindle, but they did pick up the dragon. And Peanut really got that man locked up. I'm kind of sick of Yanaras as well. Absolutely can.
At the rest of the map that CFO can trade for. Those neutral objectives are unavailable on Archon all the way up in top lane. CFO didn't really have the tools to get out of that situation. Ideally, they would have loved to convert it into another tower, but it is important to remember that HLE right now have 3 towers standing. The CFO really can't get close.
CFO is still holding on to the mid lane turret though, and I think otherwise we might have seen Humble Life already way deeper into the enemy jungle. This time the rotation wasn't in time.
Who's your favorite NA team? Team Liquid is my favorite NA team, but they are not here.
Was at that point just shy of the second item. That could have been a window
where
Humble Life pulled the trigger. Not going to be the case though, and this Archon certainly
they're
to be
buffing
what the next
her?
fight says. As I say that,
what are they buffing?
Yeah, Viper is just hitting it. Peanut going to turn up as well. There is no vision available here for CFO. And Kaiwing, like you say, he's going home.
Do y'all think it's weird that you can see autos like that? Like you're able to see the Yanara autos hitting something if there's no vision? Like why does that happen? How come you can see some autos? Whoa, huge Orianna ulti from Hong Q. Oh my gosh, are they gonna kill Zeka? That's so much shutdown gold if they do. Doggo? Oh my gosh, he lives.
and Delight will also be safe on the top side. Man, they're not allowed
Yo,
to
low
get away
key,
with
you can,
that.
if any of y'all got survives with sub 100 HP, I don't know if he had sub 100, but I'll allow that. I'll allow that. Y'all can check that out.
Mid lane was getting pushed in, and now HLE can reset back out onto the map, which means that CFO,
Doggo
even
is
though
pretty
they find a
cute.
good shockwave, they find a good fight.
Hello, Unblue. Hope you're having a beautiful day today.
Oh, that's so unfair. Doggo does have to back away here.
A little late to the combo, but a good taser is the 2-in-1 by Saber. It has a grab guard, so it could still shock someone even if they tried to grab it out of your hand. I might lock into that. 2-in-1 by Saber. Because yeah, after that situation, I do think it might be time to why did he stay?
Equalizer went down beforehand though, and Ginger in a little bit of trouble. He's still going forward. Delight will be able to deny him, but I do love the idea at least. Another Peanut to come through. It's Peanut gets
Yo, they're
taken
just
down.
fighting.
There is Viper finding a decent amount of damage, but they cannot do anything without their job, and that should be sole point.
Oh my god, the Ezreal ultimate almost got Delight because his
I do think that like I need some sort of protection because that was like I feel like if that man really wanted to like
Yeah, Honku does manage to get the flash out, and now
Zeka
connects by Kaiwing, but the follow-up, it's just not there. Viper stands in front of his Azir. Now Driver looking for a bit of an angle, but Delight is going to be there for the defense, and man, CFO
I do think if that man really wanted to harm me, he could have.
That is where the lack of engage comes in, right? The best way for them to start a fight have been like these shockwaves.
Because I had nothing on me.
Hitting again and again as Junja follows up.
Carry a bat and just whack hose. Honestly, you're right. Honestly, you're correct.
Identifies that he will just not be able to get out of here alive, so he tries to get the kill onto Delight, who barely survives, as Fetty highlights, even almost gets sniped. But it's this pick.
I might be purchasing either pepper spray or a stun gun.
That is CFO going to Infernal Soul Point, and this game, it just continues to deliver. Striver might be in trouble. There are a lot of people on the way.
Exactly. You've got Viper moving down from the north, as you can see, with Peanut alongside. It could also have been an inner turret as well.
It was crazy because I was talking to my mom after, like, the day after it happened, and I was like, Mom, what can you say to a man to not hurt his ego if you want to like what can you say to a man to like deny them without hurting their ego to where they want to harm you? Like, how can you politely reject a man so that they don't pursue you but also don't want to hurt you? And my mom was like, Reagan, there's nothing.
They've gotten the XP and the
There's nothing. I think saying you're a lesbian would not deter a man. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't say anything. And like, saying nothing is still bad. Like, not saying anything is still bad. That will still set them off. And I don't know if y'all remember, but I told a story about like how there was like a content creator who put out a video where it was like for when she says no, and then they started practicing a set combo. Like, this is literally me living that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. It's so crazy.
Delight making his way forward. There's the quickness. Delight seeing who he can pick up here as the wall. Sorry, the wave is going to be avoided. Cataclysm puts them.
Oh my gosh. Honestly, these Orianna ultis are fire, despite it not working in their favor right there. Oh my gosh. Zeka? Zeka? Oh, he died. Oh my gosh, wait. Viper's popping off. Okay, they get out.
It was a beautiful
so what, 3 for 3?
But it ended as a 3 for 3.
Yeah, like CFO is very much still in this.
And it's the absorption of Delight. Is eventually able to get on top, but I want
They've made that little, what, 3K gold lead dwindle, man.
Dogo's there, and if Zeka hadn't gone that TP off,
Exactly, Kay. In college, I knew a girl who always said, just be weirder than the man. So she always says, I'm sorry, I'm in a rush. I'm about to poop my pants. Wait.
But Junja and Driver just go God mode as they find an escape angle. The blast cone gets them to safety.
Wait, that's kind of fire. And like,
after finding a phenomenal fight,
I was wait, that might be it. Wait, you might have ate.
Something that CFO can't ignore.
And like, I can out crackhead a crackhead. I feel like I can out crackhead a crackhead. I do think I can.
the armband being used by Zeka, but
I can act pretty insane.
The moment of stasis that he's going to be able
Like,
to buy could be the difference.
maybe I should have busted out a little, you know, like done a quick one of those. Like just turn around and just, you know, just start like going crazy. Like, I wouldn't be embarrassed to do that. But also,
there it is, picked up. So got enough money. Now contesting this Baron feels a little bit better. But look at that. It is dead even. One thing we do need to talk about though is pedal advantage with 26 extra
but
pedals.
also,
almost 2,000
I just want to walk home. You know, sometimes you just want to walk home.
So this is still a bit of an advantage for HLE. Still light splashing forward. He finds the quickness to lock down Honkyu. Another phenomenal equalizer from Zayas. And the blast cone will not save the Orianna. Battle Dance gets him out of there. And Delight has been so good. Junja now in trouble. If they lose their jungler, they're in so much dire straits, as you said, Chronicler.
Look at the flash timer.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been followed while walking home from stargazing. The dude was originally walking in the opposite direction and made a U-turn to get behind me. I made a U-turn to walk towards him without hesitation, and he went wide-eyed and went back to his original side of the street. See, that's another thing. Like, I've heard that, like in those like self-defense classes or whatever, sometimes you can deter people by just like direct eye contact, like no smiling or anything, but like just showing them that you see them. Like sometimes that's a deterrent. But like also, I don't want to stop moving to do that.
Because Junja survives, like, it's fine. Honkyu now is his flash available. Humble Life got a dragon, but again, it's only a second Drake, not the end of the world. Doesn't really matter that much. And
it's scary. It's scary out here in these streets. I just got a Quadron Thresh and A-Ram. Does that count for bingo? Hey, off the freak off though, fam. HLE win the series or the match? It's supposed to be the series because that is from the best of ones.
Honkyu, even though he's 2 and 8, has still done the most damage in the game.
But use your discretion.
There was an 8 there. I put it in the wrong spot. That is.
Thank you, Death Ray. Yeah, I'll definitely look into some sort of self-defense.
He's so wary of HLE forcing things that he wants to be present for the fight, and that fight is about to happen right now.
That's exactly what they're doing. Look at Junja's positioning. This is just melting. It's absolutely obscene. Driver goes in there. They're going to see
okay, they secure the Baron. Driver is alone.
Move over, but Driver's going all out, and he needs to get out because that health bar is just missing. Empress Divide finds
Zeka does too much damage. Zeka just does too much damage because he's 45 and 1.
Junja will be able to keep himself alive at least, but Peanut takes down Doggo. There are those carries you were talking about, Malvin.
If Zeka wasn't 9 million and 1, like he wouldn't be able to do this much damage. But unfortunately, he's 4 billion and 1.
Going to be it most likely. All the damage dealers on our life ready to push down that mid lane. Baron buffs there, and CFO.
Body is so T Boston through a party. Cardinal, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 9 months of support. I hope you're having an absolutely gorgeous day today.
Exactly. Nexus turret's going to be the next.
Yeah, imagine I just have every weapon inside of my purse from now on. I actually stopped to ask them, actually, which
challenges, yes, and
Which deterrent do you prefer?
to take down CFO here in
All
this
right,
game
they're starting off nice. HLE victory. Why is Zeka giving Honkyu a harder time than Faker? No, like low key. But like, I do think, Holy Grail, that if Zeka didn't get as fed as he did in that top lane, like what, first 10 minutes I think it was, when he got like a triple kill or something up top. If they didn't get that, then I do think that CFO might have been able to win that game.
It's HLE that put themselves one
Zeka was
game
just
away from the
too
quarterfinals, but I
fire.
cannot stress this enough. After having to resist an unbelievable CFO, I love this team. I want to see them take a game in the series. This wasn't the one because
CFO is great.
HLE withstood it. What a fun game to watch. What a great game to watch, and it came down to centimeters.
The wire, to everything. It was
It really did.
It was great.
The casters, as they tossed it,
No, I don't think that was a throw at Baron because
barely kept HLE alive.
HLE was in the
That just
lead.
made all the difference in this game.
If HLE got
these
ace
fights
there,
have just
then
been
sure.
So fun to watch. You know, we're
No,
starting
nobody
out,
goes
you know, at the
home
top lane
after
play,
today's
and Doggo's,
games,
like, chasing them
but
down
they
on this
will be
Ezreal
up for
with
elimination
Nami
if they
on him, and
lose.
we're like, getting so hyped. Oh my god, it's gonna be a Doggo moment. But then Zeka ends up getting
I don't
a
think
bunch
there
of
was a
kills off
deathless
the
player that
back
game.
of it, and then it's gonna be a fed Zeka
Everybody
moment. The fights
was,
in this game were just so close and so back and forth. And
was
you know,
hard,
the Oysters getting to 3 Drakes, making it really close. This series is
was
going
hard
to
dying.
There's
deliver.
so much to
Okay, so couple of announcements while we're here, because I wanna make sure everybody knows for the days coming. Every day that Worlds is live, I will be live. And today, guys, we are playing, or every day. Why does it do this? Why is my mouse like freaking out right now? Okay, we're playing bingo every day. We will be playing bingo on stream when Worlds is live. I have been in the talks with Riot Games over the past weekend, and they said that they will be supplying prizing for bingo now. So if you get blackout bingo, then you will win a Worlds 2025 unlocked box. Okay, so they are sending out another one of these to somebody if they win blackout bingo. We're also getting RP prizes situated with Riot because they have said that they want to sponsor the stream. So do remember, always, I will be live. You can come start getting your bingo card an hour before stream starts. Bingo will be locked and closed after the first champ select. So when Worlds is live, you can still get your bingo board. I will be closing it once the first champ select is over. It will be locked. So shout out to Riot. Thank you so much for sponsoring bingo. And yeah, super freaking lit. So glad that they wanted to like work with me on this. Yeah. Now you forgot a bingo card again. I think it's partially my fault because I started stream 30 minutes before World starts. I wanted to start tonight at 10, but sleep was real delicious. I'm not gonna lie. You messaged me on Discord. All right, bet.
We got so many skirmishes where also thanks to Junjo, I think they can go better. But HLE.
Oh, Munchie, I have not sent out the RP because I'm still working with Riot to get the RP prizing. So if you have one, do not worry. I have not forgotten you. I'm just trying to get everything squared away with Riot so we can send out everything. Also, blackout bingo. If you win the Worlds 2025 box, they did say that they will send the box out after Worlds. So I do think it's just taking a little bit of time to get everything situated, but do not worry. Like, I'm not gonna leave y'all high and dry, like, ever.
And I think they at that point they see the play, right? and they know that their carries are fed.
Good night, Seb. Thank you for watching with us, though. I appreciate you. Was only some people supposed to get a free space? No, everybody's supposed to have a free space. Oh,
they really have no fear of any other players at international tournaments. So you can see it in their play. They have so much.
Interesting.
Great segue. I wanted to bring up a quote from Doggo of Cheap Esports with Arma, where he said, "Everyone has someone they idolize. I don't, because
I guess with bingo, with the H, there's no free space."
And I feel like he embodies that so much, Rob. Is he still kind of your win condition if we go into this game?
Let's see how today goes. This is my first day doing the 6x6. If nobody gets bingo, then I'll change it back to 5v5 or 5x5. Because yeah, nobody has a free space. Because you are supposed to have a free space. I guess some people have it.
That's a great point, but in the end, it's still HLE that are only one game
Interesting.
away from qualifying to the quarterfinals, and they probably say, "We've withstood it once, we can do it again. We need to give them that credit."
What is blackout bingo? All of them are marked off. Marked off. Correct.
We'll be right back with that.
Look at Zeus. Looks so cute. Does he have gray hair? Am I tripping, or did I see gray hair on that man's head? And he is fully 17 years old. He's probably like 19, if I remember correctly. But like, that's so young. Zeus, age, League of Legends. That man is 21 years old. There's no way. Top lane is stressful, okay? That's crazy. Are the boxes just domestically in the States? From my understanding, no. But I will confirm that with Riot tomorrow. That is a very good question. Because like Riot can ship anywhere. Aww. They're so cute. How cute. I have a friend who was getting graying hairs at 17. Were they like super stressed? In the same day, or will those bingo cards be open for the whole of worlds until the first people get blackout? It's a new card every day, because like it doesn't make sense for me to keep the same cards if like we're in best of 3s and best of 5s, because how can Hongq solo kill Zeka tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? Like some people will be like inevitably doomed because it is unlikely that CFO and HLE play again. You see what I'm saying? Because then I'm gonna start getting a bunch of questions like, okay, I have Hongq solo kill Zeka, but they're not playing anymore, or they're not playing against each other. Can I mark it off? Like, I don't want to run into those problems. It can be genetic. I didn't know that gray hairs can be genetic like that early on. I thought it was mainly a sign of stress. It looked like Zeus had like a couple of gray hairs in front, which I do think is likely to be caused by stress. I remember the guy on American Idol who was in his 20s and fully gray haired. I remember him. I know exactly who you're talking about, Misfit. Who won? HLE won. You know what would be so much fun? If I got a secret lab chair as a giveaway. That'd be kind of fire, no? Let me just make a note. Let me just make a note of that. That'd be kind of fire. Best chairs in the business. Secret Lab is releasing something new tomorrow at 10 a.m. PST. Oh. Echo has a chair. I don't think Silas has a chair. What does Infernal Soul mean? It means that, yeah, Infernal Soul is the soul of the game. Yes, come on, Secret Lab desk. I know that's right. I'm trying to decorate my Secret Lab desk. There's 2 series today. Yeah, I sit crisscross all the time, Aluna. I'd be sitting to the left, to the right. Like, I really be just doing whatever in this chair. I really just be doing whatever in this chair. Not gonna cap. But I do think it's best for like flat feet or whatever. Speaking of Secret Lab. I'm trying to get a Secret Lab discount code because y'all, Secret Lab doesn't really do discount codes. But y'all know how I always be telling y'all to just email them and tell them that you broke and they gonna give you like $10 to $15 off. Like I'm trying to get y'all one of those. I'm trying to get y'all one of those. We'll see. We'll see if that ever comes through. Oh my gosh, I didn't go get food. Be right back. Yeah. No, I want to get y'all a code. I really do. So a lot of things are in the works, y'all. A lot of things in the works. I promise y'all, I'm always trying to get y'all something free because like everybody love a little free son. You know what I'm saying? Everybody love a little free. You're back.
He showed him that the bird is the word, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did Delight. Double birds.
Absolutely.
Oh, God.
They flew their way to victory, one could say.
Against the flying oil.
Against the flying
It's a very
oysters.
avian series, is it not, gentlemen?
I mean,
Otherwise, how would they get to them?
what I will say is I felt like that, I think you two will like this one.
Okay.
I felt like that HLE's quick attack was their most effective move.
Oh, it's supposed to be 40 base power, but it felt so much higher than that.
That it did.
I don't know whether it might be 35. Never mind. It's absolutely fine. We are very, very close to getting into champion select
not
here
part of this
for
conversation.
game number 2. You're not a.
No, I don't know the
base power
numbers
of
by heart.
quick attack, really?
Obviously
You
not.
don't know quick attack's
No.
face value?
Guys, come on.
You know it's priority value, though, right?
No. We're talking about the
Okay,
game.
that's
I will
We're
not be
talking about
I am
game, yeah.
never off topic. Okay.
All
So
right, by the
tempo
way,
vibes.
we do have a little bit of a change. So no tempo vibes just yet because now we've changed up the entire unit of CFO with Rest subbing in. So it's going to be a different matchup here for Zeus. We'll see how he does this time.
And if you're I'm not a fan, you've never watched it, this is very regular. It was actually, I'm pretty sure the last time they played Rest for, if I remember correctly, multiple games in a row for the longest that they've ever had.
Yes.
They've been extremely successful in actually running a good 6-man roster, which again, I think is just a mind-boggling feat in and
It's
of
crazy.
itself, because it is just so hard, and it also speaks to the bond that the players have. So it's not a surprise from that perspective. I don't know if it'll be enough to fix CFO's issues, though.
What I will say is, for a while, I felt like we were led into believing that they had like very 2 distinct champion pools, and then every time we cast them, it felt like that they played very similar champions.
Yeah, dude, I was so worried because we see Rest being subbed in. I don't think Scion's going to get banned, and then maybe he just plays Scion
Scion,
again.
yeah.
And we're like, guys, what are we doing?
But a part of their evolution this year has been both top laners not being pigeoned into a single style of play.
Love these bird references.
and I think that one of the big things that we've heard before is that in these high pressure situations, that is where they prefer to have Rest because he feels like the more calm, collected, caller type of top lane player that doesn't really feel the pressure in the same way that Driver does. And so now that they're already down 0-1, bringing in
What I
that
miss.
mindset, giving that opportunity for Rest to jump in and show what he's got, I think is a great adaptation and something that you've already highlighted, Chronicler, that this team has taken full advantage of throughout the year.
Well, I've also seen them do it regardless of like whether they win or lose, regardless
also
of
true.
whether,
Thank you.
How a player
Not a
plays.
thing.
Driver
All right,
was
good.
obviously fine last game, absorbed a ton of pressure, played, I think, a very solid Cassante.
Y'all know I love meat,
Just to highlight that again.
and like meatloaf is like the epitome of just meat.
Champion select soon, but
Oh, they put in their secondary top laner. They took out Driver.
a lot of material to cover.
And this is the thing.
I guess they think that
You've got a new player. sitting
something's
down,
got to
he needs
change.
to get all of his stuff working. You know, you gotta plug the mouse in, plug the keyboard in. Maybe you don't.
You
have
could
to
have
plug the
gone
mouse in,
another
plug the
15 and
wireless mouse.
still not missed a thing.
Whether he's using a wireless
It
mouse.
gives the players a chance to rest, one could say.
Oh my goodness.
Up top.
David,
Also, no,
David Turley's here in the building, is he not?
They actually high-fived, by the way.
It probably came
I
through on
like
camera.
Atlas. He's got my vibe.
Right,
He
bro?
interrupted you with a high five.
No, I just want to highlight, you do still need to plug in like the original.
No.
the wireless
I
mouse.
can't
Well,
eat.
still
True.
Plug it in.
I can't
shouldn't
eat
caught up with
cheese,
wireless
so
mouse.
no
I just
cheese
wanted to
here.
get back to that.
Wait,
That's
But
the
my
same
meatloaf
way
is the best meatloaf I've ever had in my life.
Fantastic business idea.
So good.
Wait, which? Oh, yeah,
Because I mean, surely
True wireless.
Bluetooth has to exist.
No,
soon.
no,
the
this is-
Bluetooth mouse and keyboard.
What if you made a?
Aw,
That's not a thing 'cause of the
that's so
latency.
Why don't you
cute.
just make like the ultimate like Bluetooth mouse though? That
The way people draw Zeus is so adorable.
every other
That
wireless
sounds
thing
great.
ever, and so you just turn it on and you control every mouse in like a 300-meter
Do you know in
radius.
school where you would unplug someone's keyboard and plug yours in instead?
Yeah,
This is the ultimate.
Yeah, I use ketchup.
So good. We're about a minute away.
Fake cheese is no good.
We're
Facts.
talking about it
The
'cause we're thinking
ultimate
about
wireless
gifts
mouse.
for you.
Oh no 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 no
Ready
no
for
no no
your-
no no no
Dearly beloved, we have.
no we're not.
Oh yeah, Raze. No, I've been saying
Talk about gear.
um
Sorry, guys, we do.
so Riot Games is sponsoring bingo now.
Pretty soon, we will have another
So I'm working out pricing with them.
No no.
So just give me
As you can hear him here.
a couple of days to get it all straightened out.
No, we're locked in.
And I promise you I have not forgotten you.
We're gonna talk about the
You
draft.
will get your
I
pricing.
swear.
Just getting it all squared away on the back end.
On his behalf, pretending
Don't even freaking worry. I got you.
No, I don't trust either of you.
one word each, like one of those improv word
Please,
games.
please, champ select, please. Come
They
on.
make those signs there, Salty. Is that not insane?
Have you actually counted how many goodbye speeches you've
No,
done?
and I don't want to know. It's just keep going.
It's so crazy.
Too many.
Double digits?
I
What can
cannot
say?
wait for it to be another.
Aw, he's so happy to be there. I love that.
Oh,
As
excellent.
Peanut, you can
excellent.
see on his face, he's really looking forward to video games starting. He's pretty keen for that one, I could imagine.
Phenomenal. Wow, the atmosphere is electric.
Aw,
on
thank you,
campus.
Yusuf.
Anticipation of this draft. I am optimistic that the draft is spawning momentarily.
I don't know. We're both ADC mains. I think it would be a hard collab, no?
I might.
As far as whether or not it is, I'm going to keep everybody else in
Zeka IU is watching you is diabolical.
whether champion select has started or not.
Zeka IU is watching you is absolutely diabolical.
And that is not a sentence, but that's fine. Here we are, into champion select for game number.
English is my second.
No, literally, Salty.
It's my second language too. I speak it straight.
Like, how do they do it?
First language. Come on, man.
Wow.
Respectful.
Wow, we worked together for how long?
5 years max.
Yeah.
Still
They
don't
banned
know.
Scion again. They know the trick.
They're aware.
Yeah. Still gonna first pick it, as it turns out. As we have the Poppy and the Ambassador taken away, and on
They've got
the
so many
side,
peanut
Zayas
signs.
Come on through once again, but now because it's fearless, we're not gonna have the Oriana or Azir to worry about.
I did stream on Twitter during Worlds last year.
Value for Doggo's gonna go up. I really do think that it's a champion.
I should do that again, shouldn't I? Ely, thank you so much for the 54 months of support. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. And thank you for supporting the stream.
Change their priority and instead lock that one in on the side of CFO unless HLE look to remove it.
And they're like also anticipating the Rise ban that could theoretically come through. If the Wukong is banned, they can't first pick it. They can pick the Rise without having to worry about Aurora. I kind of love this from the side of CFO.
So will it be the Rise first pick? Would you guys consider Zeka a prominent Cassio player?
No.
But Talia.
Rest to me just be looking like,
Do that one. Although it's not my favorite. He like this year.
how do I describe how he looked to me?
Figured out Talia, but it wasn't the one
I think
of the ones in his
He
wheelhouse.
could also say
He be looking like
angle, and I would disagree with them.
God, no,
But
no.
we have seen him do it many a time. As the Rise is gonna come through.
he looked like he thinking all the time.
Last game, and I hope CFO pivot away from is that
He just looks like he permanently thinking.
looked in the team fights and the target selection. Now that draft was
You know what I'm saying?
when it comes
Does
to
that make
Rise,
sense?
maybe pivoting towards a free carry composition is a better angle, and that has nothing to do with the play that we saw beforehand. But having rest also on an actual carry, I think, could create a lot of opportunities for them. Where even if Honky,
Yeah, I think he's like the carry,
they do have a third threat, because a lot of the fights in the last
top laner. So maybe he's like just permanently locked in, man.
when it comes to a single
People say the exact opposite about me.
So I would love to see CFO try to find something with at least a decent amount of threat towards the top side of the map.
Ooh, Trundle.
Blind Trundle is not blind actually, because Vi's already locked in. So the Trundle for Junjie is going to be considered here at least, as far as that answer is concerned. We'll see whether it is going to be more damage. I think it's the top lane that our eyes are really going to be glued, but I don't know whether it's going to be a blind top lane choice here, unless they really want to keep this bottom lane a secret. I wouldn't even mind something like an Alistar, just because it's so good into Trundle. Then you wouldn't have to worry about banning it, things like that. Keep your top side a little bit more open.
If he's an ex-pro, Kim,
I feel like
run it.
Viper is eyeing up a Kai'Sa right now.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm wondering if Doggo just wants to get his AD carry now to potentially...
Gina is a little adorable little boy,
The idea of are they really gonna blind
even though he's not a little boy.
Renekton?
They blinded Renekton.
So
What is he, like 27, 28?
Renekton is picked.
It's Zayn.
I am-
That's what I mean.
No,
Like,
no, I wasn't done. I'm not happy with where it's picked, because Zayas is the guy that will
Are we
contribute
getting a
in a way that will make your laning phase very, very
cute little
I think Zayas has had some
Gnar?
ups and downs, but I think so far at Worlds he has been able to perform, and this was one of his true trade.
Kai'Sa angle for CFO?
Oh no!
Oh.
Wow! That I was. Oh, this is his debut champion. He's so good at Gnar. This is
Everybody likes trolling with J4. Everybody likes playing with Rek'Sai.
play at this tournament.
Yeah, I do think Zayas is like the only one where I remember him having Rek'Sai games also way back where it looked pretty solid, but I'm kind of with you on
I
this.
trust Zeus though.
Renekton, not feeling too bad.
I mean, I guess they just wanted a more reliable dive buddy along.
I trust Zeus.
So that when Vi inevitably ults onto Honky or Doggo, at least there's someone there right next to the Vi.
I trust him. I trust him.
See how things transpire as we move into the second phase. Already the Nico going to be removed from the bot lane pool.
Genghis.
Imagine the support.
Oh my gosh. Hello. Good morning. Well,
Stuff.
I feel Kai'Sa has to be high on the list.
good night.
Like, Viper is known for many a AD carry.
I
but
fear
feel
it's
like
cooked
Kai'Sa
for
is
Russ.
up
He did
there.
go to the LPL to get his Kai'Sa
How do you feel about these Rek'Sai picks, bro?
as well, who did manage to get that one.
Also, what are you doing up?
They do not have
Go to sleep, my friend.
Unfortunately, the Corki going to be the first one taken away though, and it's kind of similar vibe, does a lot of damage, especially on 2 items.
I really like the Corki ban here. Corki to me is one of those AD
Oh, you like it into Renekton? Solid.
Laning phase is good if you compile it in well. We've
I'm getting ready to head to the studio.
at least in the LCK.
What you about to do in the stew?
Wild and power spike is disgusting, and he is really hard to lock.
Ah, co-stream for Fly. Fire. Fire, fire, fire.
A crazy amount of respect, because you do have the amount of dive that will make Draven's life.
I hope our boys win, man. I hope our boys win.
The reason why I respect it is only because we've seen a Morgana at this tournament.
B, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, boo.
Morgana bot lane and being like, yeah, have fun, Peanut.
Oh, we beat EU every time. We
And do damage.
we legitimately
We do have one
beat
ban away,
EU
be that
every
Kai'Sa
time.
taken away, and it will. And
Like,
so
not even a joke.
Now you've sort of opened the floor for like an R4 Caitlyn pick to feel a little bit better. And that
Gotta be
is
right.
what is hovered, at least for now, and locked away. Doggo, what is the answer here to this? Oh my
Doggo, 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 doggo. Don't play with me, bro. 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 I'm on my freaking knees. I am on my knees.
Ability.
Please, 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 please.
Is like, how do you
Yeah, I hope you lose, bro. I hope you lose.
live? That's for sure.
Hope you lose. I hope they lose.
Profile is also
Yo, HLE 2-0.
got that bruiser with the Renekton
2-0.
on the top lane.
2-0.
I will never
2-0.
put Doggo on any champion that he plays. All I know
2-0.
is he doesn't press. You know how
No, because he played in our faces 2 times catastrophe.
they removed his
Yeah.
key.
Go ahead and go home for me, CFO. Go ahead and go home for me.
Yeah, exactly. A big thing that we always talk about is
Dishonor upon you? Dishonor upon your family?
what I mean by that is using your satchel for poke. I'd like to think that Doggo actually satchels himself
Yeah.
into other people
Um,
so he can do more damage.
Also, D is
Yeah, go ahead and head home for me, bro.
realized at the end of the sentence, so that was a little bit unfortunate.
Hey yo, Viper, I want you to curb stomp Doggo. Okay? I'm gonna need you to kill Doggo and then spam control 4 on his forehead.
And when you see a Trundle,
I do.
Cow is pretty good.
I do.
Cow beats
Don't get
Troll.
to subjugate it. Yeah, Cow beats Troll. It's like rock paper.
I do.
I don't know what the other
Delight, literally CC lock him on site every time.
You haven't played that one? Troll Cow Bridge.
I mean, I've heard of it.
Every time.
Lost.
Yeah.
All right,
That's-
Alistair
that's
locked
fine.
in here.
You've got time to figure that one out. Okay. These
What happened? Ash, he hovered Samira for like a solid 45 minutes and then last secondly changed to Ziggs.
To join Flandre is one of the players that's able to make the Rek'Sai look pretty damn good.
Kai, go ahead and roam. No, like truly leave that man alone in lane, please.
Incredible amount
He
of
deserves no support.
You have Leona, you have Ryze, you have the Trundle, which you can
He deserves no support.
get off to a good start. I think we did see them really struggle with
No,
keeping up
truly,
with the
Cupcake.
rotations that
I'm
Hawk has on the
fuming.
map. So we'll see if they're able to find a better answer to that this time around.
I'm just worried.
How long did the first match last? It was like 30 something minutes.
Difficult to execute against
Because that's when they did Baron was like at 30 minutes. So it was probably like 31, 32.
Leona, which I think can be a very good engaged champion. But again, like there's just not a huge amount of CC on the side of CFO, so I feel like they're going to run into very similar ranged problems that they ran into in game
I'm
1.
so pissed.
But hey, we know that CFO is aggressive, so let's see what they can do in the early game.
Exactly right. Both of these teams wanting to get off to some early sieges as well.
I'm so
moving
pissed.
around the map and allocating lanes is
All right, Kingus, have a great stream.
Now it is time to
Ooh.
pseudo hop on
Hey,
as a sepia
any pauses? Any pauses on their bingo card?
Sure, maybe it's, rest. Maybe he did accidentally pick up the God mode mouse. So everyone
Anybody got pauses?
So
no, would have been very
I'm gonna
awkward.
regret this, but the cow bridge, is it like because the troll's under the bridge, so he loses the bridge, or like what is the? I didn't.
I think the cow loses to the bridge.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I
just
don't
a
know.
pause.
Yeah, no, because the bridge is with the Troll's good at bridge.
No, look,
Just a
listen,
sec,
you see,
pause.
So,
Much
yeah,
better at card games. I think.
trolls can play the game bridge, right?
Yeah.
Cows lack
Cows have
the
hooves,
intellectual,
so they can't make it
their
work.
inability.
Is it about hooves or interlegs?
However, trolls are incapable of harming cows, probably because
Still doing
have an unbreakable
bingo.
will.
yeah.
And, there's
And
something that
yes,
doesn't work
it
for
will
everybody.
be live on
I like that
Friday.
you did an actual little gameplay narrative tie-in. That's
Yeah,
good
yeah.
stuff.
What do you mean? Look, that's
How
how
the
the
game
Viper is
works.
so
This is what we
cute.
designed. Vedius and I designed this game.
It's
It
actually
hasn't
been,
really
it's been
caught
I just
such a
wanna-
good use in multiple
Yeah.
countries
Yeah,
around
yeah.
the world.
It just didn't really go that hard in the Netherlands.
If anything, I'm just kind of hurt that you haven't.
There's a
heard
board
about it.
game I don't know
Yeah, me
about.
too.
Board game.
Maybe
It's not even a
the
card game. it's a-
Ziggs
you
pick
just-
was
you can have a
supposed to be
hand.
Why don't you
Samira.
play it right
Oh,
now?
Yeah.
never mind.
We're not going to, though.
We're not
We've got
going
a
to.
job
There's
to
a
do.
more important
Yeah.
game to play.
We're
Yeah.
going to focus on that one right now. First damage going over to CFO as the bouncing bomb does connect onto the cow. Ziggs would be another thing that we could include into the game, but it would make it too complicated. That one's
Diagonal will
Kinda
work for
separate
bingo.
yeah.
Aw.
Ooh, doing some thumbs up. Zeus has been very good at the top laner game,
Any motors?
and you can see Rest having a bit of a go as well. But right now, HLE asserting some dominance as the Gyos come through.
I'm looking at the early setups here. We have Zeus with what I assume will just be the
I
same.
want to
like,
see
kind
a
of bruiser
3-minute,
build here
5-man
for
tower
the
dive bot lane.
Rek'Sai does have Grasp to try and stack as much health as possible. Also, Doggo does have TP, which obviously will help over rotations around the map, but I do think that level 1
I do.
for the Ziggs in some lanes, you can actually see him be pretty oppressive. Caitlyn lanes, I don't think is going to be one of them. Even though the Alistar obviously is really weak level 1, I think just the amount of damage that that Viper can do, plus the fact that they have early
Remind me
access
to
the
never
wave
piss
here,
off Joe.
should mean that might be a bit of a struggle.
Yep, Peanut, 149 international games, and this might be one of the last ones, right? And it will
Peanut?
be. A
Peanut?
few extra best of 5
Yep,
spats
Peanut,
in
get
his
in there,
future if
baby.
They can get a victory here, though. As
Take
Peanut
everything.
does get a ward down on this red buff.
Leave
Sees
them
that it's
nothing.
not there and now moves all the way over towards the chickens.
But he
Now
doesn't win
Junja
that.
is going to see him.
He doesn't win that.
Yeah, and so instead he's just going to
Waste their
annoy
time.
the chickens.
I mean, that's they must have had to read that it was at the top side of the map, that he started there. Because otherwise, I don't know why he would go for reps. I thought at first he was going to go over the pit and then go for a play towards bot side.
It really felt like that his plan was to try and split the map because, I mean, it's something that you do all the time with Caitlyn lanes, right? To try and provide her with that safety. Junja, though, looking for a gank in mids.
Yeah, gets a really nice pillar, and the flash has to be employed here by Zeka. Lots of respect.
That would be legendary,
He gets
holy.
to now move
Junja's
into this
gonna
top side,
invade.
and now is it just going to be a 3-quadrant start? For Junja, this is
Holy,
this
who
is
are you
real
gonna
rough
root for when
Peanut.
it's 100
for
Thieves
Zeka,
versus
you know he's there.
T1?
Like we just
Who are
witnessed it.
you
You know
rooting
his
for,
bot side
fam?
jungle was fully cleared. He
That's just the
handled
hardest
preparing that brush,
split,
really
the hardest
play a little bit more
divide.
towards the other half of the map. There might be an angle for you there, and now Junja. Again, this is PTA Trundle. Like Vi does not get to stand a chance here. Peanut will know.
Oh dear, Peanut will
knows
know
it's
that
up.
this is going down. Gets a ward in there. Vault Breaker comes through. Let's see who wins the Smite fight, because we know Junja is probably just going to win the fight. Zeka is going to move up, though, trying to make that man advantage. Smite does come on through, as Peanut does get his red buff. Flash has to be employed as Zeka
Yeah, this is technically an invade.
to save his jungler and to try and bail him out.
Really nice play from Zeka as he sacrifices some farm in the mid wave to support his jungler. Bit of an over-ambitious play from Junja.
Aw,
I feel
doggo,
like if
are
he'd
you
gone
down
for the
HP?
Krugs, then there was an opportunity for him to steal
Maybe
those
if you were
away without being
Samira,
punished,
well,
but
honestly,
ultimately, he sits
now that I
aside
think
on the
about
red
it,
buff.
playing
He's not gonna
Samira
lose
into
too much
Caitlyn is
outside
kind of
his
troll.
flash, which could come back to bite him
Maybe we
later.
would have gotten the
He picks up the
Samira
scuttle
pick if
crown.
it
He's
wasn't
gonna clear out his
Caitlyn.
top camps. And overall, still
Because
gonna be
I have to
ahead of
admit, playing
Peanut as he makes
Samira
his way
into
back down to
Caitlyn
the
is
map.
pretty
Yep, should
troll.
be scuttle for Peanut
So.
as he makes his way back down towards that bottom side. So
Viper, you might have messed us up, bro. Yeah, Samira into Caitlyn is pretty bad.
That we're talking about
He had pig first though. I thought Viper picked Caitlyn first.
Tempo vibes feeling pretty even between these two squads.
Peanut did ping. Yeah, he's actually going to go for it. So on the minimap, he briefly pinged that he was sending his sight
We
to the
don't
bot
care
lane
about
close. He
logic.
knows that Trundle wants to clear through the top
Yeah,
side.
yeah,
But Junja
yeah.
seems to be reading this super well. He's actually pathing his way towards the bot
We
side.
didn't
Kaiwing
see
is
the
gonna check.
Alistar
Now
pick
they'll
yet,
spot him
but it
out.
was
Kaiwing gets the information. Zenith Blade is
Red
going to
Zai,
get there
Vi,
as well,
and Talia.
as Peanut is behind enemy lines, and now Junja's going to make his way in.
He doesn't have
No
flash.
He cannot get over here, but Peanut just goes straight into his hands. Not sure about that one, as Peanut is just dead. First blood over to Junja.
What a phenomenal read from Junja to recognize
The
that
emote
Peanut
as
would
well?
try to go for the Krugs. I mean, Peanut's early game has been completely usurped through all of
Yeah,
these
I don't know what
reads from
Peanut is
Junja.
doing.
And now it's CFO with first blood.
Yeah, double crab start.
That's with his bot lane having prio as well. So like, I feel like if he just paths toward his own bot
I
lane.
think that's part of the reason why he thought that those would
Exactly.
be safe. But again, he's communicating with Kaiwing saying, hey, can you check the Krugs? I think he's there. And the irony is he goes over the wall. He also should have known that Junja was over the wall. He queues over. I guess he's thinking, I know he doesn't have flash. I have flash. I get to the dragon pit. I can
I'm
flash to
so
safety. But the
confused
pillar
by
then completely
Peanut.
changes that.
Yeah, and I thought the frozen domain was on the ground, although it was the old one. But still, a bit of a confusing situation there. Viper playing into the hands of Junja, and now on the back foot.
I'm really
Currently
confused.
500 gold behind, the largest gold advantage there for Junja, as Kaiwing moving back down towards the bottom side. Elsewhere, we haven't really been keeping up right now. Viper is
Now that you
feeling
mentioned
all right
me
about a wave
co-streaming on
kind of
all
lead as far as
platforms,
farm,
maybe
and
I
Zeus is
should.
doing fine too.
I'm wondering.
Maybe
I've
I
heard a
should
lot of
open
Trundle,
it
I don't
up.
actually knows if he didn't have vision of the frozen domain because he didn't have vision of Junja.
Yeah, right. That's what I kind
So
of thought.
like maybe that was the reason, because I feel like otherwise he would always try to at least queue towards his own team. That said, the read from Junja,
Yeah,
not just to
and
send
isn't
Kaiwing over there, but
Vi's
also
clear
instead of
pretty
going for a
bad and
bait after you've
slow?
already gained a lead, to just immediately
comparison
run
to
and read
Trundle's?
Peanut that well is a really big deal, and we've seen CFO do this before.
He really
That
did
was,
say,
to me,
and I'ma just
the
wait right
main
here,
reason why
Pookie.
they were able to dispatch of T1 the way that they did.
He
is
really
because they had
did.
such a good read, and there was, funnily enough, also owner playing Vi. Back then it was Junja and Kiana, if I remember correctly, and that early lead was enough for them to take the entire game. It's going to be early dragon here now for CFO as well.
Yep, Ocean does go over here, as Junja is going to be able to lock that one up. You can see nice knock up here from Zeus, as the Rek'Sai starting to find a few angles here. Peanut clears out this ward, rest. Does need to be a little careful, as the back will complete, and Zeka makes his way home once more. Does have a tier, which is great. Good to see. But yeah, Rest does manage to get that ward down and will be a-okay. Slight experience advantage here for the
Peanut has made like I think it's like 6 separate jokes in Humble Life content about that, by the way.
Really?
It's like, man, he really does a lot of damage. I wonder if that's related to
My
the
favorite was when Prey like messaged him immediately after the game and Peanut's response was just a smiley face. It's just so good. Oh, man.
Especially given that it's Prey.
Yep.
The history between him and Peanut. As we do have not Peanut. I don't think that 4th invade is the answer.
If at first you don't succeed.
No, I think he wants to Scuttle Crab. I think he's respecting
He will.
Troll King.
Is he on time though? Should be okay. Smite is about
Whoa, my bad, guys. Trying to set up the multi-stream.
As that Prey Seeker going an awkward direction there for Zeus, who does have Peanut standing alongside. You can see these rage bars well and truly stacked up. Zeus is going to eat his to get that health bar back.
And if there wasn't a Tron on the top side of the map, maybe they go for something, but a level 7 Renekton with ultimate, even though he hasn't based yet. By the way, neither top laner has his Peanut.
This is quite clever. He's come... Junja thinks that he's gone away, but he's stuck over the wall, came in through the back. Junja doesn't realize.
Don't dots now, right?
One of the grubs. Well done there by Peanut.
Very cute. It should be Junja being able to grab the next 2, or at least one of them. So that experience lead that he does have should still be there. Peanut with level 6,
He got hacked. I got terrified that I leaked something.
Lock someone down.
You think these 2 top laners just have a pact that we're just gonna not base until our first item?
I hope so.
Wait, he's breaking the pact! This
is kind of ridiculous. Doggo moving up towards that top side. Mega Inferno Bomb does connect. Doesn't quite do the damage though, and now
can the team get up there in time?
The ulti comes through, and Zeus goes down. Immediately, Doggo now at about 200 health. Zeka trying to get himself out of there. He flashes, but the Realm Warp will follow. There's feats of warfare as no one on CFO has gone down yet, and Kaiwing was even looking
I don't like that CFO is winning right now after the Samira,
and CFO finds a
debacle.
Lead here early on. The damage comes down on Zeus. Peanut not able to help in time, and that's a free for 0.
Just extremely well executed from CFO. They waste few movements. After securing the grubs, they turn their attention to top. Rest did the initial damage to allow for Doggo to come in.
Oh my god.
Now they find themselves 3-0 up in kills. They've got a 1.4k gold lead.
Maybe that's the pact. Full item pact.
Doggo getting out unscathed is crazy.
At this play on the top side, and again,
I'm a little bit upset.
Nice trades in the top lane, 1 versus 1. Doggo gonna help secure the grubs, and then the arrival of Doggo in the face of Peanut. And again, we talk about this man only having a W key. Like, he both figuratively and literally. The nice interrupt comes through from Kaiwing as well to stop from Zeka collapsing. And then Doggo picks up that kill onto Zeus. They dive underneath the tower onto Peanut. They get themselves another one. I mean, just flawless in execution and nothing but confidence.
But that play from Kaiwing, I think, is actually what makes the whole play work. If Zeka is at that top side and the dive happens while there's like Talia stones, while you have to play around the W, I don't actually think that maybe you trade like even, but it would be a very different situation. But because Kaiwing gets the cancel, Humble Life is playing a member down or 2 members down throughout that whole sequence. And 1.5 gold lead. Close to this early on is nothing to scoff at.
Certainly isn't, especially when you're looking at then a Caitlyn that gets some free farm to bail you out. She's not necessarily known for that. As Zeus also not looking like he's going to be able to get out of this one either as he takes a bite
I'm so
out
sick
of
of these people playing Rek'Sai top and then just running it.
Defense. Zeus might be out, but Peanut could be in trouble. Honku decides that he wants to kill the Rek'Sai, but it may have not been the right choice. Peanut tries to get himself out. The solar flare connects.
Why didn't Honku finish Rek'Sai?
The Rosie to come on through now as Peanut not able to get over that wall. One bite.
Also, why is Peanut in team?
0-3-0 for Peanut to start this one off.
I mean, Junja is just schooling Peanut in this game. Zeus did so much to
What
get
are
out
you
of what
doing,
was a
my
very
brother?
tricky situation. And Peanut thinks, hey, I'm coming to help. I'm going to escort you to safety. But instead, CFO just turn their attention and say, well, instead, you'll be the target. They pick themselves up another kill. They extend the gold lead even further. And the LCP's first seed holds the gold lead here in Game 2.
It's also Junja on one and then Kaiwing on the other. He was also the one that got the initial setup on Peanut towards the bot side of the map, was able to get the cancel on
Thank you.
Zeka
Another one.
earlier on as well.
Or
CFO
another one. Thank
able
you.
to actually build up that lead even further. And we do know for Hanwha, obviously, that team fighting power is always very good. That is something that CFO is going to have to really respect their ability to turn on a dime. I think they're looking at first item finishes on Peanut, on Zeus, and on Viper. Those one-item spikes do really hit. But if oh, there we go. They're not letting down on the gas.
Yeah, Honkyu makes his way in with Kaiwing. Viper going to try and go for the execute, and he will be able to get it. Flashes out of the Solar Flare to make sure that no one gets the money. Still going for a bit of a dive down towards the top side of the map as HLE. They've come alive. The shutdown to give Peanut some money back, and Delight gets his unbreakable will.
Wait, guys, is the flash worth?
The Croc there on that top side.
The cross map is clean as HLE lose nothing on the bot side, only gain on the top side, and they're going to get some much needed plates to reduce this gold advantage that CFO have been able to build.
And we see Junja
take the flash worth,
though. One of those champions where I actually would have loved, might still be able to make it actually, so I gotta eat my words there. I was kind of hoping with Triforce, as fed as you are going to absolutely shred through this turret. As we can see here, instead they went to 2 Drakes, which obviously is a big win. Nice ult there from Doggo to clear out the wave, as they should be able to get out here, unless he just bases there, but he will see Kaiwing, so I think he should be good to go.
Yeah, tunnels should be employed to get Zeus out of dodge, and does, of course, have the Tremor Sense, so should be able to see if anyone's coming. So, not too much to worry about now.
The scary thing for CFO right now is that it's really great that they're getting these kills, but HLE have demonstrated that they have a really good understanding of how to play the map well. We only have to look at last game where after every single skirmish and fight that was happening on the Rift, they would always, once the play was kind of over, send one person back to already start resetting and making their way to one of the side lanes to start pushing out that wave. And we're seeing it already here. The fact that not only was Viper able to make the best out of a bad situation, they also make a successful cross map. And now Delight is here to cover for what is CFO's strong side of the map. So fortunately for CFO, they do at the very least get a turret to reclaim the gold that they had lost. But it's something that CFO have to be very cautious of as Peanut's running into rest.
Yeah, does manage to find the Vault Breaker here as Viper set up. Let's see whether he can get some of these shots in. Teleport to come forward.
Okay, we got his ulti. Viper now has no sums. 3 are rotating top. Zeus is bot. Honkyu is bot. Oh my gosh, Viper.
And this Caitlyn's going to be real difficult for him to continue.
Wait, Doggo kind of ate that Q though. That W into Q.
And I'm happy to report that Doggo does indeed play the same way.
It didn't land, but it still looked good.
Yes. Runs bot, gets his turret, immediately gets towards the top side of the map to make the action happen there. And I do understand CFO's want, because as you were highlighting, Vedi, these continuous traits, as they happen throughout the game, Hanwha Life in game, one was able to just always eke out ahead with small advantages, but
not you really posting a YouTube video at 2:30 a.m.
Really trying to actually get that break point. And this time, I do think their engage is a lot better. The addition of the Leona,
I'm trying to go live on YouTube.
Flank should really help them, because if this gold lead remains the way that it is, I think you might struggle down the line once Viper gets to more items. If not, though, and you're able to build upon it further, you're already at 2 dragons.
Yep, and Coinbase Gold Grind, as you can see here, Peanut versus Junja. Junja's still in a very good position, but it's kind of stagnated as this game has gone on, and that shutdown money really helping Peanut try and find his way back in. As the Blast Cone, the Mega version, is just going to be denied for just about forever. Delight has to flash to get himself out of that situation, and the Mega Cone finally does come in, and the Realm Warp to follow. CFO, a steak dinner prepared beautifully.
I think we're going game 3, y'all.
Easy pick secured onto Delight. We've seen him miss position here and there throughout this tournament, and fortunately for HLE, that's not going to result. I say that, I stand corrected. CFO, of course, run immediately towards the top side where the Herald is spawned. They know they have the numbers advantage, so they're going to force that objective. HLE are also not really on the right side of the map. Peanut now pathing towards bot, wants to at the very least try and cross-map for this tier 1 out of tower.
Also feels like a little bit of disrespect from Hanwha Life, where in the last game,
Doggo is actually a demon. He's kind of into
Herald now should be leading to that mid-turret falling. Hanwha Life able to get something
kind of eating,
as we talked about, but I think you still take the Herald, especially if you can open up mid lane. And with a Ziggs, you don't even need to actually kill the turret. Peanut might be looking for a play onto Doggo here.
Yeah, might be able to get it into satchel range is what CFO are thinking, but Doggo playing very defensively will just clear out the wave, back away. And HLE still finding themselves on the back foot. They do manage to get that 1 turret, they do manage to get that 1 kill, but that is just not really enough to get them running in this one. And maybe this next dragon is going to be where they try and turn things around. As Chemtech Soul, not exactly the greatest But Soul Point's still going to be very, very valuable here for CFO.
Absolutely. CFO find themselves in a very tense moment where, with this kind of gold lead, with the strength that they have, look at the difference from game 1 to game 2. Hongq now constantly on a side lane, has a healthy gold lead, ramping up very nicely on the rise. Gonna have that Seraphs completed very, very soon, as HLE secure another outer tower. Just that last mid one remains, but this isn't gonna be an easy one to siege. CFO just have so much of the driving factors here in this game.
Yep.
With the wave clear that they've got thanks to Doggo, the TP committed by Hongq. Now it looks like that dragon is going to be their focus.
A whole lot of control here of this river, and they're going to throw down Shelly just to make sure that they retain it.
I'm live on
drive her in, but we do have the wall being set up, and so it's going to have to be a different
YouTube
place
now
to get a headache. Never mind, just swings by, just bypasses the wall.
Oh,
bypasses the turret. That's
he
not what you want to see. There is the cease and desist, and
missed
Junja will immediately get punished, but he does have the subjugate, and Zeka just kind of evaporated
Wait.
off the back end. They still get the charge.
They
How the
still
hell
got
did
the
that
charge.
work? That is so it looked like he missed, but maybe it was part of the play.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Absolutely. We have to.
And they won the fight. What the heck? Oh my gosh, Jay.
Exactly.
You're my first YouTube
really
chatter.
to assess things based on the result. Is now
And he
Doggo
gets
getting knocked
out
up here
for
by Zeus, looking for the
free.
target, and doesn't finish him off. The flash from Peanut will be able to get on in there, and Zeus getting so many knockups in this fight. It is going to be the troll finally
What
going
the
down and getting punished.
hecky?
Viper is at full health in this fight.
This game is
But
not
now it
real.
seems
This
like
is
his
fake.
front line has ran out, and HLE are just trying to get themselves out of there, and Hongq is going to say nope, as they all do take the Realm Warp. And so Zeus might be able to just buy some time here with some tunnels.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. We'll go down for sure here. We'll see who they give the kill to. Looks like it is going to be Rest. Well, maybe an opportunity here as the Dragon is started. Vi does have a good amount of damage here on
Vi
this
is
objective.
on the
I don't
Drake.
think they're going to get the time.
I'm not
Mayhem, Betty.
Perhaps this is an
Babes.
overestimation
There's no
of the
way.
amount of
You
damage that he
don't
can
do this
because
quick
this
enough,
is nowhere near
Peanut.
close, as Rest is going to move himself in. Doggo is teleported over at the same
All right,
time.
maybe
They go
Peanut's
for massive damage onto
smites
Zeka,
are goated.
as Hongq could be in a little bit of trouble,
Maybe
but
Peanut's
Kaiwing
smites
is
are
keeping
goated.
him safe. Peanut realizing
Or
that he's made
he's
a big
deceased.
mistake here as well, as Delight
I don't
gets
know
the
why he
headbutt to
thought he
save
could
his
get that
jungler, but,
dragon.
I mean, this is still just a leash, so they get Soul Point.
Yeah, I think Almost should be happy that they don't just outright lose the
What
game. That
is
could have been
happening?
the end of it. CFO's like, what are you doing? We're not the only one thinking what is going on.
What
This
is happening?
play
What's up,
started with
Sky?
Herald being used mid.
How you doing, babe?
Yes, and I think
Okay, now bring us through this
What is
genius
happening,
play from
bro?
Junja.
the ultimate from Zeka means that there's no path. So what does he do? He goes around the roundabout, naturally. This gives him an angle, but then he misses. He misses the tower. But
Does
he
he?
knew that this would
I'm
bait
watching
them
you in
into
double.
a fight.
Does the
Clearly, that was the plan from
YouTube
the very start.
stream,
because
like,
notice Zeka's position.
that's
He gets
so
airborne. He gets
close.
airborne, and then the chain CC comes through.
How
he
does
immediately
it
dies.
still
Junja ulties,
get the
allowing him
charge off,
to buy
bro?
enough time to flash away to safety. All
No,
the
I
while,
feel like
no
the game
one
is
focused the
rigged,
heralds.
bro.
And then here we
I
see
feel
that
like the
damage
game is
being done to
rigged.
help ourselves. How my life is enough.
No,
to
because like
already take
Munchie,
them out,
what
and then it's gonna be a
incarnation?
hero play from Zeus
Does
here
the
as
YouTube
Doggo
stream
waits
sound
too long.
okay?
He really does, and especially as
And
you
look
don't need
okay?
to do that. Zeus follows up with the
Defiant,
flash.
thank you so much
Doesn't
for the
quite
gifted
have the
sub.
damage,
Hope you're having a
which
gorgeous
is what
day
leads
today.
Peanut to flash,
That
and
was
I think that's what makes this
crazy.
fight awkward. If they
Alright,
have a
it's
little
good.
bit more there, if they're closer to the rest of their team, maybe Viper is in a better position to do damage.
What
but
the
Viper
freaky
isn't
is
that big in this
happening,
game.
man?
And with Zeus already as low as he was, having used all his cooldowns, staying for Peanut, but not able to get more. 3K gold lead now. Soul point for CFO. And I really wanted this to go to Freaks. Game 1 was a banger. So far, so good.
Yeah, we're looking real good for those 3 games, and we'll be looking even
go.
better
Oh, no,
if
no,
CFO can
no,
get
no, no,
themselves
no,
an
no.
Otacon.
No.
I got a Q on my
Steer
phone.
clear of the Otacon. This time, the engage is amazing. Just play
No,
for the fight.
no. Based on the last play that we just saw, I want
It's
someone
the first
else
one.
to
If CFO is
Otacon.
fighting, it's a good thing.
You have
Absolutely.
your 2-item spikes, right? You have your Renekton with levels.
Kind of like the name,
the ultimate,
Herald.
2 items. You have 2 items on mid. No.
So just start a fight on
Stop.
Otacon.
Hope you've been
Yes,
well
here
as
we
well,
go.
Defiant.
Well,
Thank
it's
you
going
so
to be
much,
HLE
love.
starting this fight as the wall is going to be put down. Zeka is knocked off it a little bit early, though, as Mega Inferno Bomb just pushes Viper out of the fight entirely.
Viper isn't
They do
able to
trade
play
it for
this
Hongq,
game.
As Viper with the redemption
Viper
might be
is
able to stick around
always
for like a
running.
little bit longer, but the Otacon not going to be a target that they can collect.
So they
CFO,
kill
is this an
Hongq.
Otacon angle?
That actually does, by the way, that ult does save the play, because otherwise Humble is 100% playing for Otacon. Instead, because of the damage done to
Should I
Viper, they don't
put
feel
in
safe, they have to
to
back off.
interview
Honkyu, the death is unfortunate, but
for the Friday
doesn't
match?
give up too much.
Yeah, Honkyu overextends on the top side of the map. HLE overstack. Make
I
sure
can put
think
into
there were 5
interview
people collapsing on the
Ben.
top lane, 'cause there wasn't really much.
as well.
Oh, he did. Yeah, that explains.
And then
why
I'll
there
put
was
into
5.
interview
And the
T1,
reason why
honestly.
they could afford to do that was because
All of
there's nothing
T1.
really that
I kind of
CFO
want to
could
put
cross
into
that
interview
for, which is
Dokla,
what Honkyu
but I
really
feel like
didn't
Dokla is a
respect the
hot
ability
commodity
and
right now.
rationale for HLE to
Like
collapse.
China
Because they were
loves
They
him.
had the TP.
He's been really catering to the China audience. China loves Dokla right now.
Or Rift Herald impression by being a void monster in the pit. As there's the flick back onto Doggo. Peanut looking for that angle there, but it is just going to be the satchel that tries
I'd
to
love
get
to
Doggo
interview
out of
Stunt, but
dodge.
he
Zeus now could be
doesn't
the one
play
in trouble
pro.
with Solar Flare. The circles are layered, and
I
it's
could just
not enough
interview him
damage.
randomly.
He just tunnels his way out. Another shove to buy that space, but the Otacon down underneath half health. As HLE still wanting to go for this one. Redemption to get those health bars back again. As Peanut, can you get the steal? That's the question. He gets himself in, but it's not going to be stolen away. And down goes Peanut immediately. It's a brilliant knock-up there from Delight, but Honkyu is still alive somehow. And CFO are just trying to limp themselves away with the Otacon in tow.
Heist successful for CFO. They get the objective. Peanut can get the steal. And that's going to be them getting the pedals.
And you doubted CFO's Otacon.
Okay, my bad. My bad. I apologize.
CFO, after losing their mid laner, they TP back and they start the objective. It was a sketchy situation because Doggo lost so much HP, but Honkyu, he takes matters into his own hands. He tries to keep Peanut out of the pit. He slows him down, he makes it as awkward as possible. You can also see the satchel charge there as well. He can't quite get in range of the smite. It is secured.
I don't think he was in range. And Trundle, like, Trundle's smite is really hard to outsmite because he's got bite and smite. So if he presses it at the same time, like,
looking a little bit perplexed as to how this one's going. As pedal count actually very, very even. So lucky for CFO that they did manage to take down the Otacon. Even that one out quite nicely, but it's not going to spell too much of an advantage just yet. 3,000 gold. Certainly a big deal here.
All right, this is Soul, guys. This is Soul.
Just Soul. And the thing that's ridiculous is that I said before that it's not exactly the most
So
popular Soul.
HLE has to stop them here.
Like, they will not die.
They love that. That's great stuff.
Everybody's got their ultimates.
Their kits, between the passive to subjugate. Renekton with his Q as Powing is looking aggressively. Viper needs to do some damage. How alive? Get it low.
Well, there is the solar flare towards that backline as Junja in a bit of
oh
trouble.
my gosh, huge Ziggs ulti. Okay, Caitlyn firing. Caitlyn 2 kills. Caitlyn 2 kills. CFO having to run.
The dragon getting amongst it as well.
Trundle the jungle is in the pit. Oh my gosh, huge engage from Delight. Viper on a rampage. Triple kill.
With the follow-up DPS. Doggo now out of cooldowns, but is able to at least get rid of the cow. And HLE
all right, they stop it. They stop it. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done.
CFO just don't fight the fight that they were looking for. I think a little bit disjointed as we see the ultimate comes in. But look at Viper in this fight.
The positioning was fantastic. Just keeping it arm's length away from any of the threats. The wall from Zeka dividing CFO as well, meaning that the usual in-your-face Doggo that we typically see was separated. And the moment that HLE could just play the front to back,
let's go Viper, let's go Zeka, yeah!
And just like that,
Viper still has flash. He didn't go too crazy, too stupid.
The Rex actually had a really big impact.
There we go. There we go.
Multiple members away, so he basically created 2 split fights. On one hand, Viper was completely safe, but on the other hand, the backliners of CFO couldn't join the amount of damage that was being done, and now Viper 4-1-1, and
hopefully Doggo will learn his lesson after this game to never tease or hover Samira without the full intention of locking it in.
You know, because there's so many of the situations where, you know, Zeka
but
is making interesting decisions. A lot of, like,
what if we go to game 3 and he locks in Samira because Caitlyn is off the board?
As Miriam Funabom comes down, but he takes another tunnel.
I appreciate you, Sky.
Is that
And
a
could
Baron?
this just be the setup?
I appreciate you.
This is
What's
one
going
of the
on,
downturns for what we've seen from him as well, as they have just started this one up. HLE looking for an outer turret as well as Zeka on a flank angle.
Oh, they're
He will
just gonna
see
do
Rex as he
Baron.
walks out of that
Oh.
brush decides he doesn't want a face check, and these health
Oh,
bars
okay.
are actually getting softened up. 50% on that Baron right now. And HLE still wanting to look for the 4 versus 5. I don't know about it, as there is a teleport available from Zeus. They need to buy some time. Only 15 seconds left to go, and they back away from the objective.
I love how, the way I imagine Viper, the moment he sees his top laner dies, he takes a deep sigh and says, here we go again.
Doggo could devour
Just the
on
positioning in
Samira.
that Baron pit, he was
Truly.
chipping away at Junja's HP bar. Zeka found a bit of a pick, but is he in danger himself?
No, I guess not. As Kaiwing gets on in there with the Mega Cone.
Why do you
There's
think it's
another flip back
unplayable?
As well as River, not
Holy.
gonna face check, gets a ward down. Peanut will be spotted, moves away. Man, these setups, it's scary. It's like jump scares waiting in every brush.
My goodness, the tension is at an all-time high, as it feels like
Range
it's Viper
diff?
versus the world right now.
Ooh,
If
what
CFO
was
can
that?
lock him down, then CFO can... I feel like there's very
Why did he
few
ult?
threats that they need to be wary about. But the challenge is getting to the Caitlyn, and we've talked a lot about it. CFO need to find quite the flank in order to do that, and you just look at the minimap and look at the vision coverage on the top side of the map. You can see
I
the
guess their
advantages.
range comes from
Is it happening
Ziggs.
again?
That's all they really have.
Junja's going to get the flash out of Peanut. He's got a
Peanut.
Mega Cone to get
You have to
himself
hope
to
that he
safety,
lands his
which is
abilities.
obviously what he knew he had, so that's why he
So-
was in the enemy jungle like
So,
that.
oh no!
Oh, there's a brilliant little flick, but the headbutt pulverize doesn't work, as Delight gives him the thumbs up.
Loving the
we're really
emotes
getting
today.
both the full
Loving
spectrum of
them.
Peanut and Delight, in this one, Peanut giving up.
There's the bell
flash
curve of HLE, and we've had both sides
I
of
see.
it
Yeah,
so
no,
far.
yeah, I can see that.
for not Raptors, and then Delight obviously also almost, or not getting the combo there. I want to highlight, though, looking at the item finishes, Doggo is so close to that death cap, and I do think very funny that Zeka is
Alright,
like, I am
so
not the
right now
carrier. I go
Viper
Rylai's.
is
Went that
on
second, actually. But it does mean
Collector
that for
RFC
Rest, for
LDR,
Junja, and for
very
Honky,
different
actually playing the
build.
fight
Not
gets a
gonna
lot
lie,
harder,
never
especially
seen
with
this
Viper's
build
positioning as we've
before.
seen so far. Their main range
I don't know
is
why
Doggo,
he
and
would
needs to
rush
get to that
RFC. I know the
rock
thought
Alright, well,
process
then we
is
can start
more
a new fun
headshots,
minigame.
I like
but
games.
Doggo is, as of right
I'm-
now, 300
I just feel like
gold
IE
away
would be
from the
so
death cap.
much better.
Okay,
Okay,
But-
just got himself
Probably
another
about
We trust
90, so now
Viper
he's
in
about
this household.
200, give or take.
I do think he is
So 200
currently
gold, it's
purchasing
200 gold from
IE
somewhere.
or working towards
He can get 200
IE.
gold. The problem is
So
the Dragon
once that
taking down, he
IE
needs
is
to get it
completed and
before
in his
this objective
inventory,
spawns. They might hand
I
the red buff over to him. You
do
can see him passing
think
down
this
right
game
now.
is wrapped
as well.
because he's going to
The thing
be
is, CSU
one-shotting
don't really
at
need
that point.
to fight tooth and nail for the Drake, though, right? They're the
That's
team
true,
that
you
has
are
the
right.
sole
He
point.
also has
That's
the
value of
ugliest
that.
skin
But it is
on
CFO.
Caitlyn
Yeah,
on.
Come on now.
And equipped. Very confused at that.
Choose to.
Gentlemen,
CFO's a credit.
we've reached that time. He has received enough funds in order to make the purchase of a game time. I was going to say lifetime, but it's a game.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
here we
Maybe
go.
it's the most important Rabbids
He's getting
purchase,
Rabadons,
though, of his
yeah.
life so far. Probably not.
Probably
but he's
not.
an 80 carry, so he doesn't buy that item very often.
Here we go. Death cap completed, level 16 as well.
All right, Junja in position now. We're getting the snap traps down, though. And HLE, they have
Also,
pulled this one
I
out. Zeka
asked
on that
about-
angle
well,
once again to
let's-
try and get that
let's-
wall in.
Caitlyn.
Junja is trying to keep himself there. He's pushed all the way out, and so this dragon should go over to
Oh
HLE.
my
They deny
gosh.
a soul yet again.
They're really
But
stopping
can they
Soul,
win
but
themselves
can
the
they
fight as
live-
Kaiwing goes
can they
in
live
and
through
then
this
uses
fight?
Delight to taxi his way out. They're both in that back line as Honky was delivered to the open arms of Zeka. And
Wait,
Rest
so
is
they
now just
killed their
trying to
only
slice and
ranged
dice his way out.
individual?
They'll take a crab. They get one kill, but it's exactly the one they needed.
Yeah,
And it's again
they killed
Zeus
Doggo.
in
The
back
fight
line
is
that is able to keep
cooked.
Doggo out of the fight, which means that even with that death cap being done, he doesn't actually get in the
Wait,
position
I think
to
you're kinda
outdo
right,
DPS.
Holy.
As
Yeah.
the TP comes in,
I do
CFO
see what
know
you
that
mean.
they cannot give up this Baron.
Every teleport is going to be employed
They got
to try and stop
exactly
this one
who they
from
needed to
going
get.
down. 25 seconds
Hello.
on Doggo as well, who doesn't have
All
teleport
right,
when
it's
he does
another
respawn.
4v5.
Still they're looking for the angle as Zeus goes in. It's a beautiful flick back, a double knock-up again. The pulverizer.
Viper just auto-attacking cleanly.
As everyone is ceasing, every
All right,
member of
CFO has
and that
lost.
just allows Viper
It's
to
a wrap.
shoot them. The Baron gonna go down next. It felt like a hint of desperation because CFO, it was 4 versus 5.
Hey, remember at like minute 10, I was like, okay, we're going to game 3.
Get into Mega Inferno
I
Bomb
don't think
range.
he can.
Come on, come on, come on.
And now I'm saying it's wrapped.
Oh, well, it's down to 2,000 now. He's
It's
not going to be able to get there.
Oh!
And it probably wasn't going to happen anyway.
Yeah,
There's a
that was supposed to be the
large circle
swing.
saying, "I am
Maybe if
throwing
he
down
wasn't the
there."
only
Look at
person that
this
got
ult
caught here, I
from
actually want to
Zeka,
rewatch
just
this and watch
fantastic once again
Doggo
to split up the
exclusively.
fight. Rest
Oh,
comes
no,
in
and
from
Ginger
the flank.
Flash in between the
Yes,
wall
he
and the
does.
wall.
Zay, if
It's
it wasn't
so
for
awkward for
Zeus,
Ginger to
maybe
get
they
into the
don't
pin,
win
and then
that
look at
as
the
hard as
backline.
they do.
Viper
But
is
Zeus
not under
found
threat.
his
This is what we
freaking
talked
mark
about. They
like
cannot get on top of
perfectly.
him. Meanwhile, Delight and Zeus, the Bash
But
Bros
like,
on the
does
back
anybody
line
like?
make it so difficult
Is
for
anybody
Doggo to
surprised
play
by
the
that? I
game.
don't think
By
so.
the time we come
Like
to the
Zeus
Baron,
is
the numbers
him.
are not in their favor. The flick from Zeka again. The quiet carry of Zeka this
Munchie,
game
facts. Yeah, he's been
I
getting
forgot the word.
Seismic
his
shot.
That's the
cheeks
one I'm looking for. His
tooketh.
shoves have been fantastic. His walls have been on point.
You know how J4 has like one of
take
the worst
firm
win rates in
control of the game
Worlds,
too.
Yeah, it's like
but
Zeker is walking
HLE
around
played
with a
J4
bazooka
last
called,
game and won,
Viper.
and
That's what's
Rek'Sai also
happening,
has
yes.
a really bad
And
win
he
rate
can
in
tell his
Worlds,
opponents just
and
chill.
now
Yeah.
they're about
Get away from
to.
him and into the open arms of the damage.
For CFO, the wave play was
Interesting.
amazing that they do have right between the Rise, who obviously does need to get into range, but especially with the Ziggs. So they might be able to stall it out. They need to be very careful, though. I think they really need to exercise restraint to get another shot, because Hanwha Life is not going to win the game off of this just as Baron push if they're not able to actually break open the base, and they are not even
This is
close
so
to
cute
Soul
though. I love
just
his
yet.
little waddle.
Well, you've got Zeus in that mid lane.
Just
Just the
defend.
CC eaten by a tunnel.
Let them have the turrets. It's okay. Come on, CFO. I want my game free.
See whether we can get there. Another double shot comes on through though as Zeka. I think he just wants to go back to the hotel, Chronicle. I don't think he wants to give you that game number 3 as Junja down so incredibly low. Peanut to try and set up here as well. The solar flare is decent, but the shove, the knockups all over the place, just chained so beautifully by HLE. They'll use that to take down this inhibitor turret. And no Crocodile to stand in that front line and defend. The inhibitor might actually be defended though, as we can see here. That's not going to go down just yet, but they have now broken open the base. A 6,000 gold lead here for HLE
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
kind of tough. Not gonna
As
lie.
the siege continues, Delight gets the headbutt in triple pulverize one more time as it's Zeus that assassinates
Dude,
Doggo yet again.
Trundle
as
tried to
Viper
do
gets
something
round the
to
side land
Viper,
the pot shots. It's a
and
double as
it was truly embarrassing.
as it all settles.
Not
And
Zeka
my
lives with less
God,
than
HLE,
100
they really came alive, and
HP.
they were asleep at the beginning of this game.
Oh.
But no, it looks like it's going to be a 2-0, and our
Yay,
second
go
LCK team
Zeus!
will
100
make their
international
way to
wins.
knockouts with the ball in this
Congrats.
Nexus. Peanut's last dance is still alive.
I mean, it felt like HLE figured out the formula. The use of Zeka's ultimate to just break
So
apart CFO's
this
composition
means
to make it hard for them
HLE
to leverage their
advances
poke, really bring anything
to
together, made it so they could
quarterfinals.
play the fights the way that they wanted to. And Viper, I mean, you see what happens when you let this man do what he wants to do.
Oh, look at
And
Peanut
it's confirmation of the good things we
smiling.
saw off CFO, right? Their ability to go for these fights, their big plays. But the fact that Zeka is actually arrived at Worlds, for me, is the main takeaway for Hanwha.
Yeah, the lock-in from Zeka absolutely ridiculous in this series and has got them to the knockout stage. Analyst
I
Tess,
do
what did you make
too.
of this
I
game?
love that for Peanut.
Out of HLE, phenomenal performance out of HLE. They told me the Great Wall was
Because
in
this is supposed to
Beijing,
be
and
his
I just
last
saw it,
Worlds.
but I
He's
can't
supposed to be doing
accept it.
military after
over
this.
and over again. Zeka just keeps on building the wall bigger.
How
Like we found it
cute.
yesterday. Apparently there's 17 parts to the wall, and I think I just saw 18 of them built today. It was absolutely insane from Zeka. This man was beautiful
even win
with the way he was
one
able to set up those
game.
fights and isolate everyone on CFO.
Not just that, I think there's a lot of props to be given. We saw it there, the 100 international wins. Is that correct? That was correct.
Yeah,
When I was saying it, I was like, that's crazy.
It is.
I
So,
know why, because I just saw it in
Hanwha-
our HyperX Reflex replay when they have to stop CFO.
I
Zeus
can't
does
think
all the
when
work.
other people are talking. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, let's see this actually.
The bounce house bros. You see
If
Zeus
it
goes
wasn't for
first, knocks him
Zeus,
up,
man.
then Delight comes in, knocks him up again. Zeus gets his ult off into the E just enough before he
Just
gets
in
knocked
time.
away there. They assassinate him. But my favorite part about that replay was
Okay.
Zeka's wall bumping Junja over the wall.
So HLE has officially advanced to quarterfinals. So they have officially made it. Ooh, Zeus need to update this picture, baby.
Nothing that they can do
Zeus, babe.
In these moments, the damage just wasn't quite there.
Babe, with haste.
HLE, they make it to the
We gotta
knockout.
update that one, baby.
Dream about that Cinderella run. Zeus can
We gotta
dream
update that
about
one.
maybe meeting his ex
You
team
are too much
in
of a
the
cutie
finals, and
patootie to
for
be having a
CFO, they
picture
are
like that.
not out yet, and I think as final words here, Rob, I think
Anyways.
anyone who
What was I
CFO
saying?
against
I'm fully distracted by that. Hanwha has now officially advanced to the next stage for Worlds 2025. Next up is FlyQuest versus G2. Next is FlyQuest versus G2. If FlyQuest wins, they automatically advance to quarter finals. They automatically next is quarterfinals, right? I'm not just making that up.
they like it that way to show that they still got it. But of course, we have a lot.
I'm not just making that up, right?
EU versus NA after the break. FlyQuest versus G2 for
Yes, next is quarterfinals. Okay. So yes, the next series we're gonna see is G2 versus FlyQuest. Hopefully it's a quick 2-0. Hopefully Inspired leads us to victory. Hopefully Quad pops off. Hopefully Whippo doesn't end. Hopefully Hansama runs it down. Hopefully Broken Blade runs it down. I mean, there's a lot of hopefullys that are here to be done. A lot of hopefully. Hopefully Bucio gets his bard and pops off. Hopefully Masu locks in Kaisa and doesn't int on Lush. A lot of hopefullys. A lot of hopefullys. I'd be fine with Whippo inting. Yeah, but like we also want to advance, right? And that will decrease our chances at advancing because Lil Miss Caps wants to win. Lil Miss Caps wants to win. So I just hate how none of them smile. I know they're told not to smile, but like Caps is doing a little smile. Anybody close to... Oh, we got some people close to Binko. Okay, Sailor Moon, what you need? You need somebody to throw or get aced at Otacon. Okay. Okay, I see you. Anybody else close to bingo? Anybody else? Anybody else one away? Okay, you need Ocean Soul and an insane outplay by somebody. Ooh, who's this? Lalina? Broadcast, freeze, or skip, or there's a delay. Okay, okay, okay. Who else? Anybody else close? Anybody else close? Lucian pick, Jinx pick. Oh, babes. Wrap it up. Due to unfortunate circumstances, you might have to choose another row, Pookie, because with the way that these hoes been playing, they stingy with they picks. They are stingy with they picks. Okay, so we got like 2 people who are close to bingo. We got 2 people close to bingo. I'm rooting for y'all. I'm rooting for y'all. I am rooting for y'all. The idea of Inspired losing the skew on sounds ridiculous. I just know Inspired is about to carry. I just know. For Masu, it's Quirky, Zaya, and Varus and Ezreal. I just, his Kaisa is really good. His Kaisa is really good, but I feel like we're gonna see him play Yanara, unfortunately. And I just don't want, no, you're good. That's right, chill. I just feel like Yanara is not T, you know? Wait, you feel sick? Solar, I hope you feel better. Yeah, so today is a 6x6. I'm kind of seeing like if we like the 6x6, does it make it like super duper hard, or does it make it accurately or like appropriately timed. Oh, anxiety. I'm terrified, Solar. Terrified. Do we have to be an NA to participate in bingo? No, I know of ways to like get RP to other regions. The thing is, Riot Games has said that they want to like sponsor the bingo. So with Riot Games giving out RP, like I don't think it'll be a problem if you're in a different region. Somebody has already won from Latin America, so. I'm so nervous for this game, y'all. I'm so nervous for this game. I'm gonna go get a broom. I want to sweep the floor. So I will be right back.
Welcome to the match you've all been waiting for, the legendary face-off of EU versus NA, the battle for the best in the West. May the salt flow endlessly. It's FlyQuest versus G2, the first seeds up versus each other for a spot in knockouts with an amazing panel that is, I hope, as excited as I am. Welcome, Azale.
Thank you. I'm hot dropping in for some EU versus NA.
All right.
The desk.
I cannot wait. I'm so excited.
I actually wanted to, but then Kobe came up to me and he looked me in the eye. I was like, Chronicler, come on, buddy. And that's why I'm here. I can't wait, and I have no emotional investment. And I'm not gonna lie.
That's a lie.
I am.
That is a lie. That's a lie.
I'm feeling great.
May God bless
I'm just here.
FlyQuest.
Talk about some League of Legends.
True. Maritz works in the LCK.
And
which
God
is
bless
seven
NA.
If LCK is
Despite
not
being
in the
tough.
match.
Hey,
So
hey,
it's
sometimes.
2v2.
Sometimes.
My floor is
It's just so that's even, you know. It's
Okay,
Pretty
two v
dirty.
two.
Okay.
Anyways, Azale, give us your 2 cents then, because it used to be all about EU, but NA has been winning so much over their counterparts in the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, since the NRG upset over G2, it's actually 13-4
They broke 'em.
internationally
They broke 'em.
for NA over EU. Has been going really, really well for us. But I gotta say, it's always that feeling of stress, because then it's like, wait, it's gonna feel so bad if we lose now. I got used to success and I like it.
But I think the thing is, that trio that we saw at MSI was, for game 1 and game 2, incredibly close. It was so back and forth, and then you kind of got smashed in game 3. But I think this G2 has...
He had to say all that.
Minor region versus major region clash. You know, you think
Stop,
you're
cue the
close.
tweet, yes.
I think it is a case of like G2 stepping up over the course of the year and finally winning a title.
He had to
They're
say
now
all
the
that.
second seed, and now we're gonna have to see if they're gonna be able to take it against FlyQuest here.
Yeah, Maurits,
Light
I
the
think for
candles.
FlyQuest, we know
Candles
what we are
have
getting.
been
They are
lit.
incredibly strong. They hold the head-to-head for this best in the West title, and for G2 it is, can you be better? Can you show that you have become better?
And for me, it not only like to stay a bit more recent, for me it goes to that series we saw last year, which obviously left me with a lot of trauma, which was the FlyQuest Gen G series.
Yeah.
Because that really, even though I rated FlyQuest, for me came out of nowhere because Gen G had been so untouchable up to that point. And we know that G2 have had those glimpses, right? Some of the series against TES, for example, come to mind. But I think both teams still have a lot of opportunity to oscillate one way or another because of the little, relatively, we've seen of them thus far because of the best of one.
What I'm hearing is 3 games. I love it. And this
yes.
match,
I honestly
this match
do
does
think
also
that
feature a
this
clash
series
between
will
2
go
of the
3
best
games.
players in the West.
I do believe.
Today in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Inspired and Caps fight for a spot in the quarterfinals in our latest installment of NA versus EU.
Come on, NA.
In the West right now, the Polish jungler
Come on,
has
bro.
had G2's number for a while, sweeping them 3-0 only a few months ago at MSI.
Caps makes his way in with a TP. Broken blade flashing away, barely staying
EU
alive.
versus EU imports. Crazy work.
Are gonna get wiped. FlyQuest.
But you're not wrong.
Moment instantly.
G2, however, has
But
the
you're
greatest
not
Western
wrong.
player of all time on their side. And despite EMEA looking weak as a whole, you can never count Caps out. He will make the necessary sacrifices to achieve victory.
Caps is a good player.
Will Caps be able to carry G2 out of Swiss for the first time? Or will Inspired repeat their MSI performance and secure FlyQuest a spot in the quarterfinals?
On Inspired.
Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Inspired versus Caps. And I know, Azael, that you also had a tweet about these two, right? Specifically citing their kind of level and what they should be called.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think so many people are just conflating like what greatest of all time is versus the best player now. And I think that is what these two players are. Caps, to me, is by far away the greatest Western player of all time. I don't think it's close, but I think Inspired is the best Western player this year, today, current form. I think he's the king.
You know what they say, if you can't beat them, go to another region and beat them from there. That's exactly what Inspired did.
Best
Amazing.
ever?
What a great matchup, and there's so many to talk about. We don't have that much time. If you had to name one, maybe Busio, maybe Skewmon, what can he do versus Inspired? Give me your one take.
I mean, it's Busio versus Lebrov. I want to see who takes over in the early game. Lebrov's been stepping up. Can he keep it going?
It's true. That's going to be such a deciding factor today. Let's see, of course, how the fans have voted in our MasterCard.
Whenever they say Lebrov, I think they're saying like
Let's see what the time zones are
LeBron.
saying, right, for this one. Because if there's a Euphoria,
Look, Ollie's so
slight
cute.
Close, very
Slight
close.
edge to G2 in this one. Cool.
I think that's fair. We're basically looking at 50-50.
Yeah.
And
Aw.
I'm expecting it to go to distance today. I also expect that for last series I was wrong, but Vedi actually called it at the top of A, and he's saying a 2-0, so I'm a little worried. I think he's
LeBron.
wrong though. I think we are actually going to see it. And for me, one of the things that I want to highlight, as you already asked, for me, Inspired, that man got praise from Canyon. And let me tell you, Canyon basically doesn't say anything ever in interviews. He's just like, I love Canyon. One of my favorite junglers of all time, arguably the most, but he's just, he doesn't say a lot. So when he praises you, that's big deal.
It's true. Big words to live up to. Let's take a look at our predictions. We had to do it for this one. I will just preface mine by saying I voted against them a lot. Oh, actually, we have a little bit more time, but I will still, I'll bring up our predictions later because that does mean that we have a little bit more time.
Got our predictions right now.
Never mind. Spoiler alert. Oh, they're gone. Well, we're going to bring it up again later.
Okay,
That
if
does
you've
give us a
got
little bit more time to maybe
broadcast,
talk about some of the finer points of this matchup.
broadcast
I know
mess
that
up.
we're talking about Inspired versus Caps, but Azael, is there something that is on your mind that you think is going to make this close that you haven't said yet?
I mean, I think the creativity from G2 is kind of like what is most concerning to me. I do think that, you know, like over the last couple
You got
years,
broadcast
looking
mess
purely
up?
at form, I think FlyQuest is the better team.
Yeah.
But we saw how good G2 looked in that game against BLG, and I think largely it was because of the creativity of their draft. I think they completely headshot BLG in draft. The Poppy and Nivea, the Braum made it so impossible for them to fight through, and I think they're really creative, so that's something that I'm always worried about going up against G2.
Yeah, and I think if it's me, I'm worried about Busio. Like, I kind of got to hit on a little bit, but this guy has been incredible. And honestly, like, I know Inspired gets so
might
much
have
praise
been.
in this team, but Busio has been holding this team together
Good
for
morning,
me in the early
Sproutsy.
stages. He's been impeccable. His early game roams have been fantastic. His ability to play around
I
mid
think
lane
I
has
was
been
talking
great.
to you
And
earlier,
he's
wasn't
engaged,
I,
and it feels like he just
Sproutsy, on
gets everything.
TikTok?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Busio got a little bit of a raw deal because we did, for MVP, it was MVP of the year, which I think Inspired rightfully won. If it was MVP
Wait, do
of
they
the
actually
split,
have a
I
direct
think Busio wins.
And
I think he
sponsorship?
was the best performer of the split.
And if it's MVP here at Worlds, I think that story continues. I think Inspired has been a little quiet, honestly, in the early stages, but Busio has been holding down the fort, and it feels like nothing happens on this map without Busio being involved in some way.
I still have
I didn't even
nightmares
notice.
from MSI and from that Bard. I will just say it. It's true. I think also for FlyQuest, I think in an interview also, by the way, he did say like, oh no, we don't think about EU. Like we're thinking about beating the LPL or the LCK teams. The good thing for FlyQuest is you don't have to, just like last year. You could actually just beat EU and make it into the knockouts. And I think for them, they need to take advantage of this draw because you don't want to run the risk that you have to face a stronger opponent later. For G2 goes the same, but they of course already did beat BLG. But it's not easy if you end up back in that 2-2 pool, right? For nobody.
I mean, you could potentially have T1, BLG, CFO, like so
Hi,
many of these teams that
is
are at that
BLG
top.
still considered a strong opponent?
times better than T1. You know, by the
BPLG,
name.
you know,
M-Boy, maybe. Team Secret.
It's okay, Azil. Okay, I got you with
Do we?
right?
Hi. Do we still
Right?
consider BLG a
But
strong
it's almost
opponent?
too perfect, isn't it, Azil? They've always beaten them. There's not really a rivalry anymore. They don't even care about them. They only care about
'Cause,
LPL and LCK.
They
They've had a
seem
great
to
draw.
get their cheeks taken very easily.
I actually want to piggyback off of that point, because for me, one of the big differences between now and MSI, although best of 5
Just wanted
always
to
will feel different
ask
from
that
best of 3
one.
as well, is the
Okay.
performance
2
of,
more games.
hell yeah. Is the
Sometimes.
performance of Broken
One more
Blade
game.
specifically. I
Yeah.
think Broken Blade really is a player that I hold in high regard when it comes to top laners from the West, and I think that he really didn't have a great MSI. I think what we've seen of him thus far does give me room to believe that that might be a bit of an equalizer as opposed to what we've
Rumble?
seen in that series.
Yeah, and I do also want to highlight like how much Scuman and Abrav have been difference makers now. Like when you look towards finals, Abrav played out of his mind against MKOI, and he's talked about in interviews how much he's been getting help from the G2 staff on how to deal with pressure and how to perform under this these situations. And I think that's why even now on the world stage, we're still seeing him have some fantastic performances, and Scuman as well has really integrated into the team. So even like in games where Caps is not performing, G2 can still look great and win playoffs and win
So no
finals,
tatted
which is
men,
not
huh?
something we've been able to say about this team all
Where
year
the
long. I
tatties
think that's why it's a very
daddy?
different form of G2 coming into this series today.
Where the
Yeah, I mean,
tatties
honestly,
daddy?
I just feel like I haven't learned anything about FlyQuest at this event, which is part of the problem for me, you know,
Yeah?
as far as seeing like current form. We had like an
That's
absolute
facts.
stinker of a game against T1 where it just felt like Inspired wasn't even there. And then we had
Facts.
2 games against teams that were heavily favored against where they kind of got the job done and it's expected results. So I just don't feel like I've learned anything new about this team so far.
I see what you mean. They really have to show you what they are made of in this one. Let's head over to those predictions. I will just say in the past, maybe I've always been delusional, and I'm still delusional today. Broken Blade said Delulu is the Salulu. So if I don't believe, then what is that 6? What is that?
Oh, it's predictions. Sorry, I thought they were asking me how many years it's been since G2 has beaten NA team in a series. 2019. 6 years.
How many times did you play him?
Did I misunderstand the assignment
Like
here?
Busio
I'm sorry.
Busio said, G2 just wants to beat an LPL team or an LCK team.
Come
I
on
mean,
to
are we
this
trusting
desk.
this guy who can't even read?
What about you? What about you?
I think it's T1 G2, I'm fully honest.
Them. The casters.
All right. So
Crazy
I've,
work.
changed jobs. I was a play-by-play commentator. I'm now playing mediator. Moving into today's match. And,
Let's go, buddy. Let's go.
I think the hat doesn't really help for the intimidation factor here,
Oh, it
Kirby. I may have,
does.
This provides cushioning in case Benny lands any headshots.
does help on that front, as we do have the players walking out. G2 got skipped, unfortunately.
If FlyQuest loses, they will be up for elimination. They won't get eliminated. So this is a promotion match, so whoever wins will be promoted to quarterfinals for Worlds. Just like last game, CFO is not eliminated from Worlds, but they are now officially in danger of going home. So their next best of 3 series will have to result in a win if they want to stay at Worlds. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. For this game as well, FlyQuest versus G2. Whoever wins will be promoted on to that quarterfinals. Whoever loses will not go home quite yet, but they will be in danger of elimination upon their next best of 3.
Firstly, this is a fantastic opportunity.
No
but
problem.
2 years ago, when G2, when all of Europe thought that it was a free ride into the quarterfinals, reality struck hard and they lost 2-0 to
Are we gonna
NRG.
consider
So I think that
Inspired
all
a
of Europe is
Tatty
very
Zaddy?
cautious right now.
Because I
We saw the
did
fan
just
prediction
see
being slightly in
a
favor of
tattoo.
G2. But yeah, it's going to be
Do
an
we
interesting
consider
one
Inspired
as
a
we're getting
Tatty
ready for draft.
Daddy?
Yeah, I do like that you try and claim underdog status after
I just
having
don't
a
consider that man a
positive side on the
Zaddy.
predictions. That was it's very well
Oh, my
played,
predictions are delusional.
But he is
That is our whole
Tatty.
motif
Yeah, I don't
for
know
this
about.
one.
He's like, oh yeah, everyone's really cautious. I'm like,
But like, is anybody with a
It hasn't
tattoo
necessarily
a
been
Tatty
represented
Zaddy?
in the predictions, but that is just fine. We are getting so close, though. And
He's
here
a
we are
tatty
into
baddie,
Champions
not a
League, powered by
tatty
Omen and
daddy.
HyperX.
Okay.
And gentlemen, let's see whether
I'll co-sign
FlyQuest are gonna
that.
be able to use this blue
I'll
side to their
co-sign
advantage.
that.
Already, the Pigeon going to be taking away the Orianna as well. So in our previous series, that was the first.
You said you loved him over Faker, though. Yeah, now you're full of cap.
I'm curious as to whether or not G2
I will not co-sign that. All right, lock in G2.
We also know that things like Trundle, and we've seen Kled,
lock out G2. My bad. Lock in FlyQuest. Let's go. Let's go.
Through so that G2 can take it for themselves. I wonder where it will fall.
Nah, my lips are dummy chapped.
Depends on pick order there for sure. As you're going over, especially if Trundle is up.
Right, like why am I rooting for G2 all of a sudden?
In this match, because G2 red side opting to ban it. I think that is going to become a lot more prevalent. Red side opting to ban.
Yeah, you might get a Bard pick or a Bard ban, honestly.
Really prove otherwise. You know, the Ambessa counter pick hasn't quite been as effective.
Inspired
as
is definitely tatty, but is he zaddy?
Of course, still is a very big one. Yeah, Cap showing the LeBlanc. This is one of the things that you know, we were talking about leading up to this series. Was going to be some of the things that Caps can use to put pressure on Quad, because Quad is a very predictable champion pool, especially with Orianna and Azir taken out. You know, he really does like to almost always sit Quad on these control mages that are all very, very similar, and so they don't want any of these like LeBlanc plus, you know, kill oriented jungle pressure.
Personally, I don't like the idea of calling him a tatty zaddy.
Going to be locked in first because we're not trusting that Kaiser hover just
The
yet.
jury is out
Fun
on that
fact,
one.
though,
Yeah.
Pro players have a 51.2% win rate on their birthday. And it's Busio's birthday today.
I like that. Any extra
happy birthday,
odds in
Busio.
our favor? That's slightly above average. Let's go.
I like to think because it's a 52% fan vote prediction for G2 in their favor, this pushes it back to completely even. I can't do math, so that does help.
Well, the Wukong is definitely something that FlyQuest have put a lot of effort into. They've used it over and over. Very comfortable style for them because they like to have Inspired really focusing on the farm, being very efficient. And so they invest.
They locked it.
Yeah, they're going to steal away the Bard. This is a good strategy against FlyQuest in Fearless mode, because then Busio is not going to be able to obviously use it later on. This is just a best of 3, so it's not super long Fearless, but it's still Fearless for the rest of it.
But it's an interesting approach for sure, because very rarely do we see teams deliberately prioritizing champions that what they know could be a threat in the series. We've seen Lebrov's Bard before, but to first pick it is quite a surprise from G2. This is a very different look, and for Skewmond, he is that, I mean, him and Inspired are very comparable in their approaches. So for him to also pick this like heavy utility team-orientated Maokai, while you've seen it from him before, it is a surprise to see them lock it in so early in the draft.
Yeah, and we saw a lot from them at MSI, and it still did not save them versus FlyQuest. Good thing too about Busio, he's not just a Bard one-trick, so they go with the Alistar instead, who has been such a huge engage support here.
And Quad hovering his favorite champion, which is, of course, the Cassiopeia. That's where he rose to notoriety, but instead we'll be locking away the far more comfortable and meta pickup here in the Taliyah.
Question is, how do you round things out now for Caps? Thinking about what mid laners are available, he could... No, I mean, normally we'd see, for Caps specifically, Tristana would be something, but I don't know if it's really great in the current meta. Yone is a possibility, but again, into what FlyQuest have drafted, I question whether or not that makes a ton of sense.
Gonna make you keep guessing.
Yeah, I wonder how deep in the pool we'll have to go.
We're not guessing.
Oh, I see. The new tech, Caitlyn mid. Let's see there.
No, it's old tech, isn't it? That's season 1 tech.
We're going way back now. I mean, Caitlyn Bard lane on the bottom side, you know, into the Alistar. They are going to have priority. Is going to give some time for roams as well.
I wonder if Corki's going to make its way to the ban table. Thinking about things that can do well. Varus is another one that Hansama already brought out against BLG. Just that extra bit of range can match up. Ezreal is something that's also quite safe. And also, given we know how much Busio likes to roam, could be an option for Marsu. But they're going to need something. Alternatively, they could just look for an early swap as well to just avoid the Caitlyn lane completely.
Yeah, I also like, you know, possible Ashe or something for Masu. Hawkshot, really valuable for this squad, playing against a roaming Bard. Trying to scout out some of these movements.
He's sweeping up her LPs everywhere. It's all on the floor, man.
Yeah, but they're global as well alongside the wall.
Yeah, the Poppy band though, of course, you know, you're running Alistar and Wukong. So that one's definitely pretty straightforward.
About Cassante blind top as well. We'll have to wait and see what direction Whipper will go on that top side, as G2 seem to be focusing AD carries.
He's just gonna pick Mordekaiser.
Like, don't like fire.
I
does
guess
make sense.
they want to limit the amount of backline threat that Han Summer's going to be put under. I feel like
just gonna
G2's
pick
prepared something
Mordekaiser.
for us.
Honestly, that's not really a big deal for Bwipo either. Like, Bwipo does not care about that.
I was going to say, Rumble was not going to be a contested pick for me in this series.
One last ban to come through from FlyQuest. We'll see what they are going to be taking away here, whether it is going to be still just aiming towards that top side. Brookblade's champion pool is relatively wide, but still going to be taking away the Renekton. Things that are blind pickable, they do want to remove to make sure that it's Caps that is going to be giving away his option there in that mid lane. Of course, already quad with his champion locked in, so it's not necessarily the most important, as that's a Graves.
That would be very interesting.
I think they're just hovering it, surely.
Surely they're just hovering
Maokai support, maybe?
The time has been out for a long time, and it is finally going to be switched
calm
over
down,
to
calm
Victor.
down.
Love the brief little delay there to make sure that we're as baited as possible.
I love too. This is like, oh, they hovered it for
CFO
a long time.
lost.
Everyone starts theory crafting.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah,
Is this going to be a a Graves lane like later?
I just had like Canna flashbacks of like Graves top that
Flandra?
meta, like a million years ago.
Yeah.
And by a million I mean 4. It still feels like a long
I feel
time.
like Ambessa could be a pretty strong top lane option right now, along with the Cassante. It looks like Bwipo's going for the more defensive approach, and that's going to be locked in. So now we're looking around out with an AD carry. We talked about a bunch of options. Vayne, I think, would, strictly speaking, be quite bad.
Yes.
Into Caitlyn, yeah. That would definitely be painful. But Vayne, then you could do it in the solo lane, you know,
True,
and you
you
could
do
like
the swap, you're right.
force the top lane AD carry swap extended. But
I hate the
think
Corki,
are all
bro.
Very solid options. Corki.
So
very
tired of the
safe,
Corki.
lot of mobility, long range poke, ties in nicely with the Talia, and it's looking like a very well-rounded, straightforward comp from FlyQuest.
yeah, I think the key that you kind of hit on there was the mobility for Corki.
Okay.
You're facing the Bard and the Maokai, so definitely want that.
Yunho,
extra
they're
dash.
not eliminated though. We do still love CFO, despite their actions tonight. We do still have a soft spot for them in our hearts. They're not eliminated from Worlds, but they are up for elimination now. Okay, Gwen.
It's pretty ridiculous.
I see you, Pookie.
G2 have drafted a very traditional front-to-back composition. I think that
So yeah, they are up for elimination, but they are not eliminated.
I don't even know if there's even much options to use that prio. Don't be surprised to see G2 set up a split map early on.
Let me go ahead and put into interview Ben, Kyria, and maybe Doran.
Backline access will Inspired have alongside the Cassante. Because if you take out Hansama, a lot of the damage is going to disappear, and this Cassante won't die if there's no Caitlyn to melt through it.
And this is a very fun statistic.
Is tomorrow when T1 gets swept away? T1 plays on Friday, Jay.
80% win rate. Inspired 16-4 on Wukong. Also 80% win rate. A battle in the jungle.
Can we get a fun champion once? I'm saying.
His career. So,
I'm literally
that could be going
saying.
down, or he could be 10-0 and getting there at Worlds. That would be absurd.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a comp that FlyQuest are very, very, very comfortable
100 Thieves
and
versus
I don't think that G2
T1,
threw out
and
any
then
surprises in game number 1.
BLG
so
versus
I do have to feel confident from the FlyQuest
VKS,
side.
which is...
The fact that they know their enemy quite well at this point, too, for G2. I guess the Bard is a little bit of a wrinkle, and we'll see how well Labrov can play, the Bard in this game versus Busio versus FlyQuest, and see if we can actually, have that, improvement from Labrov, from Skumont here to make this different from
Let's
MSI.
go, FlyQuest.
Here we are, though, ladies and gentlemen. We're onto the Rift for game number 1 of this EU versus NA battle. FlyQuest, I think probably feeling pretty good about this draft, but I think the same thing is going to be the case on the G2 side. So this is exactly what we wanted. Even footing, moving into game number 1. And let's see where the shenanigans will arise.
I guess I'm just a little surprised by how scaling-orientated G2 have gone. Traditionally, I expect them to have a little bit more skirmishing power, at least given how they've recently been playing in Summer. So to see them lean more towards this, as Hans Summer has matched the swap on the top side of the map. So now that Caitlyn versus Corki is going to happen, whether Marsu wants to or not.
All right, and as we can see here, it was what we were talking about. It's like
hopefully the Rek'Sai top is a free win.
Yep.
We've nailed it.
Both of them up here matching the AD carry swap. So Caitlyn with the long auto attack range and trying to use brush there for the headshots. See about the push on bottom side, though, as well. So G2 getting the push on bottom side as well as the push on top side with their Caitlyn.
Knockups, knockbacks, all sorts of things happening.
The lane swaps always mess me up,
If you were
man.
to adjudicate these 2v2s, how are we feeling?
I think Broken Blade and Labrov should have the push simply because Labrov is the only one with a ranged attack.
Yeah,
so
that's a good point.
He just gets to kind of
Corgi
hit you
buds
while you
drive
don't
me
get to
nuts.
hit
They're
him.
so cute.
I think that once a couple levels
They kind of
come under the
chunky.
control.
They kind of big.
Once they get more levels, it'll be better. More levels, good. Blind goes bot lane.
Love it.
Alistar not known for his level 1 prowess
They
at
kind
all.
of big.
Level 2 looking all right, though, as we can see. Bit of a pushback, but we don't want to watch that. Don't want to watch that because Labrov going for an early roam. Does get the meep
Oops,
slap,
he
doesn't land
misses.
the Cosmic Binding, so Quad is going to be okay.
I accidentally said Busio is starting to move. That's how I'm so much used to seeing his
Busio's
Labrov.
moving too!
Yeah, he is moving. Look at him go. As we get the flash away here, as Broken Blade getting himself out of there. He is not. It's not his turret that's there in this 2v1, and so does have to use the flash to avoid being headbutted to death.
So
I get asked that a lot
Busio
because
moved
I think
less
Chim Chim is
distance
a
than LeBron,
Nigerian
but it was more
snack.
effective because he got a
But no,
flash.
that is not
True.
why.
An early ward is utilized though. The pings have come down onto Busio as he looks for a bit of a roam. Oh, I say a ward. There is no ward. They're just reading the play very well. He's covering.
Stick with how many
around this
C's?
mid
At
lane,
least 4.
making sure the quad gets through it safely.
At
and
least
it looks
4.
like he's going to do just that.
So Masu with the early back on the Corki to get the tier purchase from the push from Caitlyn. And Hansama, the Caitlyn doing really well up there in the answered one-on-one swap. So Masu is going to be in a lot of pain. This wave is pushing away from him, pretty low on the CS count overall. And even though he went back to get a purchase, it's just a tier. That's not combat power for him.
Not going to quite be helping, but it does help the scaling. Trying to get to that 2-item spike as quickly as possible. Bit of a 2v1 here, but it looks like Broken Blade is going to be feeling just fine as Caps is just eradicating the waves over and over again. And I'm feeling like if this game remains pretty slow, G2 are probably going to be pretty happy with it. Right now, Labrov moving towards his top side. Master going to have to get out of their Valkyrie employed nicely. Some more biffo here towards the bottom side of the map.
So just a small jungle thing is that Inspired did a full clear, got the Scuttle Crab on the top side, went back to base and is now picking up his Krugs. However, for Skumond, he started on his Wolves. He doesn't have the same wave clear speed as the Wukong does, but what he does do is once he grabs the bot crab, he immediately goes back
I guess
to
I
the
need to try it
respawned
one day.
Wolves already. So he's actually on pace in terms of jungle clear. He just hasn't had an opportunity to go back to base yet, which I imagine he's now going to do, impressively keeping up with the Wukong early clear.
Yeah, so just a clean re-clear for Inspired. He'll end up towards this top side. And again, the top side is kind of the success story so far for G2 with the Caitlyn prowess in the 1v1. And we'll see if Masu can recover here because stacking up his tier, but is going to be pretty low if they do have that early skirmish up there. Of course, the
little
Wukong
things.
is going to need another scuttle after the re-clear to try and get to the level 6.
Yep, Turtle Port meant that we had to wait a really long time for that seismic shove as flash out from Labrov. Didn't want to get pulverized there.
Nice flash.
So
that was very reactive. Yeah, this is game 1 of the second series of the day. There's only 2 series. This is the second one. This is game 1 of best of 3.
Farm just naturally as this game goes on. As BB having fun with these tunnels, moves back towards the bottom side once
He's
again.
too good, Holy.
It's a very stock standard, slow early
Go,
game.
Fly, go, yeah.
Both top laners continue to trade HP back and forth, but as you rightly said, really a lot of this gold advantage going the way of Hansama.
Yeah.
And once Caps catches this wave in mid, it should equalize the gold in the mid lane matchup as well.
You know what they say, Atlas, your network is your net worth. It's usually a business term. But for Rek'Sai, it's also true because that allows you to escape ganks. So you pre-make your network of tunnels to allow for outplays for later. You know, it's an investment.
This is facts.
I love it. I actually
Such
hadn't heard that
low cost
analogy
as
before.
well.
Well, BB currently has like 1 tunnel, so we're gonna need to increase
His
that
network is not that big
But like,
yet.
does like more tunnels equal more tunnels? You know, is it exponential?
It is about quality of tunnel too. Yeah, so
okay.
you know, going
Absolutely.
inside of the
All
dragon
tunnels
pit.
aren't born equal. Is that sort of how it works?
Yeah, quite. Okay. Let's see. Top side here. This has been pain for me to watch. And it looks like it's going to continue to be pain.
Yeah, Lucy is like, I don't want to take this, but I will. and does, and still they are looking a little worse for wear. Headbutt Pulverize here, as Busio does go in, but it's like, when it happened, I was like, I don't know whether this ends well for them, but there weren't too many
thank you
other
so much
options.
for the raid. Hope you're having a good day today. Hope your games are going well. Yeah, Jamal, you were just talking about Will.
Probably utilized his,
hope you're having a beautiful day. Hope your games went well. And I hope you get some good sleep, fam. Y'all, Will drove us to and from TwitchCon, a freaking trooper.
Broken Blade needs to be
a freaking trooper.
Yeah, he's just sort of taking
appreciate him so much.
Whippo, but there's those tunnels. That one probably not going to stick around, and oh no.
Tunnels all over the map, low key.
You'll notice Broken Blade
Holy.
do a lot is actually just move into that tri-brush to see if the Tremor Sense will pick up anyone roaming towards the bot side of the map. Also keeping his eye on the Dragon in case Inspire tries to start that one off. But it's been a very timid start for both junglers. As
Really
nice
knock
back.
Yeah, Quad finding the angle, the double pulverize, but there's not very many people here to follow up.
I feel like Busio is getting at least 2 people in every pulverize that he does.
Yeah,
low
looks
key.
like FlyQuest at least going to start up
Every
his
single
grubs.
last one.
Labrov and Skumon want to head over. Caps actually had to go get honey fruit though, so Caps is going to be a bit delayed getting to the grub fight. And you see Victor trying to clean up those minions by mid tower, so that gives enough time there, enough priority for FlyQuest to grab at least the 2. They want the final grub for the might.
Yep, they should be able to get it here as well, as in they go. Magical Journey does get Labrov out of there. But that was just G2 watching as all of the grubs fell down. And Fly then just gets back away. Still behind in
We
gold,
take those.
Those grubs going to
We
really
love
help.
a free objective. We really do.
Inspired, recognizing, oh, hang on, my mid laner has a health advantage.
Love
He's
those.
just chunked out enemy mid. We should have prio over this top side river. Corki can collapse first. And so an uncontested objective just from smart play there from the FlyQuest jungler.
And, you know, props to Quad for actually hitting that seismic shove and achieving the health difference.
Absolutely.
It's like, yeah, Inspired, good job. You recognized that your mid laner made a good play.
I'm gapping it, bro.
Quad with a big double seismic shove for the big chunk there. So, you know, nicely done. And we have had a really calm early start.
Yeah, this is kind of what I'm used to. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I'm feeling more and more at home as this game is going on. So I like it a lot. We call this the Bro and Brew.
I got buffed too, but I forgot what. I think it's a huge buff too.
Also got his
really?
first upgrade, which I imagine
This man has been so prevalent in Worlds. I'm surprised he
the amount of wave
got a
is
buff.
going to have just exponentially increased, and now you expect Caps to pretty consistently be the first one to get that push in the 1v1 matchup.
Look at the CS gap in bot lane. Despite the fact that nobody has died, he's up 30 CS, which is equivalent to almost 2
Both
kills.
these teams pretty confident in their ability to team fight. Interesting little kind of deep invade here, though. Labrov linking around the
Kate
other
really
side,
is
so
a
they
bully.
have really good vision. Super
That's
deep
probably
wards
why
for
they did the
G2
lane
through the red
swap.
quadrant of FlyQuest jungle. And
Or
as
the
you saw,
ADC
they push
swap,
Inspired away
rather.
from his Raptors, so yoink those on the way to their dragon.
Oh, there's a stat that we need to find as well. What's the latest first blood in World's history? Ooh. We need to get that one. I don't have that one.
That's a good request.
Yeah, I put on bingo no deaths prior to 15 minutes. We're 5 minutes away, 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
That we just saw from Labrov as the dragon was being started.
Are you the music picker, DJ in road trips? No, not normally. Normally I'm the person in the back going to sleep.
Caps, though, taking a bit of damage,
I normally go to sleep on road trips because I get car sick very easily. So I like to clock out so I don't get car sick.
Just hovering around mid in the event that Caps overstays so that he can threaten a dive with Inspired over the wall. But TP going to come back through from Caps as he completes his
I
first.
do not know what time the battle pass comes out. But I don't know if I told y'all, but a new League of Legends partner perk is we get to give out free battle pass codes for our viewers. So whenever that perk rolls in, I will be able to give y'all free battle pass codes.
It's all right. It's not very far, isn't it? I don't know how long a foot is. I do the meters thing.
I do not have them yet, though, but I do believe they are on the
Let's see if
way.
the gravity field is going to work. The Arcane Storm doing a fair bit at the same time. The Seismic Shove also lands. Death Ray comes in. The flash and first blood is a Cap solo
Whoa,
kill that's
Busio
immediately
with the knockback into turret?
Busio pushes him back.
That was kind of fire.
The turret but man, we had no action, and then a solo kill.
Yeah, I mean,
Both
Quad just
mid
kind of
laners
stands
dead.
in there. He wants to commit to the play because Busio is coming, but Cap says, fine,
Wait, like
I
it
will
unlocks
flash
the battle
in. I will
pass
make
fully?
sure I
Yes.
get the kill
Like, I
before
purchased
dying.
the battle
Now,
pass
the
for
FlyQuest one
you.
is assisted as far as the kill, so you get that extra 50%, you know, money for the team. But the focused gold
I'll take a Cap
does
solo
go
kill.
into
Thank you.
Caps. He did have to spend his flash though, Vedius. So how are you feeling about like repeat plays there?
Oh, I mean, I think there's
Wait,
ample
that kind of
opportunity for
tracks.
FlyQuest,
No, the
especially with
ADC is
Wukong
napping in the
and
back,
the
farming the
Alistair
whole
by your
game
side.
while their
Caps,
team
though,
does all
playing
the
with
work and then
confidence
wakes up once
as he
they
finds a
arrive at
solo
their
kill in
location
mid.
late
In
game
terms
with
of the
full
goal, it's
items.
not going to change that
That's
dramatically in the mid lane matchup, so I don't think Quad is
crazy.
too
That's insane.
upset about
That's
what
insane
took
work.
place, but the fact that Caps is able to finish those upgraded
Insane
boots
work from
means
you.
he's now going to be a little bit ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I think that because Busio has Hex Flash on Alistar, as well as Spellbook, he's still going to have some mobility. He might need it.
Yeah, he is ghosting, so that's going to move.
I don't know when those
quickly,
perks are going to come
let's just get
in,
into position here. Twisted Advance does come on down, but it's Skumon that does get
but
pulverized.
it is on the
Another
perk
brilliant
list.
flick from Quad to pull Skumon back, and in the meantime, Caps, oh, that flash is gone, and Inspired will take
Caps.
him out because of it. Now Quad looking for that angle once again, and they have corralled them underneath this turret, but it looks like FlyQuest, they're just happy to get that one pick and then set themselves up elsewhere.
It's
They'll have
you
inside
for
track
real.
with mid lane, for
Dude,
example.
I want to play some
we got an
League.
instant
I have not
answer
played
on our
League in
question.
one
Is
full
the Flash
week,
going to get
guys.
punished? Yes, it is. Inspired immediately
Wednesday
jumping on
was
that,
the last
punishing
day.
that cooldown here for Flash, getting the kill. Wukong trading for Spedius.
No,
it's
it's
the exact
Thursday.
right
We left on
time to go
Thursday.
looking for a victor wandering through the jungle.
Okay, it's almost a full week. It's 6
He doesn't
days.
see them because they're stood still.
Oh, the Flash Pulverize going to come on through. Another headbutt
I
back
am
here.
having
Even
withdrawals.
the Valkyrie damage is helping out. Trample going to come on through, but he does have part of that network set. And the flash forward does need to come in, but it's not enough. The little bullet
he
from the
ate.
Corki couldn't do it. And out goes BB once again.
Rek'Sai
He
so
ate.
obnoxious to lock down as Lebrov throws the ultimate mids.
Yeah, Tempered Fate comes on down there as Hansama gets on in.
That was a
Didn't
little
quite have the snap trap, and he just
premature
flashes
to
over
Hansama, and I
the
feel like you
seismic
know
shove,
that.
and we'll be able to get the last hit onto Quad. So Hansama going to even things up once again, as in this top lane, Whippo taking some damage from Caps.
Okay, so the gloves are coming off now from both sides. They're getting a little bit more warmed up on stage. Items are coming through, and they're
Oh,
looking
is
to
there a
punish
patch
where they
right
can.
now?
Mid lane has clearly been the focus from both sides. But Hans
Yeah.
Summer picking up that kill.
Did
build up
Hans
to a
have to
huge
flash
lead
for
of
that?
1K over
I feel
Marsu.
like Hans really
Last time
pulled the
Vedius, I
trigger
was like,
kind of
oh,
early
yeah, you know,
for those.
Quad, he just took his death, and it was good, you know, because Caps flashed and Quad didn't. But that one, well, wait a second.
Yeah, got a bit of a flash forward here from Whippo, who's gone all out onto Caps, has Inspired alongside him, and down goes the victor once again.
A fantastic punish comes through from Whippo. Again, Caps had no real way to get out of that situation given he had no flash available. The gravity field also just doing nothing to Whippo as he used his ultimate to get
Oh,
away
what
from
are
that.
they
And with Inspired
doing?
at his back, it's an easy pickup as FlyQuest get that feats of strength of 3 kills.
And the point I was about
What
to
are
make
they
there, you know,
doing?
about Quad, he should have flashed the Bard ulti. Like, Caitlyn is there, and Caitlyn's going to be able to follow up with the trap, so really nicely done.
Oh,
from
are the
G2.
bee skins
But
in the
Quad
battle
that
pass
time holding a little bit too
coming up?
long on that flash. Maybe it will still be useful for a
Look at my
play
little
imminently
ears.
as they teleport up topside, and Busio is seen by the ward.
Yeah, this time BB just going to be able to make his way out, but saving the turret, that's a big
That's
deal.
fire.
As FlyQuest, if they're able to get that first turret, that will be feats of strength locked in. The moment we are locked down as far as the objective feats of strength are concerned, so another 2 going to be required from either team.
I mean, if you are a G2 fan right now, you're looking at Whippo and being like, that's kind of scary. If you're a FlyQuest fan, you're looking at Hansam and you're going, that's kind of scary. But admittedly, I don't think that she quite has the tools to get through what already feels like a very tanky Cassante, even though
Not
it's
yet, at
G2
least.
first to this objective.
Trinity Forces are pretty good, aren't they, when they're built? As you can see, Hansama getting the brunt of that. Masu does have that first spike complete. I'm also looking at Inspired. I think he's pretty scary as well.
Absolutely.
Hola, Mick. How are you doing?
Yeah, redeeming Masu here. He does get the heal. Almost walks out a little bit early, but isn't going to.
Probably should trade the Dragon, yeah, for Rift Herald
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry
for
to hear that,
FlyQuest,
Sky.
because it is on a Caitlyn
But I am
recall
glad
timer.
that
Hans had a decent amount of money
your
to
week
spend. Full
is
VF
getting
sword there
better.
back for him, so good value there for him. 2 dragons stacked up by G2, but again, the top side objectives, the Grubs and the Rift Herald, are the ones that turn into early game gold. And so FlyQuest here, if they can use this Rift Herald, knock down one of these outer towers, really does set them up for a lot of wait a seconds. Could they do it early here? They've got an Alistar as well, so Caps has to be a little bit careful. FlyQuest have been targeting him fairly successfully.
All right now, Lebrov just using as much information as he can. I think Busio is unseen for the moment, but does just walk out of that brush.
Were you playing Valorant
So
like a week and a half ago?
Field,
Yeah, probably.
Caps just up here. Does get the flick back, very nicely done. 50% of his health bar goes missing.
Probably, yes.
Squad able to really handle the pressure here on this top side, and he needs to because this is very, very close to first Turret Blood going down in favor of G2.
We'll say,
Now who got you into that? Chat. I did a
nice pick for sure,
sub goal for
like
a 2-hour Valorant stream.
Allowing him to build almost
And
a full level
yeah,
advantage
had to
over his
play
opposition.
Valorant.
G2 set their sights on the tower.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp does calm down as Caps is getting pushed out of the fight. Ace in the Hole comes on through here as well, but looks like G2 decide against going for anything more. Net over the wall will get Hans Sama to safety, and the Rift Herald going to then try and turn
Is
the
it going to get a
tables
charge off?
as far as this push, and this could actually just be feats of strength right here as Shelly decides that she wants to give them over to FlyQuest, and that will come on through as soon as we deal with these minions. No real defense here by G2 going to get set up, and there she blows.
Tower achieved, as you say, the feats as well as the extra
I wonder
gold
why they
here,
didn't just drive her in.
soaked up by everybody, and Busio as well as Masu kind of helping Inspired usher that Rift Herald up to make sure there's no counterplay there from G2 to put
You're
a stop
not
to it.
wrong, Munchie.
Inspired now building a 1.4k
You're
gold
not
lead in
wrong.
his own. Just been passively building up this farm, securing towers, and you can really see that gold advantage just slowly continuing to mount for FlyQuest. Obviously, the tension still feels very high because we're yet to see that first fight and how things will really play out in the 5v5. Both teams have really just been trading objectives, but Arakan alive in 1 minute and 5, along with the Dragon in 2 minutes' time. You expect these to be the next major objectives that both these teams will turn their attention to.
And honestly, I would expect Lebrov to go for an ultimate on quad pretty early, ahead of time, if you can get that flash out from the Talia, or if you can even just make a play on him straight up. You know, the Bard has a lot of options.
I heard from the
at trying
previous
to make
play,
some
did not want to
plays
speed up and run into
preemptively
defense.
before the Dragon. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds
I
here on
see.
the clock for that
Also,
one.
hello,
Yeah,
Bang.
that's 35 seconds on the Otacon
How are
as
you?
well.
How are
He's
you?
going to be spawning towards that bottom side of the map, so does mean that that Dragon's even more dangerous because you can just follow it up immediately if you are able to win a fight prior to or after that Dragon being taken. So it could be a battlefield here in this game, because there hasn't been much of a battlefield so far. There's 5 kills all up, but it's a lot of posturing as Lebrov able to walk out of the way of the wall.
Okay,
Seismic Shell
flash
does go
from
wide.
Hans
Sansama
Sama.
not quite able to get the net for the slow, but
Dude, this
otherwise
is such
able
a
to get out
low
of
kill
dodge.
game. In
Still, some of the spells now
comparison
on
to
cooldown, and that
HLE
flash
versus
being down for the Caitlyn is a
CFO,
big deal
where I
as
feel like
Lebrov
both teams
in the
are
back
just
of
a
this
little
pit
bit
just
more
to get
confident
flicked back, and I thought he was
in
just gonna magical journey out,
ensuring
but he
their
doesn't.
decision making.
Yeah, where are you going, buddy? Busio sits him down, and
This is
Whippo
a
trying to
little
sit
bit-
Broken Blade down, but the flash is enough.
A little bit
Beautiful
different.
play-by-play there, Kobe. That's what we actually had some feedback after the last series. We're like, we should probably have 2 play-by-plays because there's too much action. And see, we managed to
Both
utilize it
mids
here
empty?
in this particular
Is this
moment.
my ranked
as
game?
G2 able to eat the pressure towards the top side as well.
I mean, it feels as though FlyQuest is just getting these very small advantages that are turning into bigger ones as, for
They
example, on the bottom
are,
side of the map, Whippo
but,
getting
like,
a flash out from Broken Blade, on the
this
top
is
side,
such a
Quad getting
slow
a flash out
game.
from Hans, and that ultimately led Lebrov thinking, oh, I can still stick around, my magical journey should be off cooldown any minute
Why
now,
is
but
Broken
then he
Blade
gets
the
punished
best
by
Rek'Sai
Busio.
we've
A
seen,
really
and
quick
LPA been
flash
playing
to
that
set up for the
champ.
play gives
Well,
FlyQuest another kill.
Can we collectively
4-2
agree that
now, the
LPA
advantage,
hasn't,
2K
or
the gold
LPA,
lead, Dragon
LPL
spawning in
has
9
not had the
seconds.
best
Look at the
display
TPs.
of
G2 have a
skill
clear
this
game plan in
Worlds?
mind, and that is to force a fight around this objective.
Well, I guess it's
Hans is
really
very
just
close to
their
item
number
two
1
as well. It's gonna
seed
be
and number
Infinity
4
Edge as far as
seed.
2 item spikes. It's
Top
probably the best
esports hasn't
that you can
looked
get for the Caitlyn. It's
too
not quite there yet,
horrible.
but still, G2 have
And
so much
anyone's
control of this area.
legend
Nature's Grasp for holding
3-0'd.
on to control as well is so
But
incredibly
BLG
good.
and IG,
X-Flash going to get channeled here as Busio looking for an angle towards Caps, perhaps, as he gets taken down so incredibly well.
okay,
Unbreakable
Inspired
comes
going
and
in,
now
ulting.
You've got Whippo trying to make the difference.
Dragging
with
down to
Tempest Fate to hold him in
1600.
position. Hans Sommer in so much trouble, and he does get taken down. Inspired to grab
No
first blood in the
Hansama.
fight. Busio is going to be the answering kill, and Broken Blade takes down Busio as well. It's FlyQuest that can actually answer back. As Caps
FlyQuest also
trying
got
to
the
do some of
dragon.
damage, but doesn't quite manage to do so. And it's a big win here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, huge engage there. Busio threatens around the top side. Inspire just goes straight in through the dragon
Yeah,
pit.
they really
Look at
are,
Inspire
Holy.
go straight onto
really are.
Hansama. They put so much pressure on this Caitlyn. Busio's threatening around the outside, but there goes the flash. Inspired is in. He ults and then clones away from the
I
gravity
don't
field to stay
know
on the Caitlyn.
how.
And I just
I'm
love the
trying to
target
look for
focus, 'cause
Inspired
Bwipo is right there
here.
with him as Busio
He
sets his
goes
sights
in,
onto Caps,
ults,
trying to
kills the
mitigate
Caitlyn,
other damage
and then he
dealer
just
from
comes
doing
back
what he
and
can.
takes the
As we
dragon.
mentioned in
Because the
draft,
dragon was
once the
sitting at
Caitlyn
like
is gone,
1600
the frontline really
HP
doesn't
for a
have that
while.
much to worry about. So Caps is forced to disengage, and FlyQuest find a beautiful fight. And crucially, they take away that Dragon Soul point from G2.
Yeah, after Inspired was able to finish off the Caitlyn, he then had a Q come up and he just Q smited the dragon right in front of Skumon to yoink that objective as well. So FlyQuest, this is something they're so well known for in
Would you
North
say
America.
that's a
You know, give
Smurf
up the
team
first couple
fight or
of
not
dragons,
quite?
invest all of your money into this
Um,
third dragon fight, and they really pulled that one off quite well.
I did
to
put an
bring the game
Inspired
under their control.
Smurfs a
Yep,
team
and
fight.
Hansama didn't have the Infinity Edge for that last fight, right? We hit like the perfect
Not really,
2-item spike that we
honestly.
talk about for Corki all the time.
Like, he
Romano was
did
in
do
there,
well.
Masu
I'm
was
thinking, like,
able to stay alive, keep doing
Inspired
that
goes
DPS, and him and
in,
Quad,
kills a couple
been able to do a lot.
people,
Quad especially, man.
does
This
the
guy has
Dougie
looked
and
so
4
good in this game
backflips
on this
and
Talia
comes
thus
out with
far,
2
and 2 items
HP.
have
Like,
now been
I want to be
completed, as
blown
Leandris is
away.
now done as well. They'll grab themselves another turret.
That was
They
a
are
good
starting
fight, though.
to really roll this snowball down the hill.
Yeah, I
Like,
that
he
you're
did
going,
well,
wait a
but he
second,
did he
this one's
Smurf
just for
it?
fun.
Nah.
It's a bit of an exciting one here, as we do get a bit of a stun onto Skumon, but he gets himself out. That's a
Like, you
headshot.
feel
That's
me?
A lot of damage on
So you
Masu.
hate
Does
me?
need to be a
Not
little
at all,
bit careful.
bestie.
The Infinity Edge is
Not
done.
at all.
I like that you're, really complimenting Quad there, though, because he's
I
been
love
so
you
aggressive
down,
with all these seismic
actually.
shove chunks, has opened up
Okay,
a lot
we
of,
get
like,
mid-turret.
small opportunities for FlyQuest
Nice.
so far, and he's able to finish off that mid tower. So that's all 3 outer towers.
But this
down
is
now,
only game 1.
for G2. They have no
There are many
longer
more
any
fights
outer
for
defenses,
Inspired to
and FlyQuest
Smurf, not
immediately
gonna
pulled the
lie.
trigger on the Otacon.
Yeah,
Like, I
there is a
do
ward still here,
fully
though, for G2, so they know
predict
the
him
size of this health
smurfing
bar. As you
a
can see,
team
Bwipo
fight.
just trying to
It
stand
looks
in
like
front
they
of
want to
him.
fight for Otacon.
He's
This
like,
might be
"Oh, out of
it.
This one is, my goodness, he's so incredibly tanky at the same time. Is G2 going to have to deal with him first? The wall goes down just to try and keep him alive. There's the Pulverize as well as Broken Blade. Gets himself out of there. Now the Nature's Grasp does
Bar
fly
just
past.
ulted
The
nobody.
Otacon will just turn its sights onto G2
Not a
this
soul.
time. Down to about 4K as FlyQuest possibly out of this. There's a flash forward from Busio, but I don't know about it. The flick back, though, is gorgeous.
Okay,
and
we
Skumon
got
put
the
in
objective.
position, but unable to get the smite. That one's going to go to Inspired. As the gravity field goes down, the Arcane Storm doing nothing. Master going to take down Caps, who cannot get it done. Now Broken Blade buying some
Is
space. They
there
only lose one, but
reduced
Otacon,
movement
such
speed
a
while
big deal.
Wukong is in ulti
FlyQuest play
form?
with such patience. Quad with a fantastic ultimate to start that fight off because it isolates Broken Blade. It looked like Bwipo was the one that was caught out of position. He was so far up the river without the support of his team, but then Quad's ulti completely changed that dynamic.
How does that
And
make
the
sense
reason why
that
it's
he
important
started the
is 'cause it
objective
forces
and
the
stole
ulti
it?
out from the Brav. So here you're
Like,
thinking, wow,
FlyQuest
Bwipo,
did the
you're
most
way
amount
too
of
deep,
damage
but look on
to the
left,
objective.
A beautiful ultimate comes
Like,
through.
it's basically
Then the
at half
Brav
health right
reactively
here.
uses his ultimate, but to no effect. Now the Maokai ultimate is gone.
How is that
The Brav's ultimate is
stolen?
gone, and it makes it easy for Fly for the re-engage.
And then it still comes down to a clutch
Oh, I
smite
guess
fight
right here.
Maokai gets knocked in, tries to go for the Q smite, but Inspired clutches out the smite
Interesting.
on the Otacon to get that one, and
Yeah, you
is
can mark it
huge.
off as
Then
stolen.
Caps just gets jumped on. Masu Valks forward,
said
and since Bwipo
stolen.
teleported in, Bwipo's back to help him out.
I mean, just great patience being demonstrated by FlyQuest as now Broken Blade in a lot of danger.
Or is he? I
Yeah,
mean,
it
this is
said
the
that he
Rek'Sai
stole it, so
situation, right?
who
It
am
always
I to
looks like
argue
he's
with
in
the League of
danger, and then
Legends?
I do that play-by-play thing where it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna die, and then he never does. Well, let's see whether he does here. See that thing? Let's see whether he. No, it just doesn't happen. As he has just eaten a whole lot of pressure in this game.
I gotta be honest, Vedius, it's looking a lot like MSI to me.
I mean, right now, yeah, we haven't really seen any proactivity from G2, and again, one of the big question marks for this team is seeing Skumon and Labrov work together. But when Skumon is on a champion like Maokai, well, he has been playing it extensively throughout the year. In summer, that's really not been their motif. Things like the Wukong, the Xin Zhao, the Pantheon, things
I like the 2-man for Broken Blade. They made him risk going in because the passive shows him he will get jumped if he does facts.
FlyQuest have just found
I feel like Rek'Sai passive is so fire. Like, it's so unique. I really like it. I really like it.
The timings and punishes from FlyQuest have been fantastic.
And the desk was talking about it, right?
Aced or thrown.
The fact that Inspired has been a little bit quiet.
There's still possibly
I'm looking at this game, I'm feeling like
2 more games.
3-0-2 currently
I
on
think
the
there's
Wukong,
plenty of room for an Otacon ace or throw.
Standing in front, he's a bouncer this game. And that is going to mean that we've evened out the Drakes between the two squads. A quad stack Chemtech Soul would be a lot of healing and shielding power.
It certainly would. Busio is ghosting again.
Oh dear.
To Hex Flash over. Do they actually make a catch here though? That's pretty far. Yeah.
It's a dangerous one. Whippo not going to be getting over the wall. They just clear out vision. And it's all going to be fine. But FlyQuest have not been giving up space. They've been playing slowly, but they've been just constantly encroaching on G2. It's like creep spread or something like that, to use a StarCraft reference.
And something that FlyQuest are just so ultimately confident in is always their team fighting ability and choosing the correct timers here. And they have just out-executed in these fights over and over again. It's not quite a blowout or anything, but they do feel very much in control.
Absolutely, and what was a massive advantage between the two AD carries in favor of Vansummer now has shriveled into nothing. The item advantage is in favor of Masu. He has the gold advantage, he has the experience advantage, and you can understand why throughout his career he is 9-0 on the champion, and he's looking to make it 10, as right now FlyQuest holds onto a 4.9k gold lead here in Game 1.
This Baron certainly looking like something that could try and get a blowout as far as that gold advantage is concerned, put themselves into a winning position. But G2, we mentioned it already, right? Like, if this composition can just stick around, right? Then it does have a lot of options later on in the game. Like, you get to max items on a Caitlyn,
building
she has
a
so
gold
much range.
lead.
It's really, really hard to get to her, and she does so much damage, but they have to get there. As Ace in the Hole comes through, Whippo ignores it. It bounces off him or something like that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and I think so far, the problem for G2 is that, yeah, you know, you've got Caitlyn and Victor range for later, but FlyQuest engagers are supremely confident. Inspired and Busio are the best players on the team and constantly will look for these super hard engages really quick. So it's like, they have to have really good, like,
that's
Maokai
what it's looking like.
And Bard ultimates in
Only
order to
fighting when they have
that team
to.
Fight.
And they were picked together, right? Like, this was part of that Wombo combo that you're trying to set up. We haven't quite seen it just yet.
It's a really important purchase for Hansama there. The LDR going to help get through some of the resistances that
Inspired literally the LTA MVP.
I feel like even items though between Corki and Caitlyn, you're still feeling like Corki's fine. I think 4 items.
But I do think it's nice that a support player is getting his flowers.
So a bit more time
because I feel like support players are normally overshadowed by their ADC. Even though like the support normally makes like a lot of the plays. I am very glad that a support player is getting their flowers. But yeah, Inspired definitely is like,
does look like Whippo isn't too worried about it though.
You know?
Man, it's such a wet noodle fight, isn't it?
They are farming the damage stat right now.
This is just, it's just grass.
Let's pump those numbers up.
Yeah. And look, they did get a bunch of stacks, so nicely done there, guys. But not really too much going to come of it. So I think like maybe as nothing happens, it's G2 favored. But it still feels like the game is very much in control of FlyQuest, and as they get more and more vision control, the Baron becomes easier and easier. It's hard to work it out, guys.
The Baron is very scary against the Maokai, of course.
Low-key landfills, like,
the Bard can
Let's
completely
go
change
in.
the dynamic of the fight, whether that be maybe hitting onto your back line so that no longer you have any
I
damage
think it
threats,
really
or
does.
even if it's just hitting the
well,
Baron to stall and now you're just trapped
I
in the
don't
pit,
think that
waiting for
they're
this thing to wear
necessarily
off. FlyQuest
scared.
are
I think that
respecting
they're
objective
like
wisely,
they don't
especially
want to
given that
mess
they are stacking
around.
these dragons and know that the next
But I
dragon's
feel like confident
FlyQuest
players
are
know
clearly,
like when they can go in
delineating
and really
every
get
moment
kills.
that have an item power spike, then we go
Like
for
I
our
feel like
fight. They
both
got
teams
Guardian
are
Angel
playing
now
so
uninspired.
freaking
This
safe and
completely
like
changes how you are
textbook.
able to play a team fight as Wukong. You know, you can just actually turbo into the center of the enemy
HLE
team,
versus
even if they are able to
CFO
delay,
was
has the Guardian Angel to get back up.
scrappy. We were really treated a treat.
Plays as well for Inspired. So, you know, that's a big break point. And then if that death cap does get completed by Quad, you will see FlyQuest be the ones to force the issue.
Yep, that is massive damage prepared here, and he might actually have it on this back right now. And it's a Talia, so even if he didn't have teleport up, he would still have the ability
Right,
to wall over
Sky.
there. And also, if he didn't have wall, he'd just go
Both teams
fast.
are like,
He surfed. It's very
actually.
unfair. So he's not going to have any issues making his way back out, but does decide to use the teleport to bring him in here.
Yeah,
So
man.
with that cool new hat, double
I
item
feel like they
spikes,
know like
Kobe.
what they're doing is
this going to be
working,
enough
and they'll
for FlyQuest
eventually
to
like
look for a
win.
team fight angle, because it's also soul point for both teams.
All right.
Whippo goes forward,
It's
but
not
isn't
soul
going to be able to find
point.
too much more.
They'll
Inspired,
be on
look
soul
at that
point.
flank angle. As the knockup does come through there on Navusio, the explosive damage is massive. The wall comes through just to make sure that Caps cannot get in. Hansama not able to find
Oh, wow.
Navusio, but
Hansama
now the
kinda
unbreakable
does
wall's worn
damage.
off. Is this just going to be soul point over to G2?
Yeah, I think they get it. You know, FlyQuest, basically Busio's out of the fight now. An Alistar low health with no ultimate doesn't get to do much at all. They just call it off. Yeah, FlyQuest,
Okay,
after they
so
see that,
G2 gets the
they
dragon.
call off the play, and
They are now
G2
on soul
win
point.
the objective with their burst damage on the Alistar.
My goodness, that headshot
This
definitely definitely hurts.
It kind of epitomizes this game, though,
Oh.
because it was a team fight. No one died. One team walked away and another team got a Drake that wasn't even a soul, so it's not even really going to change the next 5 minutes. But if G2 are able to
All
get
right,
the soul, that could
Caitlin's
be a big
build
deal.
is
Now
more
FlyQuest
standard.
looking
The
for
RFC
this
early
Baron.
from Viper kind of
G2 in
confused me,
position,
but
though. They still have a lot
Hansama's
of
like
buttons up and available. It's only the ace in the
very
hole that
textbook
they really
build.
used. And so Inspired going to back away. They're not going to go for any 50-50s. It's Broken Blade in an uncomfortable position, but the seismic shove isn't going to find the mark. As they all get themselves out. There's the Nature's Grasp as G2 are actually looking for it here, but it's a
Got the
clone
clone.
that eats that up. One of the benefits of being
That was good
Wukong
from
into
Inspired.
the Maokai, of course.
Such a big ultimate used when Baron is being threatened. Oh, and look at these waves. Bot is now bouncing back in favor of FlyQuest. Top is pushing in favor of FlyQuest. FlyQuest are also going to get to the midway first, which means that G2 have pressure really starting to build up.
Whippo
everywhere
is
the
really
map,
on Broken
giving
Blade's
FlyQuest
forehead,
more and more
bro.
control around the objective. That control wood in the back of the pit is really the only thing that's giving
Hansama
G2
was up
vision,
30
and Inspired is gonna
CS,
take that
and
one
now
away,
the
start
CS is
objective up
even.
once again.
Yeah, Megacone is going to be denied here at the same time as Whippo just patrolling the edge of this Baron pit. They do pull off, though. As you can see, Quad's in that mid lane. And the wall is going to come down. Caps is going to be separated from the rest of the team. Ace in the hole comes in. Inspired going to eat that one for Quad to keep him in the fight. Whippo now taking some
Ooh,
real
flash.
damage here from
Oh,
this
Victor.
Caitlyn.
I was
All
like,
right,
I heard
Caps
the flash
is for sure
sound.
the target here for FlyQuest. No flash on
What's
the
up,
Victor.
Saint? How are you
Lucio
doing?
and Inspired will look to target him, and he's getting chunked as well.
These rockets really starting to hurt. As, man, this is so incredibly intense.
Look at the waves, though, again. We talked about them earlier. FlyQuest have pressure everywhere on the map. They're going to quickly go for the reset. G2 doing what they can, but finally Caps will have that opportunity to go back to base, spend what gold he can. And impressively, G2 managed to hold the line. I really thought that that was going to be the moment where they lost the whole fight, because FlyQuest was just navigating everything so well. They just barely get away with the skin of their teeth. And FlyQuest, as they should, turn their attention back towards the Baron. It's really the objective that they're going to need to close out the game. And this is the only scary part for FlyQuest. The later into the game you go, obviously the gold just matters less. And so once this Caitlyn and Victor get to 5 items, obviously, like, the fights are going to be a lot scarier for them. They need to leverage the advantage that they have right now.
Well, this could be certainly leveraged as Caps walks a little bit too far away from his turret and will just be taken out by Busio. Beautifully done.
That is the name of this game.
Hey,
It has
Caps,
been Kill
I
Caps.
just want
It's
you to
either
be
burn his
aware.
flash
I don't know
or
if you know,
repeat
but you're
attack
currently
and just
1 in
kill him
5.
again. Busio finds the Victor wandering through the jungle.
You're currently
again.
1
What can
in
FlyQuest do with the
5.
timer?
Well, perfect position. Great sidesteps there from Broken Blade, though, to make sure that he's not knocked
Previous
back
to this game, they called you the best
Inspired, though,
EU player
right on
ever.
top of this Baron.
Lock in, brother.
It's going to be so difficult to stop this Baron
It's
from going down the
embarrassing at
flash.
this point. Oh my gosh,
Scumon's
Lucio.
flash is now on cooldown. Redemption for a bit of extra
Yo.
damage at the same time as FlyQuest, they kept
Lucio
the Baron
is
leash.
kinda...
All of this vision getting taken away over and over again. And this Baron down to 4,000. Do they opt in for it? Because Cumon can't get over the wall. It's going to be impossible for them to stop this, and the Baron will be taken by FlyQuest. The discipline in this game is obscene by FlyQuest.
It is. It is.
FlyQuest, I gotta say as well, we warned you, there might be a support diff. Bucio is cracked, man. This guy is just doing so much. He found the victor. He set up the play onto Caps. Then he goes around, sets up another play. They get Scumon's flash. He goes over the back of the red buff wall, and FlyQuest just claim their objective without technically winning a team fight, but just picking apart G2 beforehand.
And the craziest thing about it was he was spotted thanks to the Rek'Sai, and it looked like he was the one that was going to get caught, but he was so quick with it. He didn't hesitate. He just flashes in, targets Scumon.
I need to see FlyQuest beat a real team.
That Maokai with no flash, he's got no way into the pit.
What do you mean by beat a real team?
Beautifully done by FlyQuest. 30 seconds until the Dragon spawns. I mean, ideally, I think that they should just abandon it and just focus on sieging. They want to get as much out of this Baron as possible.
We also need to delay Elder Drake for as much as possible as well, because we want this game to go for about 70 minutes if possible.
For G2's credit, it is hard to push on these Caitlyn trap lines, but never mind.
Flash is going forward here as the wall comes down, and Han Sama
just
blows up. The inner turret is going to go down.
Wrap this up, y'all.
And Scumon is running the wrong direction. Bit of a jungle v jungle here as he gets the Teemo thumbs up.
Wrap it
I
up.
think Scumon's going to feel okay about it. Nimbus Strike comes forward. Inspired finishes him off, and I think this is the end of the game as FlyQuest will slowly but surely, methodically tear G2 apart.
Wrap this one
here
up.
in game one. Bucio going forward one more time. The Tempered Fate comes down for a bit of fun as the Nexus turrets, one already down, the second one to follow. Masu.
Don't be
right
1 in
in their
5 next
face.
game,
The Arcade
okay?
Storm not
Wrap
doing
this
too
one up.
much of anything. And the Nexus will now go down. Trading places here is Masu and Broken Blade, but down goes the Nexus. And it's FlyQuest up 1-0.
We are one
What a beautiful
game
ending fight.
away
They make me eat my
from
words instantly. They all just
quarterfinals.
flash over the Caitlyn traps. Like, no, we all just flash forward. Masu flashes forward with the rest of them.
We are
and they
one
delete
game
G2 before
away
Caps could even get back to the fight. He
from
had been recalling
quarterfinals.
from split pushing, but FlyQuest just end the game.
Maybe they were just waiting the entire game for a caster curse. And it finally came in, but now it's time to hear from the analysts about that game number one.
One game away.
FlyQuest said, do you think it's going to be any different than MSI? No, and we're going to show you exactly why. A sovereign victory. And I think, and I'll go directly into Azael with this one, a game that FlyQuest likes to play. With a draft, they like to play. I feel like G2 played into their hands completely.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really put any pressure on them. Obviously, they got the Caitlyn CS advantage, but the way that FlyQuest generally likes to play with these scaling compositions is Bucio is acting essentially as the jungler, covering his lanes, let Inspire just power farm.
The only
hoover
time
up as
I'm
much gold as he
patriotic
possibly
is
can,
Olympics
and, then they're gonna
and
show up with the
Worlds.
third
No, I
dragon,
get that.
And they're going to have a really big power spike. He's on 2 items. He's ready to fight, and their objective setups, I think, are the best of Western teams.
And I think it was really nice of Caps to give them that extra camp in the top lane a lot of the time as well, because every time it felt like
famed
Caps
7th
was just,
camp.
exactly, and it was, to be honest, well orchestrated by FlyQuest, because we constantly saw them moving up into the lanes, finding the picks, and it was very reminiscent of their game one in MSI, where it was very close until they were catching Caps and side lanes on the Cassiopeia, finding moments to get these picks that slowed down the game, put it in their favor, and then they were able to play towards those objectives.
And I'm a bit of a Victor hater in the LCK. I think in the current meta, the champion just doesn't hit the mark for me. There's a lot of champions that could have had this issue, but for me, so much of the games are decided in early to mid game, and I think that Victor just doesn't really have the pressure, especially Victor Maokai. By the time you start doing damage, we see Fly had already taken over the game.
I will say that, and allow me to criticize G2 just a little bit. I think there's hubris at play here, because you come to the table against BLG. Of course, they hadn't been playing that well, but they're the first seed from the LPL. You know that they should be better. You craft a plan. You are proactive. You take them to these skirmishes. Why aren't you giving that respect to Fly? Why do you think you can just play standard? Why do you think you can pick the red side and come up with this comp and not do enough to put the game in your favor? I'm sorry, but this is incredibly, incredibly frustrating. frustrating to watch.
It was, and I think a lot of that is they had a plan, but they weren't able to execute because the things that they brought to the table, they weren't practiced on. Labrov did not look good on the Bard, barely hit any of his Qs. The Bard ultimates weren't that strong, and it meant that every time
They
we
were
got
horrible,
to the team
actually.
fights, FlyQuest got to basically do whatever the hell they want because they were practiced.
I don't think I
they
saw
were
one
coordinated,
valid
they were well
Bard ult.
orchestrated. Everything was going in their favor.
They
Yes,
just
and
wanted to
Isaac, as
take it
we
away
head
from
over to the fourth
Bucio.
break, it is FlyQuest that
And
can just
then
make their plan come to fruition. We'll get to it in a second.
danced on their
actually.
forehead with
This is what I was
Alistar.
talking about, where if you allow FlyQuest to play their game and, you know, they build an early lead, they're going to show up to the next objective, they're going to fight you. Their objective setups are the best in the West. It's not close, in my opinion. They just don't lose in those spots. Obviously, that's not against LCK, that's not against LPL, but it's insanely impressive.
I want to highlight 33-0.
Yep.
I
That's
like
crazy.
it's the level of consistency, right? Because like
That's like every game in our schedule. That's
free.
That's like 3 years of LCM. No, I'm just
It's
kidding.
crazy, but also it also builds confidence in your team when you
Yeah.
get to games and you feel that you're not being challenged. You know that you can play out the plan, and we saw it in this one thanks to the reliable Cisco network. It is
K-Drill
FlyQuest who arrived
signed to
just on
G2?
time at the Dragon, and they had it planned.
And on one end, while this is happening, you have Bucio creating space, but it's inspired, has been playing for himself, has hit that crucial breakpoint, and actually gotten a hand on the Wukong, and he starts up the fight, and it's basically won in the first couple of seconds because Hans has taken out the fight.
Yeah, I mean, their setups are just so good, right? Inspired is coming out of the pit. Whippo's coming in from behind you. Bucio's pincering from the left. Like, it's 3 divers all on top of the Caitlyn instantaneously. Everyone piles in. FlyQuest are very well in these plays.
And I love the way we saw Inspired playing around the Rek'Sai specifically in these fights. Like, consistently, that time it was a blast cone. The times before it was, oh, I'm going to just stand in the pit and not move for the next 30 seconds so then I can bait people in. And it almost was G2 trying to rely on that overly much as they try to play into the fights.
Yeah, just don't play into them. Don't give them everything they want. I think that's important. I don't know if we have side selection next, but now G2 is really up against it. I got to remind people, this is a position to qualify into knockouts. You would get another chance if you lose here, but honestly, if you lose to a team that's as good as FlyQuest, there are maybe even better teams waiting in the other side.
Those sharks in the water.
So, Rob, give me a little bit of the
just
rundown
absolutely
of how G2 could
took
bring this
over
gap.
my
I don't want to see
ears,
these
bro.
enchanters or these range supports in the bot lane. I want to get back to
Remix.
Alistair, back to Leona,
I
set up through
thought
that.
I was
play
having
towards
a
mid,
stroke.
Find that magic that worked for
Genuinely.
G2 all summer long and brought them to the
And
win
then I
finally in summer.
realized,
We have seen
I
it here.
looked
Kong
at
Lulu started to do
chat,
nothing for 30
Nah,
minutes.
just win. Whatever. How do we? Is this an
and
alternate
I
time zone where
realized
became
it
easier?
was
This is
not
so
just me.
discombobulating.
throwing up Baron.
But when we come back, it is game 2 between G2 from the LEC and FlyQuest from the LTA.
Oh
or
my
is the
gosh.
LCS, who knows? They beat us no matter where they're from.
Like, my brain couldn't comprehend.
You can't say welcome to the LCS, Surdy. I mean, it's great that he's in the LCS, but now he's playing Draven in a show match.
Of course you can't say welcome to the LCS. It's the LTA. Welcome to the LTA, Surdy.
This is going to be a struggle.
Show what he got in LCS or like LTA now.
It's just LCS. I almost beat Gen G, like, or LTA, excuse me. That's gonna happen.
XU, welcome back to the LCS match.
A lot of LCS fans could be all LCS teams.
There's some rivalries this year in the LCS.
LCS pros need to work on their signatures. This is honestly the best plug I've ever seen for an LCS player.
Last game of LEC we'll watch, and then we'll go into LCS, obviously.
It's going to be really exciting to see you in the LCS.
Coming into top lane as an LCS player. So yeah.
I was thinking ahead, and I was like, LCS, nope, LTA.
Big brain.
Not gonna make that mistake on air for sure.
Of the LCS or LTA.
After their LCS game, you know, flaming the other LCS teams.
The second best at the time.
said that.
Support in the LCS.
The return of the LCS, but smiling face.
Oh, let's keep it.
Oh.
You know, when you're playing against LCS teams,
Fantastic.
This is an LCS thing now, isn't it?
We want to do a check-in for Fantasy LCS as well. Just wants that LCS trophy. I don't think I said LCS unintentionally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I did it.
But I'll have to check the tape.
God bless. LCS coming back in 2026.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
2x KO.
Up Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey.
Get a
crystal
mod of
clear.
hoodie, Chim. Let me see what we can lock in.
Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Slay.
Hi. Got
Slay,
this old
Oppo.
thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal. You don't know that?
Can you buy that phone in the US?
Red Bull
Can
gives
you?
you wings.
Let me see. Oppo. Oppo. Does Oppo sell in the US? Oppo doesn't have any retail partners in the United States and doesn't operate its own US storefront either.
The greatest players in the world are here.
So no.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9. You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the
Yeah. What about the other things? Did I get any fire pictures at Worlds this past, or not year Worlds? I meant TwitchCon.
They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in. Betcha flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Oh, y'all want to see a pic of me stunt and Saber? We just had so much fun at Worlds this year. I keep saying Worlds. By Worlds, I mean TwitchCon. This was not the night that I was stalked by the random man, though. This was the night before. Or the random men, actually. We were just having such a blast. We had such a blast. Good clarification. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. Do I have any other? Oh. So I did a meet and greet at TwitchCon. My first ever meet and greet at TwitchCon. Show you the picture of that. This was our meet and greet day. We had such a fun time. So many people showed up. Also, shout out to the person who brought me a T1 hat and a T1 pin and a T1 pin set. Literally made my weekend with that. Let's see. What else I got? It was just a fun weekend, man. All around. Is Stunt really tall? Will is 6 feet tall, if I remember correctly. Look at her at a towering 6'3". Facts. Did you go to the TwitchCon in Vegas? I did. What an iconic. Oh, y'all, I still got this just like up. What the heck? What do you mean infant faces? Baby faces?
Welcome back, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
yo, low key. I see it.
I'm Alice, joined by Kobe and Vedius, and I said at the beginning of the game that I
I see it,
stopped
low
being a
key.
play-by-play caster
That's crazy.
and started being a mediator, and the
What the
teams
heck,
took me
he?
very seriously. So I'm hoping that this time around, if I say that no, the mediation
That's
is
kinda funny.
unnecessary, we've all just agreed that we're going to commentate some video games, and it's going to be brilliant. We can get some more action.
No.
Hey, listen.
Yo, I am always so freaking happy to like meet y'all and say hi. So if that ever happens again, please say hi. Please, please, please.
I know you're not a
I did see what happened to Imaru at TwitchCon. These people out here are scary.
We're game 2 now. We're game 2
Scary.
And we're gonna believe in Steve.
And then Twitch didn't even like really do anything.
I think I might start using that one from now on. I like it a lot. I think Andy does get a lot of attention.
Crazy work,
and you do not
Yano.
need more attention.
Crazy work.
That's what I would say.
He's already got big enough ego.
We're doing our very best to mitigate it as we can.
Absolutely,
so we've moved on to Steve.
Solar.
Let's see what Steve has for us, though, in game number 2 as far as draft. Because
Wait,
there were
who's
certain
got
things
pink
that I
hair?
personally felt strongly about, tried to pipe down about it. I just don't like Victor. I just don't like it.
I want to know how that man just like walked past the line, walked past security.
As Chronicle walked down the stairs when he was going backstage after the game, he was like, that was pretty good as far as that Victor watch was concerned. I'm like, yes, it felt pretty good on this
All
side
right.
as well.
Hey,
But we're
Masu,
here,
hear me
game
out.
2,
Lock in
Steve, so
Samira.
let's get into it already. A couple of things banned out on the side. We're not changing your name. We're changing. No, I'm going to call him
Hansama, if you want me to root for you, lock in Samira.
Kind of like I'm casting with Kobe and Steve. Yeah. Oh, man, it feels good, actually. That's brilliant.
Okay,
All right.
the point Steve wants to get across is
in the
that
third person.
G2
So cool.
is on the red side. They chose to stay on the red side, which is a little surprising.
Yep, JT, crazy
I'm
work.
wondering if they utilized this counter
It's
pick
so
more effectively
crazy.
than they were able to in the previous game, because picking the Rek'Sai into Pupos Casante really didn't amount into anything too significant. The volley bear ban, so they've been doing their research. They know that
So if we
Skewon, when
win
he wants
this,
to be
we
a little bit more
advance out of
active on
Swiss
the map,
stage.
he will
Correct,
usually go
Munchie.
towards this volley bear, so they want to take that away from him.
Yeah, no,
The Sion
actually,
puts
Death Ray.
Orianna ban away. I wonder what is left to
Because
take
that's
away.
insane.
Maybe they target junglers. Xin Zhao could be a possibility. We've seen be a super high priority jungler this tournament.
Rise is also a
Don't
big
worry,
deal as well.
Sky.
You won't
They
be able to
banned
take
him
your
on
Aurora away.
Twitch.
You have to be careful. If you
Don't
pick
worry.
Rise, Quad is going to slam a Cassiopeia.
Justice hath been served.
You would love it if you slammed a Rise.
It was 30 days, but now he's indefinitely banned on Twitch. Yeah, no, fixes everything.
High priority pick that will now not be in the
Fixes
hands of
everything.
Lucio, and that actually means that he has to play a third champion, which is very
Who
cool.
got banned?
So far as I
The
played
man
Alistair
who
and,
like
Nico.
tried to kiss Imaru during her meet and greet.
He has even played a support Azir game.
No, literally,
which
Holy,
they
like,
self-banned.
how did
Yeah,
they
didn't win
not
it. Don't worry.
think that that was not okay?
I mean, I've had experience with top.
Like, how did they give that man a 30-day
Play
ban
that one a lot. Support Azir, haven't seen that one. It's
and
kinda
think like,
Well, the Rise is open.
we ate
but
that?
as you
Like,
rightly called, they could
how?
Wait until third pick, then lock the Rise, then ban out the potential counters to it. Trundle right
Like
now
how?
could be the direction. This is a lot more in the direction of what we traditionally see from Skewon, and again, just a little bit more self-agency, a little bit more playmaking, a little bit more skirmishing power from what we've been seeing from him, especially.
Like insane
And
work.
I always love it into Xin. You know, you can pillar Xin in bad spots, and you can usually put a lot of pressure on the champion. And a lot of pro players, you know, like that matchup. But we've seen at this tournament.
Why did it
people
take
even
so
pick
long
Xin
for them
after Trundle's already
to
been taken, you know, and
to
kind
make
of
it
like
indefinite?
soft,
Not even that like
people would say
a ban on the website like is enough. Like why was that man not escorted out of the convention immediately and into the hands of police?
Action going.
I'm confused.
The Aurora coming in could be a flex pick theoretically, but likely to be going into Caps' hands. FlyQuest
Like
will be able to
immediately
answer it.
should have been
Let's see what
escorted
Quad is
out
going to be playing. Whether maybe
and
they
waited
lock in
for
a
the
bottom lane,
police.
You could actually save your solo lanes until after the next round of bans, but it could be dangerous as you will
Crazy
lose
work.
opportunities to pick things.
Would you say that Quad has
Is
a
that Seraphine?
common answer, or is it something a little bit more generic, like the Annie is a possibility we've seen a bunch of times into the Aurora as well?
I would say Quad is very straightforward in his champion champion picks.
Hit the Cassiopeia, babes. Just go ahead and lock it in.
Annie is, in the group as well. And so it probably won't be anything too fancy. Unless they've been saving it the whole time.
Unless they've been saving it. Rumble going to come through from Whipper. We talked about how we
You
didn't
still
really
gotta
expect
attend.
Rumble
I
to be a
still need to
super
meet
high
you
priority
IRL.
pick
Not I
in
gotta
this
keep
series, but it looks like
going.
that it's already going to come through from
I
Flying
do
Quest.
think that this past TwitchCon was one of the best TwitchCons I've been to, but it's not necessarily because of the convention. It's because of the people I went with and like the stuff that I like did.
2 damage threats. It depends on how much of a damage threat you consider Trundle to be.
TwitchCon is like 20% TwitchCon and 80% after parties, functions, meetups, like hanging with your friends. Like the con really is only 20%. Are you still coming to DreamHack, by the way? I am. I will be in Atlanta, Georgia next week for DreamHack. I got invited as a creator, Holy. So it's literally, you are the reason that I'll be at DreamHack. I filled out the form that you sent me with like 12 hours left.
It's just about as straightforward.
And yeah,
as you can
I'll be
get.
there. So thank you, Holy. Thank you.
On the tin. But now going to be banning away a few things. The Karma ban is kind of intriguing.
I guess they're worried about Ezreal.
Yeah, in a game
Are we counting Annie as potential unconventional? I don't think so. We've had some Annie picks already.
Yeah, because I guess they're less worried about Ezreal in isolation, but
and she is also a mid laner. I think like an unconventional pick would be like the Varus top that IG ran, I think it was. Like that, even though Varus is a conventional pick, the fact that it was Varus top is unconventional. You see what I'm saying?
Remember about Labrov is Thresh and Blitzcrank are very much up his alley.
Let's
These
go
are the type of champions that he loves to
LTA.
play. When he was on BDS, Rel was like his go-to. There was one split where he played something like
I feel like Annie support is like strong. I don't know why more people don't play it.
To the wayside a little bit more. With the Braum ban, it definitely suggests that G2 is looking a little bit more engaged on the bot side of the Rift.
Yeah, those ones looking a lot better now. Karma and
Yeah,
Braum
G2
both
stayed red.
Definitely thinking about that.
All right, see what the final
There
ban
are
is going to be
zero
here
girly
from
pops
FlyQuest.
on pro
It's
teams.
probably going to be sticking towards some of these supports, like you were talking about, a lot of engagement.
That's what I'm saying, Captain. Like, I'm
Not going to be
confused.
available. They do need a lot of damage from that bottom side of the map, so it does make a fair bit of sense.
All right, let's see some good ADCs. Let's see
So
some good ADCs. Let's see
does also
some good
kind of dissuade you from going towards the
ADCs.
Kai'Sa, which would kind of work out with this composition if you
I
go
want to
the AD
see some
route.
fire ADC
And we were
picks.
talking about some of the safe AD carries. But yeah, you mentioned the Kai'Sa as well. You could go the dive option and get in there. Plus, Kai'Sa,
You can
like,
feel it in your what?
especially if you have a lot of people on your team that can apply plasma,
can do what,
then
yo?
you can use it very safely as well. You don't always have to kind of dive bomb into the back line.
Sky, I was
It
talking
is
the other
certainly
day
face up
about how
into,
I
Desire
think
that's
that
likely going to
me
be picked up
and
on Sama,
Virtual
but that is going
Diva,
to be a
Miss
Lucian for
Carlotta, should start a like all-female, all-pro team, like the first ever. I think that would be so tea. However, that's a lot of money. So I don't know if that is in our future, but I think that would be so tea.
A little bit more generic, maybe like Renata. I was expecting more along the lines of Leona.
Hello,
but
50kg.
goes. Okay. Soraka.
I hope you're having a great day.
Common bot lane?
Honestly, I kind of like it though. Soraka heal battery for
Soraka?
this team. Keeping up the Xin
Let's
on the front line,
freaking
making a lot of space. It's a very
go!
short range.
All right, we're rooting for FlyQuest. Unless they can out,
Of Soraka, as long as
you
Lucio can
have to
some
pick
good
Samira
space.
if you
I
want me to
kinda
root
like
for
it
you.
the
Yeah,
team.
bro. Like y'all just lose.
Zaya is the most obvious thing ever, so that is just going to be locked in here to round out the G2 composition. But
All in favor for rooting for the Soraka and the Soraka alone, please type 1 in my
I'm
chat.
pretty open-minded because Soraka
All
also
for
can
rooting for
poke
Soraka
pretty
and
effectively.
Soraka
So everyone's always
alone. 1 in
focused on the
chat.
heals,
1 in chat.
But the lane can have some decent amount of poke, so maybe they can also get a lot of poke damage on Zaya
I am
lane,
also typing
which
1.
is something that
Let me
Zaya
put my
usually
1 in
struggles
there.
with sometimes.
And I'm also friends with LS.
Yeah.
He's a huge Soraka fan. So
Yeah.
I'm like trying to check my bias here because I'm normally used to saying, oh, wow, what
We
an
root
incredible
for
Soraka angle. But I don't know.
We root for FlyQuest
I
here.
have to just default to it because otherwise, like, I'm wrong. He's like, I like that, but you're wrong. Or he's like, no, Atlas, you idiot. It's definitely a Soraka ring.
For me, when I think about Soraka, like, there's the old school memes of her being the ambulance, right?
Yep.
But if a champion survives an Aurora burst, like, you're then out. You know what I mean? Like, that champion no longer provides the same value that it did. And Soraka
I can't root for Soraka because I need 3 games for bingo. Oh, shoot.
So even if Aurora drops this huge 5-man ulti down on top of
Okay,
you,
well, root for Soraka, but also root for G2 then in that case.
And almost reset the team fight. So I see the value, especially against these burstier champions. The biggest weakness for Soraka has historically
Chim,
been
please
that
talk
she is a
about
low mobility
Faker.
support that is easy to catch out. So positioning
I have
is
5
super
things.
important.
I'm
and also,
dead.
it doesn't limit Busio's just ability to roam. What I think he's
wish
been very
Faker
good
was
at is
playing.
bridging that early game gap. I don't know if he can
I
do
wish
that on a
Faker was
champion like
playing. I do miss my baby daddy.
When your teammates are low health.
I do miss just looking at my cutie patootie little face.
Speed ambulance. Also, I've got a theoretical combo for you.
Okay.
If you
Look
get
at her.
Annie
She's
flash big stun and layer the
gorgeous.
silence under it really
She's
easily, then it just further
gorgeous.
extends this really big engage.
I was thinking as well that it could work quite effectively into a Galio when you know
No,
that
I'm
he's
not
going
rooting
to be
for
coming
G2.
down in a certain
I'm rooting for
location.
FlyQuest.
You can greet him with a few of those circles that you're capable of putting down. You can
And
see Bucio
one
already
crossed
looking
off. I got
majestic
you,
in
boo.
that bottom lane.
You're a fan of labeling new names for circles. How about a silent circle? Have you done that one before?
The Silurcle is one of my all-time favorites. Oh, that's a beautiful...
It's kind of rare. There are not very,
not
many silences in the game.
And if they ever did exist, like the Silorb, which is Malzahar's one, that's now gone. The Sigil of Silence that then became Malice from LeBlanc, also another one that is
What
taken
Soraka
away.
skin is that? I
And,
don't think it tells
Cho'Gath
me.
has a cone, and I
Dude, they've never had a Soraka, so much so that her picture doesn't even show up, bro. It doesn't show what skin it is. I told them the girlies want to know what skin they're running,
Don't do that. We'll have
and
to
they
Silene,
have not put it in yet.
Here's the poke I was talking
We
about.
need the
though,
skin.
So we'll see how effective this is.
We
'cause,
need the skin.
Han's already chugging a potion here as Bucio landed the first Q and the second.
And when
this isn't balanced at all. Okay.
Yeah, the poke. Soraka, attack Soraka is very powerful.
This is working pretty effectively. Maybe the best thing against all this healing is to keep them at full health so they can't heal.
Boom.
There you go. Counted.
I mean, so
see it every Q.
Two
What an
wards,
insane
two wards were thrown bot lane by G2. One from the Galio, and then one from Hansama. Both have now been cleared out.
Immortal Journey.
And notice as well, Inspired pathing towards the bot side of the map. I wasn't expecting the threat of a dive from a Soraka, but now I'm a little bit more inclined by the idea.
Nice little stun to come through here from Quad as just preparing himself or trying to
I have a question. Does anybody in chat guasha?
This is at 5 CS.
I'm liking it. You know, the poke damage.
Does anybody in chat guasha or do like any lymphatic exercises or drainage for their face?
As we are really focused on this champion.
Do you guys notice that it works well in like
info on each other as well,
chiseling
so you
your
can just surmise
face?
the timing will be fairly similar, and there's already the pre-existing pixel brush ward for FlyQuest.
Lymph
so
issues.
They should
What
relent.
lymph issues?
Nice silence. So the knockup comes through, the silence immediately drops. That means Hansama can't respond with a Q. So the ability to Q into auto into root was effectively mitigated just by dropping a silence. Well played there by Bucio.
It's nicely done. Taunt comes through here as well towards this top side as the Galio
I
doing
used
what
to,
it's
but it
supposed
actually
to.
started causing more
Winning out in
acne.
this lane is Inspired.
See, that's why I don't want to
Towards
use
this
the
bottom side
gua
to
sha
try and help
specifically,
out.
because I feel like if you're not cleansing it correctly, it can like
is going to come on through.
end up messing up your
Gets that
face.
ward in, so Inspired starting this fight off already. Quad's roaming over at the same time as Humon is so incredibly low. Bucio gets on in here, heals them up, and they're not going to be able to quite find first blood just yet, but it will mean they get the crab.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
And Inspired jumps in on the fight because he knows Qmon is queuing the ward. So Qmon uses Chomp, Inspired goes in.
I like that Qmon. That's a
Qmon.
Death ray.
He did get the ward.
Yeah.
Qmon's got the ward.
Personally, I only noticed a difference if my face is already puffy. Other than that, I haven't seen a change.
And it's really adding to
Anything
it.
significant.
It's a yes from me. It's flash out from Bwipo.
You can do it wrong and mess up your lymph
Was put in the
nodes.
perfect position to make sure that that flash was needed.
The wave now in an awkward spot, but I don't think it's
I
going to
feel like using your hand in an oil cleanser is just as effective. Exactly.
Bwipo's tower.
Exactly.
The bot lane, though, going so well for Marsu and Busio.
But like you have to use your hands correctly, you know.
Hansama was really bullying Marsu out on the Corki. But now with this Soraka, they have all the sustain that they need. They're trying to quickly shove this underneath the tower so that they can go back to bases. Hans is going to come back out with a Cull. I feel like
an oil cleanser makes it so easy. Because then you're like cleansing your face as you're doing it, you know? And then you can just do your skincare afterwards.
You know, maybe this flash down on Bwipo could result in
Blonde, thank you so much for the bitty bitty bit, love. Hope you're having a good day today.
Galio definitely has the ability to lock him down, so we'll see if it makes it more difficult for Bwipo to play his lane on that top side. Of course, it is top-down clears,
I do feel like everybody at least once a week should have like a self-care day where you do like do that, you do your skincare, you do a little facial, hair mask. Like at least once a week you should. You deserve it, you know? You made it to the end of the week, or you're starting a new week. You deserve it.
Which synergizes with quite nicely as the game goes on.
I will also say that I know coming into the series there were some concerns about this mid lane matchup, and even though
are you talking about the globes, Kay?
His use of the Talia ores were fantastic, and in this laning phase he's really been out trading Caps, like sidestepping the skill shots coming out from Caps and then trading back in kind, and you can see he's built up a pretty healthy CS lead.
Luna, I am back at my setup, so don't you worry.
As he sets his sights towards bot lane.
Yeah, well and truly overloading this one. As wards go down, it looks like G2 doesn't have much of an idea of what's happening here, but they are
green tea.
Not going to be attacked just yet.
And Quad has gone for the electrocute version of Annie this time around for the extra burst damage, not the safety
green
of the
tea
phase
like
rush.
on your skin,
so sometimes
Death Ray?
You can get into a tight spot when Trundle comes over for pillars. You don't have the phase
Wait,
rush
that's
to easily get away from the slow, but it just means you have to have really good usage of
my
your shield
old like eyebrow artist
shield speed right there.
would use globes on my face after
phenomenally well.
Like waxing my eyebrows
looks to be continuing as Caps will
to reduce the like redness or whatever. I used to feel so good.
A couple last hits going wide. And again, like these Qs from Caps just aren't connecting, and Quad just keeps getting these HP advantages, so he's really getting the better of Caps in the 1v1. Inspired, knowing that he has push on the bot side, and the fact that his mid lane
They're playing very textbook again, y'all.
But Skumond doing what he can elsewhere on the map as he looks to steal away this blue buff. But already off to a strong start from FlyQuest as they have control over bot mid.
Yeah, there's also a minute until the grubs are up as well, so it does give FlyQuest the ability to reset for that one. As the blue buff is taken, Bwipo does get the information that it is gone. As some more fighting here towards the bottom side. The snare is going to come through, but not much of a follow-up here as FlyQuest are looking to relocate this bottom lane, likely towards the top side, and to welcome the grubs.
So next thing that FlyQuest have to look at and be a little bit cognizant of is the big like pincer movement with the double solo lanes from G2. You know, Galio you know, has the ability to walk like halfway up and then use ultimate to close the rest of the distance. So even though Broken Blade and Bwipo both use their teleports, Galio is a little bit different. And could turn the tides towards a grub fight.
Yo, Tricky, thank you so much for the rose and the heart.
FlyQuest do have to keep that in mind. You know, they have some champions that can get caught out.
Hope you've been enjoying Worlds.
Inspired, at least he is up to his level 6 now on the Xin, so he has the ultimate, the extra safety there. He's going to pull pretty early, and they do see Galio all the way in the bottom on that lane, and nice little chunk.
Ow. Yeah, Caps taken down to about 100 here, as Tibbers is just going to usher him out of the lane. Hansama does have now the help of Labrov, but this should mean that FlyQuest get full control of these grubs. But Skumon comes on around. Busio is going to face check, but once again, getting a bit of a speed up, and it looks like he's able to make his way back towards his fight. Teleport comes in as Caps, making his way towards the fight. The grubs are going to reset.
And Galio is making the roam I was talking about. He's about to mid lane now, so he is within ult range. FlyQuest have to evacuate.
They are going to be able to get themselves out of there. Busio was...
Are we giving?
I mean, he's so incredibly
Inspired's going to his chicken,
so if anyone on G2 gets
I think we
on
are.
him, this Soraka is going to go down as the grubs will go G2's way, and a trade of objectives here to start this one off.
Genuinely impressed that G2 got away with that because FlyQuest did exactly what they needed to. Quad dropped his burst in mid lane to force Caps to be way too low. And on the top side, they also forced a trade against Hansama, so the AD carries also had a health advantage in favor
I might have
FlyQuest.
to
But that TP from Caps
get on
really
the
changed
ginger
the dynamic.
turmeric.
TPing into the top river actually allowed him to group faster with his team. And then as Kobe highlighted, the Galio row meant that he could also arrive earlier. And the fact that Bwipo didn't have his TP meant that what was initially a really
But like
good setup
them getting
for
void
FlyQuest,
grubs
the
is not
numbers
the worst
advantage
thing
quickly
ever,
went in the favor of G2.
because they traded objectives, so it's not like one team is stacking
He
objectives.
pushed the wave so far. Bwipo probably told his team, sorry guys, you're out of luck. I got to deal with these minions.
Yeah,
I need
dang.
this money. You know, Galio's going to roam up and threaten it. And so the grubs, an interesting price. It ends up being, you know, 1-for-1 on objectives since FlyQuest took the Dragon a long time ago. But they would have
We have
loved
yet
to steal
again
away one
made it
grub
to 10
before
minutes,
that roam
and
timing
not a
came in.
singular death
And we even saw Inspired
has
kind
been
of pull it.
deathed in this
Cullen
game.
coming on down here, as a fair bit of poke damage is going to be done, but it's not going to really solidify any sort of big lead or advantage here, as it was only able to get them down to about half.
I've really come to like the NA Lucian over the years. I feel like it's
grown
in
on me
strength.
too.
Yeah.
We were traumatized for a long time. We had a lot of failures with this champion, but we have had a lot of
But
successes.
Yon was another one I
as
remember.
well. Yeah.
Ooh, Tibbers playing some defense here for Quad. Meanwhile, towards the top side of the map, some
Ansama.
aggression as Masu going down very low.
Soraka.
Battle Boostio here on the Soraka is just pushing them away. And Masu will be alive for now. Very, very low on mana and health, though, so it does need to be a little careful, although Hansama
Thank you,
also in a
Deathray.
similar situation.
I didn't quite see from the start, but I think Labrov had Ignite, which makes it so much scarier against the Soraka, just because of the grievous wounds that it does apply. Masu,
Yeah, but
Boostio
her
getting
ulti
dangerously
removes
low,
Grievous.
but he ends up walking away just fine. Oh, I apologize. Masu is the one that ended up getting very low. The bases will now come through from the bot lane of G2, and we find ourselves with another very even early game.
Yeah, even and not necessarily finding too much action. Although
Even
I feel
and
like we're fighting
boring.
more, but there's also
Be
a Soraka
frank
in
with
the game,
us.
so you can fight as much as you like, and then no
Even
one
and
dies.
boring.
That can happen. So I'm going to let them off the hook. Probably still trying to be more aggressive than the last game, but not necessarily working here, as the gold incredibly even. And the next Drake going to be up in 30 seconds time. We might get a team fight over that one.
Wait,
after what
her
we saw
ult-
at the Grubs.
Trinity
Wait, I thought they
Force
added it
completed.
back.
The Trinity Force here for Skewmon.
They took it
Trundle
away?
is definitely going to be a large threat for Inspired
What?
now. For the small
Why did they
window
do
where
that?
Inspired still trying to cobble together.
Oh, I think it is Sundered Sky timing, though.
Was it
here
too OP?
for
Gonna get it.
Inspired, but can he
But
actually
isn't
get
that
back out onto the
basically
map
Melio
afterwards? Because
ult?
5 seconds until this Dragon is up and available.
Okay.
And FlyQuest not quite in position to fight for it, with only Busio and Masu in the area.
You made her too strong.
Not even pulling
Dang.
the objective out. He's just going to melt through it. Inspired saying, nah, not worth it. I'm just going to go clear my topside camp.
Melio
So
ult doesn't
Drakes are
remove
going to be
Grievous.
equalized. G2 with a slight advantage in that department.
I thought it
But again, the
removed
gold
all
really going the
debuffs.
way of FlyQuest pretty much everywhere around the map.
And this is something that from game number 1, there was only one real small hiccup for FlyQuest, and that was the fight around Dragon 3 where Busio got chunked so heavily with the
I
headshot.
see.
But FlyQuest clear, they were like, okay, we call it off, fine, you chunked us, we're not going to fight this fight. This time around, they're like, you know what,
wish
okay,
this
Inspired
would
missed the
stop
timing on the
popping
first
up.
item, you've got Trinity Force Trundle, whatever, we're not going to fight this fight. Inspired just immediately walks towards topside camps. Bwipo just keeps on pushing, we're just going to go for gold instead. And so they're fine giving it up the Dragon. FlyQuest do not opt into fights if they don't have strong conditions ready.
Hey guys, it's 13 minutes and
Yeah, you
no
don't
one
get to
has
opt into
died.
all
Can
the fights,
somebody
though. Sometimes the
please
fights
run it
come to
down?
you.
Please.
It's happening as Labrov makes his way over. They're looking for the dive. Knockup does come on through as Busio
And by someone,
gets the
I
wish
really
up, and there is
meant
first blood
G2.
going
I'm
over
not.
to the Trundle here.
I'm not gonna lie. I was
13
just
minutes.
really
They're calling
hoping for it
soften
to
them
be
up, but Masu might even be in
G2.
trouble himself as G2 do decide to back away.
Yeah, really good Trundle
It's a little
pillar
bit
here.
tough.
And
It's a-
Busio does not want
My
to flash
bad.
early.
My
So
bad, guys.
Busio goes down.
That
No
one's
flash
on me.
invested.
That one was on me.
Understand
That
why
was
he thinks
on me.
with the heels at his
I'm sorry, y'all.
disposal that he would be able to get out
I
of that
did.
situation.
I
Masu,
did
though,
get
feels
what
that
I
he's got his jumper at
that
his
that
back.
wasn't what I wanted
G2 will
though.
respect it. There's Inspired.
You're throwing, to be honest. I am so
I don't
sorry.
think they're going to be able to kill them, but he does at
I am
least
so sorry.
G2 away. Stands his ground. As
My
Quad
bad, y'all.
very far up here in this lane.
This
but
is my
the
formal
pillar is not quite
apology
going
to
work out there.
FlyQuest.
Skewmon was an optimistic one at best.
But I'm really impressed with how much he is outplaying Caps in the 1v1.
I
Now,
needed
like
to
a
specify who I wanted
2-3
to run it down.
wave of farm over his lane opposition, a 400 gold lead just simply from farm and the plate that he was able to get. It's like Caps is having a bit of an uncharacteristic series. The man that Europe often
The
leans
fact
on
that happened
these high pressure situations. In game one, he was
immediately
getting caught off a lot in the side
was
lanes.
kind of insane. No, like that was
the 1v1 against Quad.
That was actually
Not something
insane.
I was expecting.
That was actually kind of insane. Speaking of jerseys, they sent me another package.
You always can just drop it there and get an AoE stun, and it's very valuable. This Annie's kind of accelerated. With that Malignance now done, going to be able to drop a lot of bears. And we do now have 12 seconds on the Rift Herald, so we'll see who's going to be able to get set up for that one. Boostio here in mid lane for now. Looks like Fly
It's
do want to
been
fight for it,
28
but
years.
also in trouble. Equalizer goes down,
Oh my
flashes
gosh,
away,
not 2x.
and just gets chomped down by Skewmon. That's 2-0 for the Troll.
It's been 28 years and I have not had $1 million simultaneously in my bank account. Can somebody please wire me $1 million?
Skewmon makes the gank on bottom side, Vedius. Then he makes the gank on top side and a repeat gank as well.
I'll settle for 100,000.
Top side, good flash out there as the wish comes through as well, but it's not going to work. It's 3-0.
And now you get done for fraud. GG.
Of warfare and FlyQuest. They need to do something about this Troll.
Yeah, the Troll
And by
is
her, she
controlling the
means
game.
me.
Where the Troll goes, G2 wins. And now there is a teleport back out for Whippo. He has been able to wait out his death timer. And so that's going to put a little bit of a pause on things. Quad being down though, and Quad does not have teleport when he gets back up. Still a few seconds left on that one.
Not linked to the mob,
is coming on through,
please.
but the rest of his team moving on up at the same time. Audacious charge there from Inspired to try and close the gap momentarily. G2 in position to try and fight for this, but
Here we
Summer is a
go.
little further away from everyone else. We have a reset now coming on through, but FlyQuest,
Oh, nobody's gonna do
it's
it.
too dangerous. Not going to commit to this, and Shelly just getting bothered over and over again by both teams.
So to go back a little bit, my main criticism of the play from G2 was that I think Caps was just a little too itchy to TP. He had a completely uncontested wave in bot lane. That tower was completely open, and he TP'd top to what felt like an already secured play. I felt like that if they'd immediately converted that into a Rift Herald, it would have been fine, but they didn't. Instead, Broken Blade actually goes back to base. Hans Summer's a little bit too low on HP, so he also backs off. And now this objective that G2 initially had position on, they're forced to concede it. Now, does it mean a huge amount? Not necessarily, because Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and I imagine that's G2's bigger prize.
Infernal Soul,
now they don't have that TP available for
FlyQuest.
Caps.
We
He's
need
still
to
on the top
lock
side
that
of the map.
down.
Well, Rift Herald is just
We need to
gonna be
lock
put
that
Here
down.
in this mid lane, that could be first turret. Going on over
Pillar,
to FlyQuest.
pillar.
Yeah, let's see whether it is going to come through, and there it is. Skewmon able to lock that
That
one
was
down
good.
as we have the ulti from Caps towards the top side. Whippo in trouble, but he's just kept alive by the ambulance. And now Quad, an awkward position for him as well, as Caps finds some damage there. Into the backline goes Broken Blade. They're kind of taking it in turns to annoy FlyQuest, and it's working very nicely as G2 keeping these health
You know who
bars
would be fun to
pretty
see?
up there.
Briar.
FlyQuest starting to look a little worse for wear. Caps taking some damage. The Witch comes down yet again. The Equalizer not quite doing that much as Inspired goes in. Looking for LeBron, but he gets himself out. The Crescent Guard comes through as well as Broken Blade comes down from the heavens. Inspired's just
How
looking
is LeBron still alive?
on
Dude,
this
they're
Sinzal,
all
but G2
200
just won't go
HP.
down.
Yeah, G2, they all live. Are FlyQuest going to try and rush the objective? I don't think that's possible here.
They all live with
get out
200
there.
HP.
In the end, the flash away keeps Caps alive.
Dude, if somebody
keeps
was playing
LeBron
Jinx,
alive.
they put
LeBron,
Rocket
his
down mid
heal on
lane.
the
It's
Q,
a
and now
triple
Masu's in
kill.
danger.
Yeah. There is the Galio in there as well, as Masu does get that flash off. Winds of War not
Like,
quite
it
doing too
literally
much
would have
damage
been a
here, so
triple kill.
he is gonna be able to
Why
stay
is no one
alive, but it's a big
playing
flash now down
Jinx?
on FlyQuest 80 carry.
All right, well, G2's getting scrappy with it.
Interesting,
But we look back at
Zen,
this fight, and
interesting.
it's Whippo that's isolated. Broken Blade and Skewmon see an angle, but this Rumble Ultimate actually does so much damage. Skewmon gets forced incredibly low. LeBron the same. Inspired sees an angle.
Look
so
at
he
that
forces the
Lucian
fight,
ult, bro.
But then this disengage comes through from G2. Hans puts the feathers down. He roots up his opposition. And as FlyQuest is chasing this little heal that comes through from the Brav, just giving them enough HP to get them to safety, they're forced to back away.
Crazy.
Nice, guys.
But it ends up being a 1-for-0, no objective.
Everyone is full HP, I think, and they burst someone. So any poke we get without dying is so strong for us. It's so good for us.
Yeah, well, not a lot of dying has been happening here in this game as Papa, not looking too happy there. But
I mean, it was still a positive play for
Inspired highlighting
FlyQuest,
how they
no?
want to use Soraka, you know? They're like, okay, if they get a little poke or whatever, we need to utilize that extra regeneration.
They don't want a fast fight at all. FlyQuest definitely prefer the kind of war of attrition, especially when they know they'll have the HP advantage.
Yeah. And it's such a tightrope as well when you're playing with a Soraka, because you're really good into burst that doesn't kill you. But as soon as the burst kills you, Soraka is useless.
Suddenly, she loses value.
Yes. So as Caps gets more and more items, is able to do that big damage. Doesn't necessarily have a huge burst build right now. That could be happening as we get later and later into this game. And especially if it's Lucio that immediately dies, Soraka is going to have no value at all.
Yeah. My main thing is that FlyQuest...
And we lose the dragon.
Well, hold on a second.
Rip.
Yeah, Skewmon once again making his presence known as in goes Inspired. He is difficult to kill as we do have a lot of damage coming down. Caps finding the angle for the ulti, but look at this! This Soraka is ludicrous! Making sure that he throws band-aids to everyone, and they are all just gonna be okay. FlyQuest now moving on towards this Otacon. As Labrov eating some honey fruit, but it looks like they'll be able to use these lower health bars to push them away. And now Bwipo is just burning him down. Might be a little bit of a bridge too far, but it doesn't actually happen. Equalizer is confusing. And I'll leave it at that. But the Otacon down to 50%. Broken Blade teleports in, but isn't going to be able to do too much more because the map is dark and full of terrors and bananas.
Yeah, the Bwipo Rumble is not looking the best, but his teleport down to the bottom side does mean that they're full committing to Otacon, and they do get the Otacon. G2 make them pay for it, though.
I mean, I think the FlyQuest punish was just so good, and as you rightly said, the use of the Soraka there. Like, I don't really understand how Hansa just lost all his HP. But all I can see is FlyQuest was full. Like, they walked into that Otacon feeling very comfy, and G2 do their best to cross-map by securing that mid-adder tower. There's still a lot of standing gold for both sides, as we're 21 minutes in and only a single tower has fallen.
This has been such a slow and methodical series for both of these teams. There has been some whoopsies left and right, but it does feel like FlyQuest got the better of that last moment and do get the Otacon for it as we have another engagement.
G2 is winning right now. The lead isn't
found Inspired yet again, but this is how the last fight started. Quad comes on over and just drops a bear on them. The Galio will be the answer. The knock-up, he's still alive, but Skewmon will finally get the chomp. And down goes the Xin Zhao eventually. Man, that took everything to make that happen. But now G2 with some control on this map, and you've got FlyQuest down jungle.
All of this deep vision from G2 in the blue quadrant of the jungle. We even saw before the play took off, there were FlyQuest question mark pings there. They did kind of expect...
Oh, Skewmon is just going to get flashed on here, tries to flash the wall, misses. And now you've got the Feather Storm needing to be employed. Another
have a great day at work.
To come down, but Bwipo not going to be able to follow up on that one.
Thank you, Milassi.
So the answer does come through, and finally FlyQuest are on the board. They've discovered how to get kills in this game. Could be dangerous here for G2.
That's interesting as well. There is a teleport on Caps ready if they want to answer the bottom side, because Bwipo, after the kill there, flashing onto Rumble, Bwipo can just push out bottom lane. Galio looks like Broken Blade is going to head down there, so not very much time for them to try and take the tower.
I'm trying to understand how Caps went from being
updating Pookie?
20 CS down to now 30 CS up. I haven't been tracking what he's been doing throughout the game, but he now has a full level over quad. And, I mean, at the very least, Bwipo being able to secure this tower, it's such an interesting game because even though G2 find themselves with about a 2k gold lead, it still feels very close. And I think it's just because...
Jinx and Masu's champ
I think it's because every time we see a fight, the Soraka can offer so much
I don't really
and as
think
Inspired said, it
so.
very much determines, or it's determined by how quickly G2 can find an initial kill. If they find that initial pick,
He might be able to make it work, but I haven't seen him play it.
This might be that initial pick that you were talking about. Outer turret is going to be taken here. Bottom lane to follow suit immediately. The rest of FlyQuest moving on over. They accept the turret, and they just move on. That is going to expand that gold advantage to about 3.2k. And I feel like last game, it was FlyQuest slowly building on their advantage, and this game is G2 slowly building on their advantage.
It does feel that way. I'm still kind of mind blown that Caps now has like a 1k gold lead over Quad. The fact that you could build this up in the side lane, I guess that's what I get for underestimating the EU GOAT. In any case, 35 seconds until the next dragon. And
I can imagine it was because Quad was too busy doing damage.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of damage, and I expect him to
We're
continue
reading
to do
for
that.
FlyQuest as they are
Both these AD carries,
a North
a
American
single
team.
ultimate away from both these mid laners to losing a lot of HP.
Masu's also going
T1
for Black
will play
Cleaver,
on
Lucian
Friday
here
though,
as well,
so
to remain in the scrap.
and they're playing against an NA
FlyQuest
team.
gonna
They're
have
playing
these
against 100 Thieves,
4
so
combat members,
it'll
and
be
then
a
the
good
heal
day to
bot
tune
on the
in.
outside, trying to stay out of the Galio ult, trying to stay away from the Rakan as well. G2, they're the ones with the priority on engages because Rakan and Galio is such a good combo in trying to stick on that back line.
See, Bwipo always
It'll be
ready
a good
to start
day.
fighting back whenever G2 move in, but it's getting a little bit scary as they're moving into the fog of war. Equalizer
Ooh,
goes down
that's a
once
good
again.
equalizer, no?
That's very
Trying
early.
to get the
not.
poke in there as soon as
Never mind.
FlyQuest do take damage, though.
Was a
Damage
deterrent.
Very
Very
little
little as
keep
well.
them up. This is sole point, remember, guys. This is not something that FlyQuest really feel comfortable giving up, but they're not going to be able to move in here into the fog of war to try and deny it. So they're going to have to try and get this middle outer turret instead. Baron just spawning now. FlyQuest moving towards this top side with that mid outer turret falling.
Okay, so only the top tier 1 left for FlyQuest. I imagine that they're going to want to try and secure that one when they can. It's just a decent amount of standing gold. That should be pretty easy to secure. It's a bit risky for Bwipo to go for it now, and quite wisely, he's going to go back to base instead. The risk of a collapse is very real as G2 address some of their side lanes. They're going to have Hans Summer go and catch that mid wave so that he can tick over to level 13. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Caps is mainly just covering Broken Blade, knowing that it's not the safest place to clear that wave, as Masu also very cautious about what he can't see on the map right now. A lot of control wards and just a lot of vision in general in favor of G2.
Yeah.
Makes it very difficult for him to approach
He
that
had
mid
to
wave.
save himself.
And G2, they've got, their 3 sources of heal cutting with the double Bramble Vest on both Skumond and Lebrov, as well as the orb on Broken Blade. So everybody
It's
with the
International Wombat
possibilities
Day.
here of cutting down on that Soraka sustain. I want to see what FlyQuest can actually do about the Trundle, though, because Skumond actually had such a good kind of mid game that it
It's
did
super
result in
zoomed
this
out.
Trundle being really hard to take down now. And Trundle kind of thrives in these scrappy fights.
Well, he's going to have to try and book it over here. It is Broken Blade with a lot of CC, keeping Bwipo busy. Equalizer goes down. The Wish comes in, but he just dies before FlyQuest could get in there. Still, they're going to look for the fight, though. Crescent Guard comes down. Lebrov just explodes in an instant as the taunt is fantastic. The flash out from Inspire, but he still dies. Not enough in the tank here for Busio. And G2 finding the
Are we
advantage
going
here.
game
Redemption
3,
comes
dude?
down. They've got healing of their own.
What's happening?
It moves to a 3,000 gold lead, and they might have Baron on the mind as they push this lane in.
Do we not want to promote? Do we not want to? Do we not want to be in quarterfinals?
Bwipo's flash just came up as well, but unfortunately too little
Bwipo's
too
doing
late.
the cap
And
special
now
from
G2
last
know
game.
they have the numbers advantage. There's no smite available for FlyQuest. With Annie around, they might try and contest this still. Masu in the area. Let's see
Masu,
what
can you
Poke
ult
get
it
down.
maybe?
It is
I
a
don't
pretty early
know.
Baron, but it's going down very, very quickly. A teleport is available here as soon as this Rumble does spawn, and he's teleporting in now, but the Baron is going to go down. Quad immediately explodes as Bwipo cannot get anything done. Flash over the wall there from Busio as Bwipo decides he wants to go aggressive.
Masu does
I'm not sure about
damage,
that one,
but-
Masu tries to get the kill on Skumond, and it doesn't quite work. All of these Barons still up and available, and the Justice Punch to bring Broken Blade forward. He will find his mark as Busio's still
Heal
alive and getting this
him,
healing down, but the problem
Busio,
is
heal
they're not
him.
doing enough damage to G2. And they're just going to back
I was
up.
about
The
to say,
culling
when is
working
Lucian
as
ult
intended,
up?
but
That was kinda
unfortunately,
weak, though.
it's just a little too late.
The Soraka healing is just way too monstrous. It feels like G2 find a pick, but then can't convert it into a kill. They still get themselves the Baron, though. That was the objective that they wanted, and they
We stand
ballooned the gold
Soraka in
lead
this
to 5.7K.
household personally.
And they re-killed that Rumble
Personally,
again.
I believe.
And the Rumble did flash in this time. So here's the original pick. They find Bwipo again. Broken Blade immediately onto
Again
him, locks
is
him up.
the correct
long enough for the
wording.
rest of the team to come. Caps teleports over, and they burst him down despite the Soraka trying to heal, trying to keep him alive. So FlyQuest then still
Albino
try and fight it
Oompa
out.
Loompa
They
is
burst
in
down
this game.
Lebrov, but this kill, as Inspired flashes over, still going down to the last bit of damage there from Hansama was
Who are you
huge.
talking about? Like I low-key don't even know who
It
you
looked a little
mean.
sketchy. I saw Masu near the pit.
Are you talking about
He didn't really have much
Soraka?
threat in
Oh,
that
hashtag
situation
ban
given the HP
Soraka.
of
I'm
Skumon.
freaking
And
dead.
once the taunt came down onto Quad, it became an easy cleanup affair. I'm not quite sure what Bwipo's plan was in this situation. Maybe he thought that he could catch someone off guard, but he's not able to do it. He loses his life and he loses the flash. Masu, if Soraka wasn't in the game, this Lucian would have fallen. But just look at the healing coming through. Busio doing exactly what he needs to keep his
Yeah,
AD
no,
carry alive.
Busio.
I can hear the Soraka hate in your voice.
Oh, yeah.
Not quite able to get it.
Soraka's so
but
annoying.
Still, I think that means G2 are going to have control of the entire map right now. This fight just blew it wide open. They've got Baron buff. They got a bunch of extra kills off it too.
Okay, well, we're looking for a bit more of a fight here as the heroic entrance comes down. Quad takes a large chunk. FlyQuest still in it, though, as we can see. Masu is going so aggressive. I don't know whether it's a good idea, as there is the ulti out from Caps to get so much AoE damage. But Masu still alive. The ambulance is working, but Skewmon finally gets the jump down. And there goes the AD carry. G2 are a freight train. They'll break the
We're going game 3, guys. We're going game 3.
And they're looking at a game number 3.
G2 will finally get a bit of revenge against FlyQuest as they finally get a big... Wow, I suppose they'll get a big inhibitor.
They do get a big inhibitor push. It's still good. It's still big.
Back away, they can get themselves the Infernal
A lot of
Soul,
enters in this series,
as they look to bring us to game 3.
It certainly is. Game
a lot of
2,
enters
Steve.
in this series.
I was about to say, what's his
Last
name
game, it was Caps. This game, it's Grippo.
If I knew it was Game 3 Gary before, I'd be so G2 biased in this game. Oh my god, I'm really glad you saved that until now.
Infernal Soul.
As the priceless moment of the game does come on through. Infernal Soul for G2. The Rebel Baron power play putting them at about 8.7k in the lead. And FlyQuest trying to get back out onto the map. You can see Inspired just wanting to keep this fight going, but Between Worlds comes out from Caps, and he's now on a rampage against Quad. And Masu feels like he just came out of the death chamber, but immediately they're looking to try and put him back in there as this siege. Baron or no Baron, G2 will be able to take down another inhibitor turret. And with Infernal Soul, I think they'll have the damage to burst down FlyQuest now. The culling comes through, but Skewmon says what? As he just takes most of it. Equalizer in as well as they look for Whippo, but he does go gold and the quickness comes on through. The charm is fantastic. They try and keep him alive, but it does
Skewmon is not
work.
taking damage.
It's a bit of a trade though, as this Rakan is going to be taken down, but man, these wallets, they are so heavy from G2. First Nexus turret to be taken down. Masu going to be next to be taken on this fountain, and G2 showing them that even though they did get swept at MSI, Hero World's going to be a different story.
And I think it's just such a big difference.
I've been working on letting hate go. Can you see it's working? Oh, absolutely.
Gave him so much more agency.
100%.
He was having so much more impact on the map as well. And G2 successfully bring us to game 3.
And this is exactly what we wanted. Now, Analyst Desk, who's going to win the third one?
Do you think I'm gonna tell you immediately? We're gonna make you work for it. We gotta run through game 2 second, but it is 3 games here for us in this epic EU versus NA battle. And I gotta say, for a lot of things we were questioning
No way
after
we
game
lose
1
this
for
next
G2,
game, right?
A lot of things were answered, Rob, and for me, one of the big ones was Skewmon / Lebrov. How will they do? They are the 2 members that had the most on their shoulders because they came into the roster this year. When G2 had their successes with other members, and Skewmon really, really had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, and I think these were the 2 members that my eyes were on in playoffs for LEC, and they had the
We
performances
can't
there.
lose
and now we
this,
finally get to see the
bro.
game 2. The map
We
is actually stepping up
can't.
once again, and Skewmon, as a result, got so fed in the early stages that it actually became really, really difficult for
We're rooting for
FlyQuest to try and deal with.
FlyQuest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think
They
a
are
lot
the
of the game
NA
was
team in
decided
this
off of these
series.
early plays here from Skewmon, goes down bot,
Yeah,
goes
bro.
Busio, goes top,
And you know
kills
what,
Whippo,
Holy? I'm
then Quad
pissed that
overextends,
G2
after
beat
going up to try to cover that
BLG
wave, he
because
dies
we
too.
had the
This put
ability
Trundle
to
in such a
say
commanding
for
position
like
that Zinzo
ages
was
to
always
come
behind the pace,
that
and I
we
felt like
beat
FlyQuest
the
were kind of counting on,
LPL
like,
number
Annie
1
shielding up
seed.
the Zen,
But
Soraka
then
healing up the Zen, and the
BLG
Zen
went
being
and lost to
this, like, brick
G2
wall
as
in the middle.
well.
But Trundle
So
was just
then
straight
it's
up
like,
stronger,
bro.
would ult him in his own ult, and they would just
Now they
man
get
fight,
to say
and he
it.
would get slapped down.
So it doesn't even matter. Like it
It's true.
makes that
I
win
wanted to see
feel less
this graphic because Inspired
good.
versus Skewmon is, I think, a really big matchup in this. And for people that aren't aware, we kind of
Yeah, I
sometimes
really
say that
don't
Skewmon
understand what
reminds
BLG
us
is
of
doing.
Inspired a
The
few
KDA
years
is
ago.
flipped,
I think it's
yeah.
flipped. A couple of years ago, because you can see sometimes he likes to play where he has the game in his own hands. And I think we saw that with the Trundle.
And it's also, Trundle is one of the champions where if you are ahead, like, it feels amazing
Bonk,
to play.
bonk,
Because you can
bonk.
just go for every play. And we already, Rob already mentioned Lebrov a little bit, but to me, Rakan, when you also are always able to go for any play because you build up an early lead, it makes it so insanely oppressive. And with how reliant the current meta seems to be on going for objective fights, if your jungle and support are both doing well, you're in a great spot.
That's a great point, and it was fun to watch this game next to Azale, specifically in the mid-game skirmishes, because FlyQuest kind of had to come back
Because
in the
you
palm
like
of their
to
hands.
see the pain in my eyes.
It's
You're
been
sick.
years. It's been years. But to that point, because you saw
Yeah,
that
I would
FlyQuest,
love
they
to see
had kind of the comeback
VKS
sometimes in the
eliminate
palm of their
them.
hand, but they wouldn't die.
Not only would I love to see VKS get that win in a best of 3, but I would also love to see like all
a lot of different fights here,
like
getting out with like multiple
it's
people
not a
at
minor
low health bars,
region, but
and
you
that
know,
starts to snowball
not
to a point where
LCK
even
or
when FlyQuest plays a
LPL,
fight well,
take
they're
them
then too
out.
far behind
I
and they
think
can't
that would
actually finish off any
be
of these kills.
fire.
And I think that is one of the risks you run when you have like this low engage style composition. You're kind of reliant on the Annie and the Zinzao.
The two on the left don't look familiar. Where are these normal people? Where's normal people? So they invite casters and analysts from every region to do
It's interesting
the
how when
English
the draft
broadcast.
came through,
So
I think we all
one
kinda
of
liked the Soraka,
two of
right?
them
Because what
are
it could
European,
possibly
one
do
of them
for
is
the
North
Zinzao,
American,
and that you become
and then the
such a
guy
raid
who is
boss, but
immediately to
maybe
the
didn't
left
have
of
the
Azale is
damage in
from
the end to make
Korea.
it work.
For me, it did come down to execution. I think that both Scuman and Labrov played a really good game. There was
Thank
also
you,
the
Black
fact
Chef
that
J.
if
Taylor.
they
I
were
appreciate you,
able to
Pookie.
actually play on the spikes of Zinzao, who again was put behind early, I think this comp looks completely different. Like Standard Sky is a really big one, but it's actually, as Zil pointed out, I think it was the third skirmish. He didn't even have a second item yet.
Yeah, exactly. It was for this dragon where normally that's how Fly plays, right? They'll give up some early dragons, they'll come up, they'll be on this power spike, but he didn't even have a second
Like in
item.
game 1.
Exactly. He didn't have a second item for that.
Inspired.
That
What
fight. So that's gonna be a
happened,
strong point.
babes?
And also, they were so
What
far behind, I think, in gold a
happened?
lot of the time that no one felt like they had the space to buy heal cut. And if you have no heal cut against a Trundle that's ahead of you, this champion is just never going to die. Like, you saw in the damage done, Masu did
What
the most by a
happened,
lot, but it just
Pookie?
never looked like it was actually impactful whatsoever.
Like tickling him.
I mean, there was a couple of cullings that really did change engages or fights that were in the bottom side where he picked off Han Sama, but it's as you were saying, because Skewmon was so far ahead,
Is
he was entering
Gakkos
into the Zinzao
legitimately
zone, was able to
playing
pick
a
off the
mobile
Zinzao
game
alongside
right now?
Brokenblade, and having those two with enough DPS to finish off the
Is
healed
this
up
man
Zinzao
locked
was
in on a
crucial to the
mobile
success.
game? Is he
Now that
playing
we're watching this, we're
TFT?
analyze this. Are they confident? Are they
Brother,
not? Are they
if you
shaking
don't
in their
lock the
boots? Because
frick
this is
in,
so easy. EU
like, I
doesn't
know you're
matter.
not about
We
to
wanna
play,
beat
but bro.
LPL and LCK. We don't even
wanna
We don't even
watch?
think about you, EU. But regardless, though, game 3, everything is left to be played for, and I'm happy
There
we're getting
are
a game
South
3. Let me do a
Korean
little temperature
casters
check across the line then.
I'm
Azale.
feeling good
for
still. I mean, I
the
think,
Korean
honestly,
broadcast.
The Rumble was something that made
You
me a
see what
little
I'm
bit
saying?
nervous. It's not something
They
that is
are
a
doing
pick
the
that Bwipo normally
English
goes
Korean
to. I think he looked
broadcast.
pretty uncomfortable
Since
on it.
everybody likes to watch
yes, I think Busio can play the
Korea,
Soraka well, but
like
also
in
he's
Korea's
so critical
games,
to their team fights.
they
Like, his engages
have
are so good. So I
other
think they maybe tried to cook a little
languages
bit too hard here.
cast
I'd like to see them just go back to comfort.
That's some
like
info.
Korean
Fly
games.
chose blue, so G2 is going to be on the red side for the 3rd time in a row.
You
When
see
it
what I'm
comes to
saying?
Fearless and kind of red side for this game 3, how does that all make you feel?
That is interesting.
What's up?
'cause
It's King
I don't
Will.
think game
How are you
3 is
doing, love?
necessarily the break point, but for me,
Yeah.
Fearless does become better. If you have the champ people to support it, obviously, that's kind of a given.
Yeah.
And you can flex around a good amount. But I think you get higher value of counter picks because the big thing on blue side normally is champions are so good that you can't counter pick them. Orianna comes to mind, for example. But once you get deeper and deeper in, the champions that you do blind pick will just be more counterable.
And that's why I agreed. Like, I think having BB on a counter pick here could actually be huge. Like, he's liked to bring out the Kled. He's had these fancy picks that he enjoys playing. So if he has that opportunity to last pick that into that top side, it could work out well.
I'd like to see it because in the past we've had periods of time where I think Broken Blade was G2's best player at international
You as
events.
well,
and he kind of had a lull,
Will.
of course, and he's trying to get back to that level. I think the bin game was a confidence game as well. So I can see it. I think that could be a true win condition. So then the counterpoint, what's the true win condition here for FlyQuest in game 3?
I mean, I think it's just play better straight up. I mean, I want to see Busio on Engage again. I want to see Bwipo on a pick that he's really comfortable on. And I want to see them play their game because I still do have a lot of confidence that if they're playing their style, they should be able to win.
Okay, well, that's it. We still have a couple of seconds left, so a little bit of excitement. I'm happy that it's going
I'm so
to 3.
nervous. I'm
Me
so
too.
nervous.
I mean,
I'm
the
having
thing
a great
is,
time. Why are you guys
yeah,
so emotional?
you just
This
want to
is
see a great last game,
wonderful.
but I think it's good
It's just a
Give me a
content game, you
banger.
know?
to re-hit the stakes once again, right? If you win this next game, you find yourself in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. For FlyQuest, it would be huge once again. For G2, they have been starving for it with all of Europe since the introduction of the Swiss stage. There is so much on the line here for Game 3. And after the break, we will finally find out who is heading to those quarterfinals, G2 or FlyQuest.
Please fly, lock in. Please fly lock in. If they lose this, they'll have another chance, but it'll be a lot harder because they'll probably end up going against a tougher team. So they'll either be going up against CFO or the two teams that lose tomorrow.
And G2 finding the advantage here. Redemption comes down. They've got healing of their own. It moves to a 3,000 gold lead, and they might have Baron on the mind.
It's about our American pride. Facts. We can't lose to EU. It's been 6 years since we have. 6. Yeah, my pick'ems are trashed. But I did say that FlyQuest will advance with a 3-2 record. And then I put that T1 will advance with a 3-1. But they did not. Wait, if FlyQuest advances today, then they won't advance with a 3-2 record. Okay, hear me out, guys.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem. It's
I kind of need FlyQuest to lose.
All the fun augment fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM games.
Yeah, I think
we want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get.
I think I need them to lose.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
But yeah, I didn't predict EU would make it into finals. So my pick'ems are kind of screwed though. My pick'ems are pretty screwed. Yeah. Come on, Fly. Lock in, bro. Lock in, Fly. Please. Please, FlyQuest. Just lock in this one time. This one time, I need y'all to lock in. This one time. It would be so ginormous if FlyQuest not only won this game, but made it to semis. And then finals. Oh my gosh, if FlyQuest made it to finals, I'd cry. I'd be sad when they lose, but I'd cry. Does TPA even have a team still? Is that still a team? Oh yeah, they did release that they're releasing a Lux skin. Wasn't there another skin that they're releasing as well? And they lose and bring back 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves versus T1 is going to be the saddest game. Just so sad.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Gary this time and Kobe, and we are ready to dive into this Game 3 draft.
All right, Game 3, Gary.
Yeah.
What are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling that we're getting pretty deep into the AD carry pool. I feel like Yanara naturally rises in priority, but we've been seeing G2 ban it away a lot, and okay, they're going to stick to that same strategy. I often like, domestically in Europe, we have a bit of a meme where, like, when your back's against the wall, you're really late into a series, just slam Jinx because she can never really go wrong. I'm curious as to whether or not she will be that present in the draft. And I'm really thinking about supports because I do feel like Game 1, the Labrov, Bard didn't really do it for us here on the caster desk. And then Game 2, I think the Soraka had its value, but the way in which they utilize it and the deficit that they found themselves didn't quite have the impact that I think they were looking for. So I wonder if we'll now
love
get
to
those
see a
traditional
Jinx.
engaged supports with Leona, Rel, Nautilus, all up and available.
Yeah,
Well, I'll tell you what, we
Fly
are going to
blue.
get either an Orianna or a Azir getting through in this game because both of them are not banned. So G2, they can go with the strategy of we'll leave them both up and then trade one on the other side.
I think they have to.
To try and get a 2-for-1.
My issue with that is that it feels like Orianna has had the better of that matchup throughout. We did see Zeka have a pop-off game earlier today, but in the laning phase especially, Orianna can have a good time.
But
as the Nico was the ban.
So the reason why teams hated giving it to Caps domestically was just because of how much of a nuisance he is, treating it as a split push champion. He loves sitting in side lanes and just being mega
I
obnoxious.
do like
And I do
Masu's
think it's the
Kaisa.
correct choice to take this one away from Caps just because of how confident and comfortable he is on the champion.
Ooh, could it be Orianna Nocturne? Do they play Orianna Nocturne? It's a lot of fun.
Hey.
Do G2 play Orianna Nocturne? Oh, baby, have I got a story for you?
Hey. We can't do that anymore, okay? It's fearless now.
Okay, whatever you say, buddy.
I was low-key hoping that we'd get something like an Akali coming through, but it will be just the Orianna. Caps is going to keep it stock standard. I'm very interested. The Volley Bear is open. Something you just got to keep in mind for
Volley
It's a
Bear?
champion that just gives him so much early game agency in particular.
They want to be
Not
fakers
to say that he's
so
gonna
bad.
early rotate it now, but
If they
just something
use
to
his
keep in mind.
skin, Cupcake.
I will say it got nerfed a couple of times here leading into Worlds as well.
Ooh, that's
Varus, ew.
As a volley bear knower, got taken down a little bit. You can it still has good spots when you want to have
Nidalee?
aggressive lanes to gank for, though. And I am glad that Skumond has been representing. But we're just gonna get an early.
Oh my
Varus
gosh.
here as
What if they're
well,
just building the T1 roster
answer
from
the
last
range.
year's?
And is this going to be
Well,
just
I get to
a standard
both of
jungle
them
top
because
lane?
Varus
Do we
was
get, like,
last
an
year, but
Ornn or
Orianna
something
was
like
the
that,
year
or
before.
Renekton would be like the true Shurima combination here on the side of FlyQuest, keeping things pretty basic. The jungle pool is somewhat thinned, though. As far as like the upper echelon of junglers, I think Pantheon is the last one that's kind of remaining.
Vi's banned as well, yeah.
Now lock in
So it
Nasus
does
mid
kind of
for me.
feel like the Pantheon tier. But Nocturne, I feel like then Nocturne starts to creep in there, like you're saying, too.
This would be a blast from the
The
past.
Caps
you could
picture
feel
is
better about playing
diabolical.
tank champs when-
Oh my gosh, Sejuani.
So, like, this feels like very West. like Sejuani, Renekton, Azir.
I'm snoozing.
Like, this is, I mean, it's our meta. I don't
If
think it's
this
meta,
wasn't
though.
for
Yeah, no, I feel like it's not
quarterfinals, I'd
necessarily
go to
West,
sleep.
It's just last year.
Yes, you're right. It's a combination we've seen so many times in Pro League, and now G2's kind of forced into a choice. Do you match the Renekton? Oh, so technically they can choose to match both. They've flexed this champion into
Guys,
both jungle and
I
top
am
lane.
a Dr. Mundo
so they're
fan.
keeping their options open
Ever
as they
since
lock in a window.
my
That's a bit of fun. This is a bit of a
My
Broken
little
Blade
Dr.
special,
Mundo
so
vibe.
excited to see how that one is going to look. Whether it is going to be his or whether Skumond's
I
going to be
am a
piloting
Dr. Mundo
it.
fan.
And now a bit more flexibility as far as the bottom lane is concerned with that.
It's
Varus
my
already
top
locked
lane
in, so just going to be
main.
focusing on the opposite side AD carry options.
And I hope it is a jungle Mundo. Definitely would like it in the hands of Skumond into a Sejuani here. Would look pretty good for this G2 scaling. Let's see about the bottom lane, though, as you're talking about. and you know, they want to break the full Shurima synergy and take out the third possible piece here to take away the Sivir. But what on top of it here for Masu? I mean, they do need another pretty big damage source, pretty big carry. So we are kind of thinking about the later ones. You know, Jinx does even start to be viable as well into a Varus.
Could be cropping up. We'll just have to see where they do decide to go. It does open the door.
Can you go
like
6 and 10? No.
I guess a Jhin or something like that. There is already a fair bit of consistent damage in the Azir, so it might be an option there theoretically. But
I wonder if Fly might consider banning something like a Blitzcrank. It depends
What if we did a little
just to remind people that LeBron does like those hook-style champions, and given that, I wouldn't be surprised if they gave Lebrov counter pick as well, because he could also be thinking about something like Renata, a little bit more disengage with both the Sejuani and Renekton that's going to look to threaten that back line.
All right, well, Braum is going to be the decision. Get rid of that one. Now Hansama, will it be a rounding out of the bottom lane?
So they need to pick top lane and support.
It's a support lock in here.
Or possibly
honestly,
jungle.
because it would have just been triple flex Poppy, and you'd be just still very
The Mundo is
confused
pretty
about
flexible.
where things are going. That's a cat. Not psyched about that one, but it's just going to be a hopper for now.
Okay, the Rel. So they're going to keep this Mundo as flexible as possible until the very last moment. They want to see what is rounded out, but G2 have gotten themselves a nice little wombo combo at the very least. Varus ultimate, Orianna ultimate, Rel ultimate.
I also don't think Masu plays Draven.
They can just press in combination with one another. FlyQuest thinking about their bot lane. There aren't many AD carries left that can really match up against the Varus. They want a little bit more utility, so they're hovering over the Nautilus, and I expect that to be locked in.
I really would have loved to see like Jinx Lulu, Jinx Thresh.
A ban throughout this series, I feel like, in the second round. Couple of times, so going to get his hands on it this time is Busio, but now we'll have to get the information as to what Masu is going to be playing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it so far as you know, you're playing into two low mobility carries, Orianna and the Varus here, so you have point and click, you have a lot of good, like fishing options with Sejuani ult, with Nautilus hooks as well. I personally want something with higher damage than a Jhin, but like you said, Jhin does provide the CC.
I willed it into the universe, didn't I?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just staring at the Mundo, so maybe
you will be staring at the Mundo for a long time because he is not going to die.
As he said, you know, Azir can shoulder a lot of that, burden of killing the Mundo. So, not necessarily.
I feel like Jinx, Vayne, Ogma.
But now to round out this comp and decide where this Mundo is
like
going,
would have been so much better. Okay, so it's Mundo jungle,
which is likely not going to be happening. Lebrov to lock that one in. And so BB with a Jax towards the Renekton.
They want to be useless so bad.
Do like because you can nullify the W, but could still be a difficult one.
We win late game though, right?
Pretty good in the early to mid game.
Oh yeah, I mean early on, Renekton should definitely have the advantage in this.
I don't know if Masu's champ pool
domestically, it's one of his highest win rate champions, and it's just something that a lot of teams
is suited
were
for
very
this.
afraid to give to him, but then the champion kind of fell out of meta. Of course, it did get some buffs coming into this championship. We already saw Mirwin bringing out to not so much great success, but Broken Blade feeling confident as Skumon going to be taking his hands with the Mundo. I do think G2 have decent range thanks to the Varus. I'm expecting him to go for lethality once again to try and have some poke back against both the Azir and the Jhin. The question becomes, how confident are you with what FlyQuest have drafted? I do like the Azir, especially with the front line of the Sejuani, but as you mentioned, that Jhin does concern me a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, I feel pretty decent about it. They got a lot of tools that FlyQuest do rely on a lot as far as creating their team fights. And I do feel more comfortable with Busio having engage options.
Yeah, I'm foreseeing Mundo like out-sustaining most of the fights in late game, not gonna lie.
More like, you know, Whipple getting caught out and stuff.
Mundo's so freaking ugly,
but I
bro.
still just feel more comfortable when Busio can like make more
that man has
plays.
a blue tongue, dude.
Certainly can
he has blue tongue and purple eyes.
Again, G2 are running Orianna and Varus as their carries. Those are two carries that can be pressured pretty
Who actually kills him? No one.
You've got Azir in the
like, why are we not Jinx? Why are we not Vayne? Why are we not Kog'Maw?
Sort of support roams towards mid or Sejuani.
Like, who's gonna tank Shred?
Burn flashes and create some pressure.
We'll see if they can get that one done as we are.
Don't worry, Jhin will build Bork.
At, Skumon and
Don't worry, guys. Jin's gonna rush Bork
going to
an
be the
LDR,
decision.
and it's gonna be lit.
And also, some keystones that are worth noting is the fact that we do see a lethal tempo.
Yeah, Sky.
well, so
Bork, LDR Kraken
This
time.
I'm excited
is gonna
about
be the
that,
core
but
build for this
I also am
gen.
excited about this top lane matchup because for those that don't know, there is actually quite an extensive history between both Bwipo and Broken Blade, given the various organizations that both of these teams have been on.
Yeah, Bork
I wouldn't
is
say
criminal.
that it's necessarily a
It
rivalry,
is.
but kind of Bwipo has had that advantage over Broken Blade kind of throughout his career. It only really shifted around that 2021 mark, but given that they both played in Europe for a fair amount of time, the matchup between the two got quite heated, and it's cool to see them back on the Rift, especially given that they're both on comfort picks, I would associate. Renekton, very well known for Bwipo, and the same for this Jax in favor of Broken Blade.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it's so one-sided. But we're seeing here that BB's not feeling too worried about it.
Yeah, nice little empowered Q charge there from Bwipo for the trade. Usually you'll see the Renekton look for the level 6 possible, like all-in versus Jax with the newly buffed Renekton ultimate. You get
it'd
so
go crazy,
much damage
Sky.
out of that, so I think we'll probably get like regular trading up there. Ooh.
Phenomenal anchor to come through here as Hansama will be able to use the cleanse, but does have to put that on cooldown. They trade it for the heal. As you can see, Busio takes so much burst damage back. Nicely played there from G2 after a good hook to land.
Jin, though, just showcasing how much damage he can bring to the laning phase. Varus is considered a pretty lane-dominant champion, but Jin one of the few champions that can kind of go blow for blow with him. But now that Masu doesn't have his support, he's being forced to play quite defensively.
Nice job. Snipe the minion and dodge the Q there from Hans.
Ooh, heal does come on down. Still gets the knock up even after the cleanse. As Masu makes his way out once again. Blighted Quiver not going to get procced.
Again, both junglers are pathing towards bottom side, so Skumon going to be in position earlier. Mundo's clear is very, very quick. One of the big reasons you always want to pick it into junglers like Sejuani,
Why
who
didn't
rely
he use the
on
pink
CC
chroma?
and are not high damage. Mundo can clear very quickly and then ignore a lot of, whoa, okay,
Yeah.
getting a little deep there.
Not going to find too much more than that, but it was looking a little dicey. So they're fighting on that top side. Skumon going to be able to grab himself some shellfish, and we'll just head back home.
That mana in the mid lane looking a little bit sketchy for Caps as Inspired makes his way
Did
towards
he
the top
say
side. Broken Blade has to
shellfish?
be very defensive now. Kind of expected early on this matchup to go the way of Bwipo, and he's going to get a quick back as a result of the push that he's been able to get. So standards.
Ooh, look does come on through here as teleport in is an interesting one. Not able to hold them in position for long enough, but they're going for a lane swap anyway, so Bwipo wanted to be down here.
That's a really nice play, because not only do you interrupt the back, it was only Busio that interrupted his own back, allowing for Masu to get back to base, so he's already going to begin the swap, and he has that slight tempo advantage over his bot lane counterpart.
Yeah, delay them on their reset in matching the swap, so...
Are we looking at the
Masu
same
will
game?
get
What's
there
up?
first and should get to most of the minions. Snipes one.
Beautiful use of this Deadly Flourish so far from Masu, as he doesn't hit all of the minions, but will be able to make it into experience range for most. As Busio moving around, looking for a bit of an angle under Caps, does walk over vision at the time, but Labrov's going to turn up as well, and so Busio just says, nope, I'm just going to turn around and leave.
Both supports just testing the water, providing cover. So they're mid laners as Bwipo looking to try and proxy. Some decent damage from Broken Blade, but there's not much that he can do to stop this, and this will give Bwipo a window to look for a roam if he wants to.
It's kind of dangerous, though, because both of them know jungler's cleared from top to bottom, so he should be expecting Skumon to be over towards his area.
And he kind of was, so now just going to be vacating, moving back. Does have that tempo advantage, like you were saying, by being able to clear out the wave so early. But another crash going to come on through here as FlyQuest moves.
Yeah,
this
I feel like it's
minion
going to be
wave
a hard
towards
one.
the turret. And we do see it's about 100 gold, I guess, the lead, but that will be evened up as this wave is cleared out.
Ooh, the freeze is actually coming out from Broken Blade, so he's caught the wave that Bwipo tried to proxy, and now he's dragged it into the middle of the lane, and now he's going to start having that slow push go in his favor. The good news for Bwipo is he does have his jungler on the bot side of the map, so it should be pretty easy for them to break this freeze. In fact, Inspired might look for a wraparound, because there's no vision on the bot side, so Broken Blade in a lot of danger.
Yeah, looking a little little bit dicey
Okay.
here as the
Flash.
counter-strike comes in. The Flash
Stun.
W is going to connect as the Grandmaster's might is not mighty enough, and first blood goes over to Whippo on this Crocodile.
And again, it's on the level 6 timing that you're always
America.
looking for the Renekton. As soon as you get that ultimate, you know you have good conditions, and it's even more favorable
And Dragon.
with all the setup that you're
Delicious.
talking about. No vision around the bottom lane with the wave pushing. Broken Blade jumps right in, right into Inspired and Whippo's
Nice interrupt.
arms.
And the timing is fantastic as well because Broken Blade has just used his TP, the Dragon is available to be secured, and the advantage that Whippo gains after Broken Blade loses all that farm as well, just beautifully done from FlyQuest as they've now already built up about a 500 to 600 gold lead.
Yeah, got to be a little bit more cautious when you don't have any vision at all down there. And as you say, Inspired pretty happy to grab the objective, though Skewmond is going to take that opportunity to punish a bit. Your jungler shows getting Dragon. I will take your Gromp at least.
Oh, there's the sweep from Quad. Flash comes
Okay,
out from Caps.
Flash.
The Flash in
Okay.
trade
Ult.
there. As Quad
So they
avoids
both flash
the
each
shockwave.
other's
Nicely done, but
ultis.
there's a lot of summoner spells now missing in the mid lane, and both junglers can
Both
smell
junglers are here.
it. Skewmon moving on over. Quad does have that wave pushing into him. As now another fight in this bottom lane, top lane matchup
Nice
that we've
getting
got
out
here.
of the stun.
Good spacing there from Whippo. He's
Yeah,
gonna feel
that
really
was
confident
very
now
good
after the
spacing.
extra money from the kill.
That was very
Goes for
good spacing.
Another proxy wave here. Every time you do this, you get an extra 30 seconds of move timer to be able to do whatever you want. Getting deep vision inside the Mundo jungle is also very helpful. So we'll see what he elects to do the next time around.
Now, I was talking about tempo vibes and things like that in the previous series. This is just actual tempo that he's building up for himself. It's real. It is a thing. And FlyQuest are utilizing it very, very well. Even though it hasn't necessarily translated into any big advantages, they're starting to stack up these objectives.
Yeah, and they use that tempo to have Whippo actually go towards mid. He reset after clearing the wave and is heading mid to rotate the Azir already into the side lane, even before getting first item Nashers.
Oriana gets first rotate, but the Varus is nowhere near. I mean, Skewmon's happy with one. He doesn't have to overcommit to anything else. They've denied the 3 grubs, and so small advantage that G2 will be happy with.
I mean, we still get a Void Grub
It's going to be
though.
both of them picked up. So
Like,
FlyQuest do
even though
grab themselves 2 points of that those
Yeah.
feats of strength, which is certainly a big deal. But not going to be upgrading the shoes just yet. Still need a couple of kills and a first turret. They do want to get there, or of course.
don't they still get the Void Grub with just 2 and you get the feet?
Slowly pushing towards him.
Am I
He's a little bit
tripping?
behind in gold against Caps, given the wave state.
Maybe they only
He's
get
too
1.
upset about this situation
They just
right
keep
now.
changing it so much. I do get confused
This is so much
sometimes.
value for FlyQuest down here in the bottom side. And remember, Whippo, he proxied the wave, then reset, goes out towards mid. They rotate over.
They
towards
just get the
bottom
feet. It
from,
doesn't give them the
Azir that
void.
now waits out the
Void
teleport.
might.
His teleport timer is coming up as well.
Oh my goodness, so much money just going to the wayside. And they need money on Quad. Not only is he going to be the most consistent damage
Thank
that
you
they
so much
have,
for
but
the
also
8
this guy is
months
like
of
18 and
support.
6
Hope you're having a
on
beautiful
this
day
champion.
today.
This is one of the
Thank you for
Quad
supporting
champions.
this stream.
And we'll see whether they can get some value out of it. Dominus here in this mid lane as Caps is
Yeah,
in
it's
trouble.
getting bright and
Remember, no
early
flash
now
the
for
Oriana, but the
everybody.
shockwave is back off cooldown. And he creates enough distance to get Whippo away from him. Still the Crocodile's scary. Caps now going to deal with this wave underneath the turret.
Yeah, I always love trading ults like that aggressively in the wave because Whippo, he can trade the cooldown and push the wave and get another early 30 seconds to work with. He teleports back out actually to keep that tempo up and shove the next wave while Caps is going for his reset and then force the Caps teleport and answer.
And what's happened, it's like a 30 CS advantage. It's kind of massive as Quad throws out the Emperor's Divide, but Broken Blade going to be feeling okay with the fact that he did get an R button just for a leap strike.
Yeah, is he feeling okay as far as the entire game though? He's
no.
Yeah, he's getting a spear in the face
The game
now.
started at 1 a.m.
Okay,
Luna.
well, the
1
Renekton
a.m.
and the gank,
PST.
that was painful, but the Azir as well, even pre-first item, already going to apply extra pressure, and so Broken Blade is the one trying to scrap together some extra money in this game and having a pretty rough go at it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the advantage of being against the Azir is the kill threat is a lot lower when playing against the Azir, especially
You've been
when you know
up
the
all
ultimate's already
night,
gone.
all
So
night, bestie.
the possibility of a gank from Inspired is,
All
is that
night.
much lower. They are going to face check into Inspire, though. Busio's right by his side. Looks like they're going to send Bwipo actually up to top lane, and now that Jax is going to have to run into this Renekton once more.
Oh, decent interruption. Magnet Storm does nothing.
Tough, Labrov.
Labrov is left looking a little silly after that one. Just really
Just
well
a little
played
bit.
defensively there by FlyQuest.
And that's a big ulti gone now for the Dragon spawning in 25, so if G2 want to fight it, it's going to be that much tougher.
Counter-Strike just avoided there by Bwipo pretty comfortably here, as we've got to teleport in
That's
just to get
so
the Nautilus
embarrassing.
back in action.
Preemptive vision here laid by Labrov, setting up for the dragon fight, just lighting up this jungle and the approach angles for FlyQuest.
Hansama gets flashed on here.
Okay,
does have to use
flash
his
from
but now he's
Hansama.
embarrassed with no flash.
We're burning a
He
lot
has
of
to tuck.
flashes.
Lucio, good value trade right there for Nautilus. He's got point and click.
Yeah.
And Varus, wait a second. They do
I guess
stop the
mid lane
recall,
flashes
so they know
are back
Inspired
up.
is around here.
God is going to have his ultimate very, very soon. But
Oh, we're
they know
giving
the
it.
timer, and it looks like G2 are just going to be able to burn this one down. So evening up the Dragons, grabbing themselves their first neutral objective of the game as well. And it's a Cloud Soul.
We just gave
Personal
it.
favorite, no bias, but Dancing Grenade doing a lot of work here, actually. As it's just a serrated Dirk. We're not quite at first items just yet. Masu here in this early to mid game, feeling all right on the Jhin.
So this side lane down there that has Azir in it, it's troublesome for G2 because Hansama no longer has flash, so that's kind of dangerous. Caps on Orianna is still pre-first item breakpoint because you have to start out for the tier as well. And so you're facing this Nashor's Azir in the side lane, and that's just, it's so problematic. Broken Blade, meanwhile, as you can see on screen, they're going for the 2v1.
Yeah, Bwipo, this is going to be a difficult one to deal with, especially with the Brock turning up. That flash, not going to help, and Bwipo is going to be taken down.
Here we go.
It's a lot of money removed from the Rift.
The
Here
other
we
side
go.
lane, though, is looking juicy. They just attack the other side laner, take down Bwipo for the free money.
The way you said the free money. I mean, it's much needed gold for Broken Blade. He has really been struggling, regardless of who he's been playing against in the side lane. In his attempt to push out the lane, though, Inspired is looking for a kill.
Yeah, Winter's Wrath does tag him, and there's not a lot of mana, but still.
Come on, hard
kinda quite
steal.
good to-
That wave is now quite awkward once again, but Scumon's here to fix it.
Oh dear, throwing the first briefcase. As we've got a bit of a problem for Caps as the depth charge comes through, flash comes down, but the answering
Nice.
anchor is fantastic. Busio will be traded though, gorgeously played by Caps to make sure it's a 1-for-1.
And that is worth for FlyQuest for sure. They're going to push afterwards. How much? I mean, is he going to actually interrupt? Okay, he is. Quad could just go greed and farm another turret plate then.
See whether he does actually do that. He might also farm a Rel. Instead, he will settle for the plate.
And Caps doing the best of a bad situation, but it's FlyQuest that's continuing to mount leads where they can. That was one of the few areas that G2 had a pretty sizable gold advantage, but because of the sheer amount of time that Quad has been spending in a side lane, the fact that he's gotten himself another play and a kill has now swung the gold in his favor. And while it's still very even
Hey,
between the
Bwipo,
two
no
mid
more
laners,
dying for you,
can see that
babes.
it's just FlyQuest building advantages pretty much everywhere across the board.
And Bwipo's done a lot of it through minion waves. And, you know, all of his proxying has really benefited them.
Oh.
He's denying another
How did
bunch
she know?
of minions under this tower. He's
Like,
playing
she
the blocker
immediately
to
farsighted.
this lane. And that was like 2 full minion waves worth stacked up that he just
Absolutely.
denied.
Yeah,
He's
only
been doing
one
it.
of them goes over as far as money.
He's been doing a fantastic job in this early game, and it all comes off the back of that gank from Inspired towards the bot side. The moment that he got a slight lead against Broken Blade, you just really see the power of this Renekton. He spikes so hard in that 1
This
to 2
game
item range
sense.
where it feels like very few champions can really contest against him, and now Broken Blade is kind of forced to go up against the Azir once again.
Masu might need to make a bit of a break for it here in this mid lane, but does have Ghostblade and Swifties. It's going to be very hard to stick on
I think
top
we're
of
going to
him.
fight for Herald.
Scumon's health bar is starting to look very, very large, as we can see.
We don't
Inspired
have
in the area,
TP
though,
advantage,
Glacial
though,
Prison
so
in
maybe we
hand.
shouldn't.
So we have a look at the comparison here between our top laners. Speaking of top laners, it's going to be Quad playing defensively here, getting rid of Broken Blade yet again. Means Emperor's Divide is going to be off cooldown for any potential fights. As he
Quad.
just leaps back in once more. This is a little dicey. There's the counter-strike to come on through. Decent stun coming on in there as Broken Blade does at least get the flash out from Quad. And he makes it to the safety of his turret.
I do feel like Trinity Force on Jax is kind of the point at which Jax really starts to feel confident on a side lane, and that's what we're starting to see. Quad now has to be a lot more respectful.
You gain hyper awareness from trauma.
Exactly. It took him a while to get there, but he did in fact get there.
Yep, teleport is available here from Broken Blade, so it can be a 5v5. As there's the anchor connecting. Glacial Prison goes down as well. Decent chain CC as the shockwave is decent.
I would love it if we won this fight afterwards,
damage,
but
it's G2
I
coming
think
out on top.
they didn't realize we don't have TP advantage.
G2 get a massive fight around the Herald and secure the objective. Taking out the front line, securing the Herald. They've swung the momentum massively in their favor. Let's have a look back.
Yeah, FlyQuest, they make the call, hey, we don't have Quad joining because he's so low on Azir, but we're going to try and make a fast play.
And
so
he doesn't have TP.
But they couldn't quite do it.
We're not going to have him join because he can't even TP up.
Through that double front line
I called that there's no TP like a minute before it even happened.
Masu will be able to nail it, evening out the kills. Still, that last play putting G2 back into touching distance once more.
I mean, FlyQuest don't waste any time. They get back out on the map.
Quad didn't have
a big pick.
TP.
Now, Skewmon says
Jax had TP.
Yeah, Quad actually grading a little bit
and Orianna was there. That means they have 5, bro.
There's a spell shield, and Skewmon says what? And once again, it is going to be Quad
what the
going
freaky
down.
is happening?
Beautifully played. They did manage to get the turret, of course. He kind of knew that he was going to be in a little bit of trouble. But good cleanup.
Yeah, G2, they use the Feats turret as like a little bait. So they know, okay, this guy is definitely going to stick around for the tower. Let's go trap him there. And so G2, they get a kill off of it. But that is going to be the Feats for FlyQuest.
It was a really nice interrupt from Lebrov as well, because it looked like Quad was going to get away to safety.
Not my wake-up alarm is going off.
So FlyQuest will hold on to the gold
it's
lead.
5:30, guys.
Look at the bottom of our screen. All of the gold lead really is sitting on Bwipo. And so far, in that last fight, he got shut down so quickly. Hans Summer's continuing to ramp up.
5:30, everybody wake up.
Okay, we'll go down as the minions do deal with it. Hans Summer holding Inspired in place as he procs that Blighted Quiver. Starting to do a fair bit of work here as 1.5 items are completed for the Varus. The Dragon was started, but not actually committed to just yet. Exactly, Shockwave pulls Bwipo back. Does have the dominance to get that extra health, but Caps, he will be able to push away this Renekton, and now without all of that power and money in this fight, it could be difficult here for FlyQuest as G2 still going to be pressured away, and it will be the Dragon going down. Bwipo going to be stopped as well. That back not going to come through. We'll see whether they can get a dent onto this turret.
All right, so we got the drag. My bad, y'all. I just smacked my mic.
And this time the Magnustorm comes in. Bwipo has to flash, gets himself out of there. Shelly gets a headache.
At least he
didn't die. We'll be able to take this one down. Skewmon stands in front of the hook, and Busio has to cleanse, gets himself out of the way. Oh, the Emperor's Divine!
Oh, they actually killed the Mundo.
Able to get the kill, but now the
okay, Masu. Land a Masu.
Going to miss. The fourth one lands, but it's eaten by Lebrov, and he's going to be just fine. G2 limp away.
A crazy back and forth as Masu
the W's?
6-6.
The W's are eating. The ultis could use some work, but the W's are eating.
On the top lane,
the W's are winning.
Was just pushing. Normally that's Mundo's thing, but the fact that Broken Blade was able to get so much gold, he's going to go back to base, complete a massive item in the Sundered Sky. And it feels, and for the first time this game, G2 has swung the gold in their favor.
Yeah, with the secondary tower there, that actually catches Broken Blade completely up. 2 items on Jax. Now he is an actual champion, an actual threat here.
That sounds amazing. Make sure you dress it up.
G2's kind of scramble there around mid lane does allow him to do that because the rest of the 4 members of G2 have to take care of themselves.
I mean, this is quite a deep commitment.
A little salt, a little pepper, a little sour cream, a little
nice
bacon.
Flash from him gets him to safety.
A little butter.
Busio finds what I thought wasn't an ideal angle. I thought he'd overcommitted, but then Skewmon overcommits himself. Flashing in to get that kill was way too deep. Quad with a really
what's going on,
nice
Aiden? Thank you so much for the Twitch
ends up being a 1-for-1.
And the 2 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. So the first series of the day was a best of 3, and it was CFO versus HLE. HLE did 2-0. This is the second series of the day. It is G2 versus FlyQuest. Also a best of 3. And it is
way
currently
too close.
1-1. So whoever wins this game
not even 1,000 gold in
wins
it between
the
these two
series
squads.
and
now up and available,
promotes
though.
out of
A
Swiss
dangerous
stage
place to
into
fight as Bwipo in this
quarterfinals,
tribe rush,
which
but G2 with
means
control of the area.
a lot is on the line because whoever loses is officially up and at risk for
They know
elimination.
what's going on, but it is burning down so incredibly quickly. Mundo is very, very good at doing a lot of extra
Oh my
damage
gosh,
to these.
Lando, get to work. How far is the drive? Oh no, they got
Bwipo taking a
Otacon.
fair bit of damage. This Broken Blade is now so dangerous, but Bwipo still able to get that work done with this dominance. But
Okay,
it's in
cleanse.
fact the redemption that helps out. And down
Save
goes
Masu,
Quad as
let him
well.
auto,
And it
let
looks
him
like
auto.
FlyQuest not quite making
Save
this one
Masu,
happen
let him auto.
as G2 just moved forward. Mundo is indeed doing exactly what he pleases.
Inspired
as
kinda
that
left
cleanse, that ain't
Masu
gonna
to
help
die.
your body, as Skumond does have a lot of paperwork to do, and he's in the way.
G2 win a massive fight around the Otacon, an objective that has become so
Or
scary
dead.
in domestic
They
for
lose
throwing
Otacon.
games. G2 play flawlessly. Broken Blade finally gets revenge on the side lane.
Guys,
The
I
mid
think
tower
we're
is
gonna
gonna
be up
fall,
for
and this game
elimination
is
after
getting
this
out
game.
of control as G2 grow the gold lead.
G2 just take over at the Otacon, grabbing it and all of this gold. What a massive, massive swing.
This is pretty amazing. We have to remember as well, this game, you go to top 8. And it was looking like FlyQuest had a fair bit of control. You know, that slow but steady in game number 1. The answer back from G2 in game 2. But this is the first decisive lead we found coming out of the mid game.
And
Jin versus Tanks is so diabolical. Like, why are we not Vayne? Why are we not Kog'Maw? Why are we not Jinx?
Let's get back to live.
Yeah, we got another
I
battle
need an
here.
answer,
Broken Blade will find
and
another counter
quickly.
strike. It only hits onto 1, but it's so difficult to kill this. Jax, he just dives on top of Masu. I think he's gone too far though. Does get the redemption, and what the heck is this? Jax still gets shut down. And that was looking frightening, and he was very alone.
Shutdown on Jin
Broken Blade
is good.
showcasing his comfort on the champion. Definitely a little too comfortable as he dived into many members of
Isa
FlyQuest, ends
was
up trading his
open.
life for Busio, which debatable if that was really worth it. But right now, we set our sights on the next objective. Dragon spawning 35 seconds away. FlyQuest, if they can get that objective, they can put themselves on soul point. They still have avenues to turn this game around, and it's important to remember, with Quad in the position that he's in, there are ways for
It's
FlyQuest to
1-1
still
right
win
now,
these
Dan.
fights.
Again,
So
props
whoever
to
wins
G2
this
because for a lot of
advances.
the objective fights from the previous game, we had seen FlyQuest having way better setup, being there ahead of time. But this time around, G2, they pulled the trigger so quickly that the front lines wasn't set for FlyQuest. Now going for a little exchange as well.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of an angle, but no full commitment onto any of these fights. Skumon just standing in that front line. There's the flash forward, and where did he go? Master just explodes thanks to the shockwave, and now an exhausted Quad is just gonna fly his way out. But now without their Jin, this should mean that G2 can get themselves this Dragon that has just cropped up to even the scoreline there, even able to deny some backs.
The combo is clean, and G2 are playing with confidence. It feels like this game is slipping so far away from FlyQuest. Their options are becoming limited, and the first question they ask is how do they get through the Skumon? But Masu, he barely steps up. Labrov sees the angle, Caps is quick to follow up, and it ends up being a one-shot.
Yeah, don't think there's much outplaying that one.
Yeah, nice arrow from Hans right at the beginning too. Everything hitting at once. Masu down, and G2 are primed to make it into quarterfinals, and they're doing it with Skumond on his Mundo. Well, the rest of the team here going at Busio again.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an angle there, but Leap Strike does get Broken Blade over the wall. They will be okay, as Nevermind, Inspired, looking for an angle. Deadly Flourish comes down, another curtain call to come in here as Skumon flashes himself away. Busio's dead once again, though. The last bullet not quite enough, but Quad does have the follow-up damage. It's a trade of supports. For now, the flash forward from Inspired. He thinks he's found the angle. Bwipo just flashes on top. Hans is going to fall down for the first time in this game, and now this Crocodile is doing what he wants instead of the Mundo as they escort G2 out of the river.
FlyQuest are fighting back. They flash, they get the kills onto Hansama. 2 down though is not enough to rush an early game Baron. So
why are both squishies on the left and away from the front line? Answer me, Chim, bestie.
G2 only have 3 members alive.
Skumond is going to come over here as, yeah, if Quad's doing damage to this, it's going down very, very quickly. And so is Skumond, as we can see here. He's just a health bar.
Because, you know, Jin just does Baron just so fast.
Makes his way back Broken
Just
Blade
so
wants to get in here, but
fast.
this Baron is going down so incredibly quickly. They have vision, but they have no one in the area, and it's FlyQuest that take the first Baron.
And they actually get out. It is enough to get the Baron.
We're still in this.
This game is going to be a banger.
By the grace of God.
FlyQuest find a way
By the
to
grace
fight
of God.
back. They find an important pick in their topside jungle. They force the fight. They're forcing G2 to retreat, but they overstay their welcome.
By the
As you
grace
can
of
see
God.
Hansam on the right-hand side of your screen, he's thinking, how do I get involved in this fight? He steps up towards the rest of the team. Busio drops initially, but a nice fourth shot connects onto Lebrov.
Not
Quad feels
FlyQuest
like he
beating
has
the
the damage,
allegations.
and with Whipple coming in from the flank, great target focus on Dan Summer means that he is shut down, and a Baron opens up.
Critically, both Inspired and Bwipo have flashes. They
Wait, Jhin
each
is actually the
flash
fastest to
onto the
clear Baron?
Varus.
Is he
They
actually?
take down the on-hit Varus.
It's
and that
not
is enough to keep them in the
Jinx
game
Vayne
with a Baron.
Kog'Maw?
And you can see the win
Kaisa?
expectancy is looking right in the middle at
That
this
man
point,
did Baron
even though it
so
has been
slow.
looking a little like a heart monitor this game.
Los Ratones is
As you
not
said,
at
Kobe,
Worlds.
We might be in for a bit of a banger here as FlyQuest, with this Baron, what can they actually get?
I will say too, even though the gold is much closer now, G2 had the Otacon, and so with all of the kills that have gone on this game, look at the flower petal difference, 38 over on G2 to the single petal that FlyQuest were able to grab early on in the game. That is a massive gold difference in just pure stats that you're getting, as well as experience.
Ultimately, though,
I was about to
Quad
say,
has
like,
put
there's
himself
just
in
no
such a
way.
Fantastic position. He's about to take over to level 16. Inspired is in the area to cover as G2 know the threat. They want to eliminate it, but Quad will get away to
My
safety.
boyfriend's a
There
Jhin
is that
main, and
level
even
16.
he's like, hey, you know
The
Jhin
Death Cap
takes
being
Baron
worked off. The Caps
terribly,
is still a
right?
ways
No,
away. I can actually
truly.
have a quick look. He is 200 gold off it.
Slowest Baron possible.
Like, do you see that damage just from one soldier auto attack onto Skewmon?
Oh, yeah.
He's built, 3 items already, but still this Azir is doing so much work.
This game could still very much go either way. The Baron has bought a lot of time for FlyQuest. The hook.
Yeah, hook to come on through there as Busio starts off the fight. Glacial Prison is good as well to hold down this front line. The last bullet this time is not going to land as we have fights on multiple fronts. The counter-strike to interrupt
stopped the TP.
Lebrov will be able to get himself to relative safety. Now it's G2 trying to turn this one around because Bwipo is so much of what allows FlyQuest to win these fights, and he was denied.
FlyQuest try and engage on Skewmon and Lebrov, and they get neither of them. Lebrov gets the counter engage. They turn back around. Han Sama hit the Varus ultimate onto Quad, and they kill the Azir, the heart of the FlyQuest comp.
The problem for G2 is there's no objective for them to really convert it into. A siege isn't easy as long as FlyQuest still hold on to the Baron. There's no Dragon available just yet, and both Quad and Busio will be back alive ahead of the Cloud Dragon spawning. Means that FlyQuest continue to buy a little bit of time. It's a mistake that's not going to cost them too much, except a little bit of gold. And as I mentioned, there's that death cap now available for Caps.
And it basically cost them their entire Rebel Baron power play. Like, it was 300 at the end, and that is not very much in the grand scheme of things. But still just nullifying. That does put G2 back in a decent advantage. And now Soul Point on the line. Cloud Soul could be a big deal for either of these teams. And man, this goes down fast. 3 items now completed here for Han Solo with this one-hit Varus build. And I was thinking like it was going to be dangerous because you saw what happened. It's just a flash forward from the Crocodile, and Hans dies if he doesn't have the cleanse. And so it can be dangerous, but the way that they've navigated around him, if he lands the Chains of Corruption, there is definitely some angles.
Yep, definitely true. Quad still has flash for the next play, so there's possibilities of big Azir moments, but this Mundo is fully scaled here. 3 items plus for Skewmon. Large gold lead to him, on a champion that he just jumped on so early on and really put a lot of work into.
It's such a tense game state. Europe, they can see a quarterfinals in their eyes, and it's been so long since we've been there. But North America wanting to shut that down. FlyQuest have fought back valiantly, and they are by no
FlyQuest
means
is the
out of
NA
this
team,
game
the
just
people
yet.
on the left.
The Infinity Edge
blue
finish
side.
for Marsu could be such a massive item break point for him. He's isolated in the mid lane. He will respect the engage possibility. A quarterfinal spot. The Baron spawning a minute away. We are getting to the late game, and it's all going to come down to a massive team fight.
The tension is building here. A full minute away. The vision work needs to be done early, though. We have seen the impact of these engages, especially from this rel. Labrov got multiple big ones on Masu in the mid lane. With
I'm terrified, bro. I'm terrified. This next team fight is gonna basically decide the game, I feel like.
Baron arrival. 47 seconds here. And
This next team fight is going to decide the game.
It is dangerous for FlyQuest.
They have one
I'm
flank ward, which is kind
terrified.
of interesting, but you can see Caps may have found Inspired. He just Arctic Assaults over the wall.
Took very little damage.
He's got a Kennick Rooker.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think Caps even broke through his shield. He's one tanky Sejuani. Both the front lines on both sides are very scary. Quad's going to be the individual responsible for melting those tanks. For Hans Sama, he's going to be the guy for G2. And obviously these are both the targets for either side.
The Baron is up basically now. 5 seconds time, and that one will get there. And so G2.
They have so much vision control on top side of the map.
And they might be able to start this one up. We'll just have to see. As Whippo in position on this blast cone, they do get an engage onto Inspired.
Protect your carries.
And Broken Blade with that flank angle is
Protect
spotted.
your carries.
Thankfully there for FlyQuest fans.
Whippo, though, he's sitting on a control ward. They haven't seen him come through. They're trying to ward for the flank, but they don't know where he is. Hans has to be extremely careful because Whippo could be the game changer. As Broken Blade.
If Hans Sama dies,
top laners with their flanks could be the thing that defines
look
the
at the top laners, bro.
Flank is going to work out.
Look at the top laners.
Finding the priority
Both
target,
looking for the flank.
Instead, as Labrov gets into that brush, clears out the control ward. And G2 now with the upper hand.
Both of them on opposite sides of the map.
Again, Whippo slices to get out of there, and Quad has to get out as well. Boostio starting off the fight, gets the double knockup, but Skewmon is so tanky.
Okay, Mundo Zed, Mundo Zed, Mundo Zed, Mundo Zed.
To back, as now Broken Blade with the counter strike is going to be able to help take
Can
down
we finish
Whippo.
it? Can we finish the drill? Huge ulti onto Masu. Or not Masu, onto Busio. Come on, you gotta land these, Masu. There you go. Finish it, finish it.
To slow down Labrov. G2 still with some players alive, but these health bars are so low, and FlyQuest come out on top.
And Skewmon goes down without activating his ultimate. He just gets popped in the CC.
Just absolutely
they turn on Baron.
dookied.
A second Baron, almost like back-to-back after it spawned.
It's almost like Jin has the slowest Baron in history.
Get another go with the Rebel Baron power play.
That is absolutely insane. The fact that Skewmon died so quickly, the front line just disappears. Broken Blade threatening the flank. It looked like that he was going to commit onto Mazu, but he didn't want to go in too deep. Whippo takes a chunk of damage right at the start of the fight. Look at the positioning of Broken Blade. A hook and great ulti comes in from Busio to buy some time. The shockwave is held onto, and the ulti connects on the Quad, but then it's not followed up on. G2 turn their attention onto Whippo, thinking they can get the damage down.
This right here, the Labrov,
but it's not
the Labrov engage scared the frick out of me. But luckily Jin was safe. I thought Jin was in there, but it was Busio.
Just gorgeous from Quad. We're right into another team fight as now Whippo having to use that Q to try and get his health bar back, but Hans Sama's just going to shut him down. The Deadly Flourish as well is trying to...
Oh, that's game.
Is gigantic.
Oh, that's
and
game.
Will go down. The Azir is taken as
we
well.
lost.
G2 straight out of the replay, straight putting
we
FlyQuest
lost.
into the death chamber.
Caps goes on a rampage. He finds such a huge shockwave with the help of Labrov. G2 may well have done
Whippo,
it.
what the
There's only Inspired left to try and
fricky?
defend the base, but after 3 long
Inspire's
years,
trying to stall, but he can't stall 20-second death timers, man.
Like it was going to happen again. It was going to look like North America could deny them one more time, but it's the top 8 in the eyes of G2 as they look to take down these Nexus turrets. The Nexus, the next to go down, and the Baron curse for North America is their bane, and G2 say thank you very much.
Caps, the Western Goat, finds the shockwave to take down FlyQuest.
Oh my God!
I need to know what happened before that fight.
Stressful fight.
The lead up to that fight, yeah.
Yeah. How did we get to that position? Because it felt like FlyQuest had, it was a beautiful Baron. But maybe the analyst desk will have more answers than us because that game was insane. Take it away.
They made it. It's been so many years, and G2 is finally back in the top 8 at the World Championship after falling to NRG in 2023 at the start of the Swiss stage, into not being able to make it after losing the FlyQuest this year also already at MSI. The fact that they needed to put it all on the line, the fact that they lost 2 Barons, the fact that they stared death in the eye, and Cap said, not today.
I am shaking. The fact that that game was so incredibly close. We come back after one huge team fight win for FlyQuest. And I'm looking at Skewmon in that player cam and going, oh my God, is this the moment?
Can we get a replay?
To G2 finding the fight that they needed to carry.
Bro, we could have been in quarterfinals.
Yeah,
like, there's no reason that we should have lost today.
I thought that might have been, the throw that actually cost them the game.
There's no reason we should have lost today.
Massive shockwave on that re-engage from G2 in that final fight. They completely wiped FlyQuest, and honestly, congratulations. Like, this is the first time finally Europe has made it out of Swiss stage. It's got to feel so good for G2.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Isel, that I'm being so excited, but it is, very cathartic.
You never have to apologize for that. Like, that is the beauty of sport, of esports, is like the joy of victory and the agony of defeat, right? Like, you have to have both.
And can I say, I think we both felt the joy of victory and the despair of defeat at many different times in that game. That was one hell of a final game, Where do you think FlyQuest left it? Of course, that shockwave.
Because they did put up a fight, yeah. Azale is such a good sport.
I think some misexecution in some of the team fights. I also, really just felt like I didn't love the draft. Like, it was so on quad, I think, to be.
So what happened here? Okay, so not this fight, but the fight that happened immediately after. What happened?
And Jackson, I feel like
I want to know what
really
led up to this moment.
It's so hard to actually get through the front line. Once they hit the later stages of the game, FlyQuest should
How
never
did
be winning
Bwipo
these
get
5v5s,
caught?
And I think G2, just played it out better, played towards their comp strengths in the late game.
Like, I need to know, like,
members that stood out to me individually. I think there was Caps,
like, they didn't even show
the
it.
best of series overall, but was so clutch when it came to those sniping quad in those fights with the shockwave. We saw it over and over where he just managed to pick him off. But also Lebrov, back on comfort on the rel. His engages, even when the team got caught, the flash in, finding multiple people, it set up G2 for so many of these fights.
And this is what I like to see in the way that they're qualifying, right? Because this was a hard opponent to beat, a very hard one that you couldn't even beat at MSI a couple of months ago. And that I think speaks to the growth specifically of Lebrov and Skewmon. Also to go for this window, it's been like 13 years since we've seen that. So it's at Worlds, I gotta say. At Worlds.
Because it has been a bit of a Skewmon BB special, and Skewmon has looked really strong in the LEC. He finds these moments where it's very difficult to try and take it down, and it just means that it's kind of that pocket pick specialty that we know for G2 for.
Skewmon is our Oppo player of the series. I just have to tag off there.
No, absolutely. I mean, congratulations to him. And I just feel like this is something we talked about, before this series started, where this is something that I was worried about G2, their creativity in drafting, right? Like, I felt like it was a similar advantage that they gained against BLG when they brought out the Poppy and Nivea. I felt very similar about this draft coming into it. Like, you can attest that after the draft, I was quite 100%. Concerned about their ability to actually deal with that front line. And Mundo is a genuine flex here. Like, it could have gone top. It's a great matchup into the Renekton as well. You can
I really wish they would show what happened.
In jungle, you can kind of free farm it as long as FlyQuest wasn't really able to push the pace.
Because we were coming back.
The harsh reality is Quad just didn't play well enough to be able to actually get the job done in this final game. Skewmon was farming. He was big in the fights. But I think for me, it was more about, his Trundle game, and I think that's what really is kind of pushing him over the edge for player of the series.
But it's not only just this series. Again, like, I want to echo what Shox was saying. It's the fact that this has been this year-long growth for this man to find a way he can integrate with the team, how he can work on, hey, I'm going to farm up a little bit in the early game, but how can we enable him when it gets to these mid-game points? And you get to see picks like this Mundo, where he's able to pop off
FlyQuest
those resources
being our #1 seed.
We'll have to ask them, of course. I think Broken Blade is coming up as well, because for me, it was always, the management makes decisions because they stand behind them and they believe in the players that they field. And those players,
they really did picture-in-picture during replay.
Really lived up to that expectation, right? But I feel like that finals in Madrid possibly did unlock a little something in them where they could turn that switch. And as we all know, Azale, momentum is very
important. They said that Quad wasn't able to do enough to win this game.
It works.
Literally most damage in the entire game.
people's years are distilled down to like a couple games,
Yeah.
right? You know,
FlyQuest was coming back.
A bad team is often down to a couple key moments. And
that's what they said. They said that Quad wasn't doing enough.
Is such a big part of it. It's really about having that belief in yourself and being able to get it done when it matters most.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what has been exemplified on G2. The fact that we can have these players that had struggled over the course of the year now show up on an international stage. And it's no longer about
me
the
coming
it's no
into Worlds, like
your home and find that
hoping
focus.
that
it's being able to
NA
show up and show
would
your
like
best on that international stage, and finally, after so long,
not troll
make it back to that playoff
the
stage.
nation.
Welcome, Blade. Welcome to the desk. Congratulations. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know what, man? You don't have to apologize. You played great. Congrats. I'm really happy for you guys. It's a well-deserved win.
Thank
you. I tried to bribe
Yo,
him
they need to
with
move the box
but he
or something.
He turned me down.
Put him in the middle.
I thought I convinced him for sure.
Hey, Broccoli,
and get him away from the 6'3" Azael.
Specifically game 3 where you go
like,
for the comfort pick, then you get solo killed early.
This is diabolical.
No, they ganked you.
It's jungle diff. What are you talking about?
I mean, the game 3 was definitely the most intense. Probably
How
also
tall
the most
is
fun
he?
to watch.
Yeah.
A lot of back and forth. When Mundo got one shot in the mid wave, I was like, oh shit, you know, it's like, what's going on? Are we gonna win?
Is
but we found
Blade?
a very nice combo in the end. It was beautiful to see. I think it's very important to stay calm. Flag was actually a team that they will just spit on you if you let them.
Yeah.
Like they play very fearless, very aggressive, and I think that's why game 1 was very hard for us. I think they played great. But yeah, game 3 was very, very cool. I think we just outscaled them, to be honest.
Well, what do you think that difference was between MSI and now, that you could actually find that break point to actually take down FlyQuest here?
I mean, I think we just worked on each other, you know. Like I think many teams fail when things
I like
go
his glasses.
south, and I think we use that very well. Very, very happy. It's my first time making it out.
Congratulations, man.
After 5 tries. Yeah. 5 times the charm, they say, right?
Yeah.
And EU's first time making it at Swiss?
Yeah, ever.
That's a big dub.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, actually. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Well, believable.
Talk to me about the draft a little bit, because like coming out of draft, you know, I was thinking from the G2 perspective, you guys just have to play a slow, controlled game, and like Jin is really going to struggle to actually punch through your front line. So
He's
it kind of becomes
5'4".
all about Azir. You know, was the thought process to kind of like put pressure on Azir, make sure he's not comfortable, and then you guys can kind of just like win out the fights?
I mean, exactly as you said, Ori is strong in the early game against Azir, so we put some.
No, the angle is diabolical.
One time to a gank where I got put really far behind, then I had to lane against the mid laner, which also was really hard for me. But if the Azir, I think it's all on Azir in this draft. I think Jin is like facilitating Azir as well. But once they don't find the engage, once we find the engage, it's very hard for him to play. I think. I think up until level 16, Mundo is killable, and then once it hits 16, it's like a bit hard, to be honest. And I have Jax with the E, and Jin only has 4 auto attacks, so it's a bit hard for him.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about an insight into your psyche, rather, because we've been
Germany.
following your story in EU this year, where
German.
you felt, I've not really played the way I want to play, and I feel like the Jax pick in this game 3, but also your game versus Bin, like how are we feeling
both NA teams are up for elimination now.
I mean, I have my confidence back,
and
that is because of how much preparation and work I've put into my play. I think there has been a lot of international tournaments where I haven't performed very well, and I wasn't proud of myself. Reflecting on it, and I think this time
I think he's also Turkish.
Because I prepared more.
It says he's also
so
Turkish.
I'm very happy right now, to be honest, but I will take things step by step.
Yeah.
Next opponent, I don't know who it is yet, but
He's a little cutie patootie for sure.
I want Genji.
Whoa!
Oh. I want Genji.
Okay.
That'd be a banger.
Yeah.
Talk to me about how it feels to
Why
kind
does he want to play against Genji to get
because I feel
immediately
like
eliminated?
Talking to my EU compatriots here, and a lot of EU fans and stuff, everyone is like Fnatic screwed, MKOI's screwed.
Whoa.
G2's got to do it. Well, not you guys, but just the fans in general. A lot of people have really kind of put it all on G2 has to do it. Like, do you guys feel that external pressure? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Because it's kind of like, I feel like the public expectation is
let him have
G2 or
Genji.
bust. So you got a good draw. You got
FlyQuest has one more chance.
You have to win.
But they have to win.
Every year I was in G2. It was always G2 or bust, but we always busted anyway. Which I was very sad about that for the fans as well, especially because the fans will lose hope at some point. It is natural if you don't make it. If you don't make it, now we made it. So now the hope. You remember my saying, as long as there's delusion, there's hope. The delusion is very high right now, I'm sure, for a lot of people. So a lot of hope as well. I hope.
No, this wasn't an elimination. It was a promotion match.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. You know, I mean, obviously, if everyone puts your trust in you, it just feels great, especially if you can back it up.
I never doubted you.
I mean, I've got so
Maybe
much
a little in game one.
I've got so much respect for the fact that you're saying it's like this is your 5th try and you're finally making it out. So many pros don't even have a career where they get, you know, multiple opportunities. So to be able to actually keep at it, like that has to just be on a personal level, so gratifying.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the first time I came in with TSM. I was playing for the NA region.
Back when you were playing for the good guys.
also busted 0-6.
How could you?
0-6.
But I'm a very different player and human. I learned a lot thanks to my previous teammates, current teammates.
Correct, JT.
The casters, man.
T1,
what did you learn from
100
the
Thieves,
casters?
CLG, VKS.
We got a lot of insight going on. Anyways,
what not to do.
We don't want to disclose that. But yeah, I was happy. I was happy we won.
Yeah.
Very
Well,
exciting.
it's super exciting. From all of us, we're really happy that we don't have to listen to it one more year.
Yeah.
Best in the West.
I just
baby.
don't understand what happened with
congrats.
Blippo,
we'll
and they
see, of course, who
still
you
haven't
draw,
shown it.
in a few. Well, after all the games in
Genji,
2
right?
days, right? I don't know. There you go. We'll let you go, Broken Blade. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, wonderful performance for BB, as we see the stats also over there, and just really good from G2 overall. But where there are victors, there are also people who come out on the flip side of the coin, and Dracos is now standing by with Inspired for thoughts on that series, or sitting rather.
Thank you very much, Ox. I am joined by Inspired. I won't miss words, man. You look pissed off. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very pissed off because it was 3-0 in my book. I feel like I don't understand how we could be losing games like that. It's just very disappointing. Yeah.
What do you actually like take from this? I know right now you're probably just angry, but what's the process for learning from this, for moving on? Because you're not out, right? It's not an elimination match.
Yeah. I mean, process, I don't know, like our scrims have been really bad. But at the end of the day, I knew that laning phase doesn't matter as much on stage as it does in scrims, because in scrims we are usually falling behind very hard before 15 minutes, and the game is kind of hard to play. I think today it was really fine. I think even though we made some errors in lanes, I think it was not really that big of a difference and that big of a lead for enemy team, and I felt like our drafts actually made some sense, and I think we had a way better approach to what we wanted to do. And it seemed pretty free to play, honestly. I felt like whenever we're stepping somewhere, it felt easy. I'm not sure how is it possible that we lost. I guess during the game it just felt like we were driving the game and it felt fine, and then something random happens and the game becomes
What happened?
lost. Yeah, it feels very weird because yeah, I don't know. It just didn't feel like we were meant to lose.
Do you have an idea of like what the focal point is then for that improvement? You're saying right now I don't know, but I can't tell if you mean I don't know, or I don't know, like I'm not trying to flame anybody, I'm not trying to get into it
I
here.
don't know. I think we are really impatient as a team. I think we were in a really good spot to play both games that we lost, and yeah, we just make mistakes out of nowhere because we are impatient when not much is happening. And I don't know if it comes from the fact that practice is going bad, and obviously if practice is going bad, you kind of feel like you need to do unnecessary stuff in order to win. But I think if you have that mentality, you are already a loser. Like, you shouldn't think that you have to do unnecessary stuff in order to win. I think you should keep calm in the game and just try to stick to the plan as you have as your team. To me, it seems like we have different plans, and we are trying to do different things, and that's why we are not connected well together, I guess.
Last question about the series before we look forward a little bit. Game 3 especially. Felt like you guys were on the ropes. You mounted a huge comeback. You found a couple angles for good fights. And then kind of all came
I wanted the
crashing down
interviewer
once
to
again.
be
How you
like, who
reflect
is
on that
we
Game 3?
specifically?
What led to the initial comeback?
Who is
you
we?
found that creative angle with Whippo. You found this dive on
What's
on
name?
Sama. Felt like you rested it back in your hands.
Who
What
makes
went
up
wrong
we?
in those kind of final moments to lead to some of the catches, some of those team fights that turned back against you?
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't remember that well right now. I felt like our champs were spiking really hard. That in mid game, I felt like we were in a really good position because I don't really think Mundo is a good champ in the jungle, especially if we are playing Azir mid. It felt like Quad did a really good job of not falling behind to Caps. I think Alan did, Busio did so many good plays in order to put Azir in a good spot, and all we had to do was just group and play out the team fights well. But
I'm gonna have to go back and look at these eyebrows.
I'm not sure
that y'all are talking
What's
about.
the outlook coming in? You have a 2-2 matchup. There's a lot of potential opponents you could draw from. Is there anyone
Right,
particular you
holy.
want to face, or are you just mostly focused on recovering from this loss?
Honestly, I didn't really think about it yet because I wasn't expecting us to lose. Because I
He's
think GT is probably
pissed.
the weakest team that we could have faced. I think right now all the teams are gonna be stronger. So yeah, I don't really mind who we're gonna face. I think as long as we play better than we did now, we can win. But if we play to a similar level, I think it doesn't matter who we draw. We are gonna.
Thank you so much for the subscription,
All
fam.
right. Well, hoping that level steps up. Thanks for taking
Welcome
the
to
time,
the
man.
Mother Redacted Turnip Squad.
An appropriate word. You gave an interview anyway, so I really appreciate it. We're gonna send things back over to the desk.
I want to see these eyebrows that y'all are talking about.
Thank you very much, Drake Ghost, in the Verizon post-game interview. Very honest with Inspired there, and obviously.
I want to see these eyebrows that y'all are talking about. Let me go to the VOD.
Thank you very much, Shox. I am joined by Inspired. I won't miss words, man. You look pissed off. How you feeling?
Even though we made some errors in lanes, I think it was not really. I guess during the game, it just felt like we were driving the game, and it felt fine. And
Where did he say it?
Something random happens, and the game becomes lost. Yeah, it feels very weird because, yeah, I don't know. It just didn't feel like we were meant to lose.
Do you have an idea of like what the focal point is then for that improvement? You're saying right now I don't know, but I can't tell if you mean I don't know, or I don't know. Like I'm not trying to flame anybody. I'm not trying to get into it here.
I don't know. I think we are really impatient as a team. I think we were in a really good spot to play both games.
When he asked
that we
about the
lost,
third game,
and,
okay.
And obviously practice unnecessary,
especially.
And we are trying to do different things, and that's why we are not connected well together, I guess.
Last question about the series before we look forward a little bit. Game 3 especially. Felt like you guys were on the ropes. You mounted a huge comeback. You found a couple angles for good fights. And then kind of all came crashing down once again. How do you reflect on that Game 3? What led to the initial comeback? You found that creative angle with Bwipo. You found this dive onto Hansama. Felt like you rested it back in your hands. What went wrong in those kind of final moments to lead to some of the catches, some of those team fights that turned back against you?
He heard Bwipo and he said, definitely eyes widened. Definitely.
Felt like you rested it back in your hands. What went wrong? And then once again, how do you reflect on that Game 3? What led to the initial comeback? You found that creative angle with Bwipo. You found this dive onto Hansama. Felt like you
immediately, bro. Immediately it happened. What a involuntary response. Wow. The tongue in his cheek too.
Kind of all came crashing down once again. How do you reflect on that Game 3? What led to the initial comeback? You found that creative angle with Bwipo. You found this dive onto Hansama. Felt like you rested it back in your hands. What went wrong in those kind of final moments to lead to some of the catches, some of those team fights?
I don't see the tongue in cheek, not gonna lie. Dang. That's crazy.
That turned back against you.
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't remember that well right now.
Also, I can just tell that he's like, bro, I don't want to answer these questions, bro.
You don't want to read too much.
I'm not trying to answer these questions, man.
But definitely, you know.
All right, guys. So this, what the freaky is happening? Okay. So this is where we're at. Anyone's Legends, KT, have automatically advanced. They went 3-0 in Swiss stage. Today, we saw G2 versus FlyQuest, with G2 being triumphant and moving on to quarterfinals alongside HLE for today when they beat CFO. Tomorrow, we will see Gen G versus Top Esports, as well as the third elimination match, which is MKOI versus TSW. If MCOY loses or TSW loses, they will go home. If whoever wins will not automatically advance, they still have to play. So they will be in the pool with FlyQuest as well as CFO, who have lost today. So FlyQuest is now 2-2. CFO is now 2-2. Whoever loses versus MCOY versus TSW will be 2-2 and be in that pool. We also will have to see BLG versus VKS and 100 Thieves versus T1. Whoever loses those games, automatically eliminated, they go home. But whoever wins does not automatically advance. They will join that 2-2 bubble and have to face either FlyQuest, CFO, whoever wins MCOY versus TW or TSW, and whoever wins BLG versus VKS and 100 Thieves versus T1. So that is who we are going to be seeing over the next couple of days. The games are going to be fire. Gen G versus Top Esports is definitely going to be a fire series tomorrow. Personally, I feel like that's the top team from LPL because BLG has had a horrible show of skill thus far. Gen G only dropping the one game versus anyone's legend, which has led them to be in the 2-1 bracket, but still top team from LCK. So tomorrow going to be a fire game. We're also going to see MCOY versus TSW. Now MCOY, y'all know, has Jojo Pyun on it, a former NA player, as well as TSW got a player who loves to do some TikTok dances. Honestly, might root for him just for that. BLG versus VKS and 100 Thieves versus T1 is going to be taking place on Friday. Very, very good games going to be happening. Honestly, with the way that BLG has been playing, I do think that VKS has a chance. And I would honestly love to see VKS advance to the next round, just because so many people are doubting them. Y'all have seen Trimby be an absolute sweetheart, and you've seen Bowls sometimes just putting it down in the top lane. I'd absolutely love to see them pop off. 100 Thieves versus T1. I might actually cry during Friday's best of 3. I do not want to see T1 get eliminated, and I do not want to see NA get eliminated. But if I had to choose one, I think I would root for T1. I'm not gonna lie. I can't sit here and say that I want to see a Worlds without T1 in it. If 100 Thieves advance to the next round, like, I just think they would get their cheeks taken. The only way I'd root for 100 Thieves is if they like actually curb stomped T1. That's the only way I would root for them, because I don't think they have what it takes to make it out of that 2-2 bracket. Like, I'm truly a doubter right now. But if they knocked out T1, I would root for them, because it would show like, oh, they're serious. Right now, I don't really know if they're serious. Who have they lost to though? They beat BLG. That's their one win, but they lost to, what was it? Gen G? Let's see. Who did they lose to? They lost to Top Esports, which is a pretty freaking hard team to go up against, and HLE. So both very hard teams. But if they're losing to them, granted, it's a best of 1, but if they're losing to them and those two teams are about to advance, HLE has already advanced, Top Esports might advance. Top Esports might be in this bottom 2-2 bracket if they lose to Gen G. So 100 Thieves might have to play them again. I don't know if they get repeats. Like, I don't know if that's not allowed or not. So if they're here, they might have to get their cheeks taken again. 100 Thieves is really gonna have no repeats. Okay, so if no rematch is allowed, then that might actually be in their favor. Not gonna lie, That might actually be in their favor. Oh my gosh, what if it's FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves? That'd be insane. Regardless, the games, there's so many things that could happen. There's so much going on. You're definitely going to want to be here. If you haven't heard the announcements for Bingo, Riot Games has expressed interest in sponsoring Bingo now. So from now on, we will be sponsored with Riot Games pricing for Bingo. One of the biggest things is, as y'all know, I like to start up Bingo an hour before the games start. So you can come in, you can get your Bingo card, and then you can leave if you want to, but make sure you're back before the first game starts, because I am locking all of the Bingo cards after the first champion select. So once I see Summoner's Rift, Bingo is closed. You must have your Bingo card before then. And that's when Bingo will officially start. The reason why you want to make sure you get your Bingo card is because League of Legends has stated they are supplying one Worlds 2025 box for a Bingo winner. So if you are able to complete Blackout Bingo, then you will be able to win a Worlds 2025 box. So shout out to Riot Games. There's a lot of goodies in there, so that's freaking fire. Make sure you're here tomorrow for Bingo. Make sure you're here to Friday for Bingo. There's so many days that you can win Bingo. All right, guys, I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I love y'all so much. Until the next time, I wish you nothing but W's in your games, bountiful LP, and the lowest ping you could ever imagine. Good night. See you tomorrow.